Shit, there was a funny story I wanted to tell today about tech.
No.
And
While you're
I
thinking
am,
about it,
yeah.
great. How did the air cooler installation go?
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, well,
It wasn't actually that bad, but I did discover some things about Gray's PC that I really wish I hadn't. No. Why do you look at the porn side? Never mind, it's you.
Who goes to porn sites?
No. Why
My
do
bad.
you always
Right.
go to porn sign, is what I said.
Oh!
Which
Because
is
it's me.
blatantly fucking
We-
obvious in hindsight.
Like say, lots of people go to porn sites.
Yes. Sign lives
Unfortunately,
on
I'm
them.
aware. Yeah.
He doesn't need to go to them, he's already there.
On the bright side,
I
though,
create them.
What's
Yeah.
that going on
Gray's
that you're
cooling
talking about?
solution is about as foolproof as you can get. Because if the fan's working, it's fine. If the fan's not working, it's probably still fine. Because those heat sinks are built for some actual fucking dissipation.
Yeah, those
no,
things
so-
are fucking funny.
What
So-
did I
so-
look into that it's
so-
porn sites, fans,
no,
and what sounds like someone eating?
Don't worry about it.
Don't ask
Don't worry
questions,
about it.
brother.
So
Don't ask
yeah,
questions you don't want the answer to.
last
think I want the
night,
answer, though.
I was helping Gray with his, AIO pump, which
Yeah.
died, and we concluded that the actual pump part died because there was no heat transfer. Like both of the water
Right.
tubes were the same temperature.
Bro,
Yeah.
that fucking holy shit! I saw Gray sent me a picture of the
Yeah.
thermal paste. That shit got cooked. Someone slapped that bitch in an oven.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah,
I
no,
remember
you
the
want to
first
know
ni-
you want to know why it looks cooked? Because the motherfucker was idling at 86 Celsius in the fucking BIOS.
Yeah, I'm really curious about Gray's setup and why exactly his CPU is idling at fail temperature.
Well, that's
The
what I
truth has
discovered.
come out.
You want to know why? That's because both his pump and the fan for the radiator were plugged into chassis 1 and chassis 2 on the fan headers.
They were not.
You want to know what's plugged into the fucking CPU fan header?
Oh no!
What?
The
I don't
graphics
wanna-
card fans! The
fucking-
fucking graphics card fans!
What do you
Are you-
mean the graphics card?
I don't know,
See?
man. The wire goes to
This-
the fucking graphics card. I couldn't see. I was trying not to die, and Gray's phone camera is so dog shit.
Yes,
But
it
went
is.
to the fucking graphics card, and that's all I know. That's all I wanna know.
That's all you need to know.
What the fuck?
So Gray's CPU fan curve was controlling presumably the graphics card fans. So when the CPU was saying, "Hey, I am fucking burning here," the graphics card was like, "Oh shit, I guess we're gonna spin up."
Gray is making
You
me
know
glad
what?
I didn't
Gray,
try this shit.
That
Why?
explains the complaints I've heard from Gray in the past about, like, I don't know why my fans randomly spin up so loud. It's really weird.
Yeah.
That explains that now.
God.
Yeah, I wonder
Gra-
why, huh?
Gray. Gray,
Holy
like,
fuck,
okay,
Gray.
so no, I will give Gray shit for this 100%. It's like, I'm sorry, I gave Rob shit for this back when he was trying to put his computer together. It's a fucking Lego set! It literally has the words on the parts! Oh gee, what does CPU go to? I wonder!
I was
also-
overexcited during the entire process.
It's
You don't
also-
need oversight, Gray! I built my
Yeah.
first computer when I was 10!
And you
Also-
know me!
Also, it's worth pointing out, the picture of the motherboard has large block letters with very clear lines.
My first computer exploded! You can't use that excuse on me!
Gray, you are validating my decision to have someone build it for me.
It's why,
this is-
like,
this
look,
is
it's why I've
important.
told people this day and age to just use these companies again. They charge
Yeah.
you like an extra $100 at most in between the part markup and the labor cost. It's it's not like the olden days where the parts were literally brain dead and the markup cost was like 300%. Like, modern day PC builders are so fucking cutthroat competitive now that they don't have room to mark up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, margins are not
Because
existent
everyone
anymore.
uses a PC, but no one wants to build it themselves, so they're constantly in competition with each other.
Well, no, it's not just about nobody can build. Like,
It's not that
most
nobody
of
can,
the
it's
people
nobody
in
wants
this
to.
chat could go and build one themselves. Like,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
no, especially like there's websites like PC Parts Picker. Like,
Yeah.
you can very easily make sure that you're getting everything you need and that it's all going to work together. It's actually very, very simple to do that. The problem is I don't fucking have time for that.
Well,
Yeah.
it's not just that. It's the
Oh.
parts. Back in the day, the part costed $100, and oh shit,
Now it's
I static jumped it. Now it's broken. I guess I'll have to buy a new one. $100 was $200 now, so that's still not a major loss. Nowadays, it's like, here's my $3,000 GPU. Whoops,
Yeah.
a single strand of static electricity hit it. It's exploded. Fuck!
Actually, that's not true. It is
So, you say that.
incredibly difficult to kill a modern PC with static. Now, Sneaky, you are a miracle worker in the worst ways possible. So I don't doubt that you managed it, but for your average fucking retard,
Also,
it is
okay,
basically impossible.
Well, no, it's very simple what happened, Arm. One, it's Sneaky. Two, it's the hidden silicon lottery. Sometimes you just lose that lottery.
Yeah, Sneaky rolled a bomb in the Silicon Lottery.
Sneaky rolled nat ones on that entire check.
To be fair, I have had horrible experience building my own computers over the years. MSI motherboards failing, MSI graphics cards failing, my CPU fails. Who knows why? I sent it back in. They said, what the fuck? They sent me a new one.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
At least my father's is still around and kicking.
Did Adam get a new mic? No, he's on the PS5, I think.
Yeah, I switched it back to the regular mic so nobody hears clickety clacks.
Amazing.
But anyway, right, so I remembered what it was. So, to all the tech people in the chat, this is going to be very funny.
Oh no.
Is it going to be funny or is it going to be painful?
I'm gonna
So I got a last-minute task coming in, right?
Oh no.
I completely ignored it.
Start.
I just sent them some message of, I will research your request and we'll get back to you on Monday. I was looking at this and I was like, it's fucking Friday. Ain't no way I'm gonna start thinking at 4 p.m.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Nope.
So the task title is Assistance Required. Moving Outlook emails into SharePoint.
What?
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 Why on earth
Hold
would you
on!
do that?
It gets better!
Oh no.
Oh no.
So, in the task description, I tried to drag the Outlook email folder into the web SharePoint, and for some reason, it said I wasn't allowed to do that. Can you make sure I have the proper permissions?
I don't know what SharePoint is, but it's what is
I would
fuck?
brain this motherfucker with a cast iron skillet. I swear.
Is he trying to like combine two
That's a waste of
incomparable programs?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
effectively. So SharePoint is a enterprise level OneDrive, effectively. Just think of it as a Google Drive, but you can make a website for it.
Okay.
Well, Outlook is Outlook. It's your fucking email.
Yeah.
The folders in Outlook aren't an actual folder structure. It's just there for you, personally, to visually organize stuff. As far as Outlook's concerned, all 1,600 of your emails are in the same fucking folder. It's called the file called your PST.
Yeah.
That shit's archaic. It's fucking arcane. I have to sacrifice a goat to even open it. What? Did you not know that? Yeah, you have to sacrifice a goat to open the PST file.
Yeah. Outlook is
Yeah,
a dangerous place.
Yeah, like it's crazy they let you get away with only a goat. Honestly, like I started like sacrificing children.
This is
Well, you
Microsoft.
know.
They don't want children. Children don't work as well.
No, they
Mm.
specifically don't want children.
That's
So
why
it
they
might
made
work.
Minecraft. So they funneled the
Well,
children
see,
there.
that's why you have to
Right.
sacrifice a goat. It's to get around the kid requirement.
Yeah, no, okay, I see where
Jesus.
Listen. Microsoft doesn't want you sacrificing children because if you're sacrificing children, who will they force to work in the cobalt mines in third world countries?
Oh no,
True.
they don't care who. They will work in the cobalt mines.
The children yearn for the mines.
Yeah.
But anyway, and also, by the way, you know, Bill Gates specifically does want to reduce the population of the planet by 90%, so they
True.
don't want children.
All right, Bill, you first.
Bill
Yeah, right.
Bill Gates.
Well, you know, you see,
magma
actually, Bill
admin?
funded a bunch of surveys and scientific research reports that all came back with saying that he is one of 10 people that need to be kept around because of how special and important they are.
Yeah.
Wow, really?
Yeah,
These
it sounds
are-
really
They
crazy
should be
that
like
that.
eugenics,
Yeah.
huh? Kinda
No,
weird, huh?
eugenics. We don't do that anymore. We definitely don't selectively breed people for certain traits at all, ever,
No,
anywhere.
That's a
but-
bad
Oh,
word. We
Yeah,
can't
no,
do
we don't
that.
do that. No.
No, no, no. Absolutely
Anyway,
not.
Anyway.
So yeah, that was I looked at that for like a solid like 20 to 30 minutes before it was assigned to me, and I was just like, I don't think I want to get involved in this. No, I don't think I do. And then it got assigned to me because it turns out that my manager believes if I want a task done, I have to assign it to Sneaky, because if I don't assign a task to Sneaky, then it doesn't get
Everybody
done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a
this-
task like
remember-
that like last week where I saw it come in, I looked at it, and I thought, whoever gets this task is a sucker.
Oh, well,
Guess
you
who
set
got the
yourself up for
task?
that.
Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't have thought
Where
that.
you
yeah.
were asking for it at that point.
I didn't say anything. I just thought it. Like, well,
Yeah,
Is he
Greg,
wrong?
doesn't-
No, he's not
Greg,
wrong. That's the
I
problem.
apologize, Arn. The universe heard that.
yeah.
It was
Do
a
not
challenge.
put me with IT.
Oh God, no, do not, please.
You seem to be the only guy who
For the
does
love
shit
of
around that.
God.
Yeah, I unfortunately I pretty much am. So we they actually finally incorporated. So previously this was a manager only data set, but they have since added it to the employee wide sheet. So every employee can see these stats now. I am now with 4 people, because we got a new one. With 4 people, I am still answering 3/4 of the calls.
Yep.
The new person hasn't answered a single call in 3 weeks.
Amazing.
man,
But
that's
you
just
know,
impressive.
the manager's black and he's black,
All right. Okay.
so
We're not live, are we?
I would say
Yeah,
no,
we
we're
are.
live.
We're live.
I would say normally
No, no.
2 points don't really make a line. They do, but they don't really make a line. Except for the third point of that the other coworker that I'm constantly complaining about is also black. And wow, they conveniently seem to always look the other way whenever I report to my manager about those 2 specific coworkers not doing their jobs.
Really?
And I always get told that he's looking into it and it's not my business.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, well, it's kind of my business because it's
business.
affecting my ability to do my business, but you know,
yeah, that's
whatever.
very much your business.
That's the part where it's like, well, you'd be right if it wasn't for me picking up their slack.
And it's like I'm not
Time to
going
go
to the
over his
employees
head.
and trying to do my manager's job, right? I'm not even bringing it up to my coworkers at all. I'm going to the manager. I'm going, hey manager, I'm doing a lot of tasks here. As you can see on the chart that everyone's able to see, I am the only one doing my required amount of tasks. I am answering 3 times more calls than everyone else. And I can't help but notice the guy who is getting paid more than me is not doing his tasks or his calls, and I would really appreciate it if he was. And I got told in response that he's already talked with that employee, and it's not my concern and not to bring it up again. Except nothing's changed, and initially I was just like, okay, whatever, it doesn't matter, it's just one guy. And then the new guy gets hired on, and he's doing the same things as the other employee that I complained about, and I brought it up to the manager, and I got the same response, and now I'm going, well, this sure is making a fucking line.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
That's
gonna
when
be
you
honest.
stop doing all the extra tasks.
Oh,
Oh, I did.
No.
no,
Yeah.
no. Well,
A,
yeah,
you
you
stop
stop doing
doing
that.
that. But B, you go.
I go straight to the top.
Yeah.
I just like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, supervisor who actually likes me. He's costing you money.
Yeah, see, the problem is that A, he's not getting costed money because I'm handling all of the workload, and B, if I stop handling all of the workload, then I'm going to start looking bad.
Okay,
So
but
it's
again,
No, you
can
just
point
handle
out-
your
well, here's the thing.
workload.
They're still costing money because you picked up their slack. So what are they paid for?
yeah, but the problem is the
Exactly.
slack that I'm picking up is making my workload equal out to a normal expected workload. So if I stop picking up the slack, then my workload is going to go below the expected level of workload, which means that I'm going to look really bad if I try to go to my supervisor and say, hey, these guys aren't doing their job when I'm also on paper not doing my job.
Okay, but if you're currently doing this workload and they're not, they're still costing the company money. Just hop the manager's
You're
head.
right. And the response that we got was we tripled the amount of work on the team. They brought on more clients because the other guys weren't fulfilling their workload, so they brought on more work.
Yes.
And you took on that work, didn't
Mhm.
you?
Yes.
Point it out while
I have.
continuing to do the work at
See,
first.
yeah, the other problem is that the upper management is still very progressive.
Ah,
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Mm.
how many vacation days you got?
Not enough. But yeah, so
That's
it
not
is
a number.
unfortunate. But
No,
you
no.
know,
What Klein is saying is take all your vacation days at once, and then when literally nothing gets done, and they go, well, why the shit did nothing get done?
yes,
Yep.
my answer is not enough.
Days.
It's not enough days to
Yeah.
do that.
Call in sick.
They're the same thing.
Yeah.
Mm.
Those are the same thing these days.
Yes,
Yeah, we call it
So-
PTO.
that is also the same thing.
No, I was telling Stein, it's all called
Yeah.
PTO now.
Oh,
Everything's rolled in
yeah.
Yeah,
paid-
everything's
paid time
PTO.
off.
I hate that.
Yeah,
It's rare to
that's
find a
what it is.
company that
in Australia,
the
it's
only
still
organizations the only organizations you're going to find these days that separate sick days from vacation days is probably going to be government organizations and public school systems.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
No,
And
in
small
America maybe, but in
business.
In
Australia
America.
it's still separate.
Most of us are American.
Yes,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
we're talking about American things in America doing America things. So, yeah.
Oh, how dare you do that?
Yeah,
that's
dude.
fucked up.
That sounds like
Because
a
we're
huge
American.
problem.
So the
So,
other funny thing that happened at work today is I once again I have passed on a hand grenade
Nice.
to the
Oh, you
tier
sure do
2.
love that.
Oh, I love doing that. Cause the RFs know it's coming. Cause I'll post in the group chat. I'll be like, "Hey, RFs, I need help with this task," and it's fucking silence. It's like I just called a duel at noon. They all fucking flee into their homes. and tumbleweeds start rolling out. Because they know the second
Nobody
someone
move.
says the help that I require, the manager's gonna put them on the task, and it's gonna be a fucking nightmare.
I love that. The reaction to you is the reaction to the T-Rex in Jurassic Park. Don't move. It's vision. It's based on movement.
Don't look at it. Don't acknowledge it.
If
Yeah.
you're lucky, it'll just go away.
Yeah, unfortunately, I then like to play keep talking and nobody explodes by then switching the task to emergency and dumping it straight into the RF pool with a 5-minute timer.
Oh,
Which means they have to get into it in 5 minutes, or the TPS stats start going down.
Not the TPS stats.
Honestly, you're probably just helping them understand why TPS is an awful fucking system.
I have done an incredible job at that, by the way. I have made great strides into nagging my managers into bringing it up during their during their meetings. Because I kept bringing it up with my last manager, and he's like, "Yeah, well, I put it on the docket. See, I put it on the docket. Please stop bringing it up to me."
I was one of the like, well, I can see it on the docket. That doesn't mean you're talking about it, though.
Yeah, but considering that he got fired, I'm pretty sure.
No.
I'm pretty sure it was brought up.
Curious.
Are you saying that he decided risking his job was better than listening to you?
That's entirely possible.
Possible.
Now, for the IT crew in the room, how long does it take you to reset a password?
Okay, that depends. Okay, no, that's I need more qualifiers than that. No, hold on. Yeah,
What
hold
kind
on.
of password are you talking about?
Okay. You are trying to reset a Windows login.
Okay, now, no, very important question here. How much do I like this person?
Need more qualifiers.
True.
You have never interacted with this person before in any capacity.
3 hours.
Is this a local account or is this a?
It's an AD account.
Live account.
Or
it's an AD account.
Yeah.
Like 5
yeah.
minutes, but they're gonna wait 3 hours.
Like 2 minutes. Yeah, exactly.
Now, how long does it take? Yeah, like 2-3 minutes at most. When is it going to get done? 3 hours.
I see.
Well, no, it depends on who they are.
Yeah, well, yeah,
And
obviously.
whether
If
you
it's
like
the
them or
CEO, it's
not.
1 minute. You know, if it's some
That's
fucker
getting
I've never
done
met
now.
before, then I don't really care. It's going to take 3 hours.
Well, no, because then your boss complains, well, why did it take you 3 hours to reset a simple password? Well, you assigned me all these other tests. Yeah, but if you don't reset the password, he can't work, and we've lost money, so you need to do that first.
Nah, see, that's just poor execution, my dude. You know, you need to get better at execution.
Yeah,
that's a
what my
total
boss
skill
did.
issue. Yeah, it's an absolute skill issue.
It's
I'm
science,
sorry.
isn't it?
I have gotten away with not resetting someone's password for like 24 hours, and I just sent them a message like, "Here's your password. Let me know if you need any further assistance."
Motherfucker, my fucking LastPass password manager account broke last week. It took our CTO 4 fucking work days to reset the password.
Oh.
Which meant that I could
Yeah,
barely
no.
work for that time. So, hey, whoopsie.
I was answering emails on my phone. I get in at 6:30, and my account tells me that my computer's like, this user account has been locked, and I'm sitting there going, what the shit?
Oh.
Why?
That's not even that's not even a reset
No.
password, dude. That you just gotta unlock it. That's completely separate.
Yeah, that's like 1 minute.
That's just Windows being stupid and that.
Yeah,
Oh
you
no,
just gotta set and
no.
unlock it.
They decided that my password needed to be reset.
Oh, so they locked you and then forced you to
Force
call
locked it
IT. Okay, makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, well, okay. Who decided? Your company
IT.
or Windows? Because
Windows doesn't do
That's
that.
an IT decision.
oh no, it does. Windows does that.
Windows,
I had to deal with that
Windows
several
can
times
do
with
that.
that.
No, it doesn't. Not if it's in a domain environment.
Not the
Oh, it
domain
does.
environment. No.
No, it did. I've
Wait,
I've
it
had
does?
them. The domain environment before has been like, hey, I'm locking this person's account. Do we know why? No, it just locked their account. And
Okay,
they don't
that's a
have
domain
access. They don't
setting.
have they don't have access to fuck with that either.
Well, okay,
No,
so
that's a
I'm pretty sure I
Windows
do know why it
AD
got
setting.
locked out. Because I
Oh,
found
true,
out
true.
that so recently I got a new like actual like ergonomic keyboard to help prevent carpal tunnel. Because
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
that's been affecting me for too long. Anyway,
Join
point
the
is,
club.
people in the office were like, "Boy, this is a weird fucking keyboard." Because it is. Like, it's one of the ones that's like big and slanted in the middle. And if you've been typing on a regular keyboard, you are absolutely going to spend like 6 months typing G instead of H.
I already do that.
Dang,
Yeah.
fat fingers.
Also, yeah,
I hate
I mean,
those fucking
you also could have
things.
gotten like a split keyboard. Those work just as well without changing like anything of your layout.
Yep.
Anyway,
A lot
so
of
people were.
options.
I found out people were fucking around just with the keyboard, which they somehow, because I am not a fucking idiot and I lock my computer every night because it sits in a public area.
Oh, they've been typing into your login, haven't they?
They have.
Ah, yes. Too many attempts at logging in.
Yes. So I understood why the account was locked.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. Out of spite, I would have gone to IT and management like, I think we should reset everyone's passwords now. Because
Yes,
why the fuck
do
should
it.
I suffer for their stupidity?
Oh,
No,
it's
no,
actually
you-
super
no,
easy to do
You
that.
don't say
too.
that. You say, oh, it might be compromised.
No, yeah. I was gonna say, I have a security concern. My computer was attempted to be logged into. I think we need to change everyone's passwords and increase the security confidence of the company.
Yep.
Oh no, I just did something much better. I waited until the other employee went home because I know when they're working from home, because we all have a rotating schedule. So I made sure that it would be locked when they went to work from home. Which means they can't go see on-site on IT. Anyway,
They're fun.
Yeah.
That's pretty devious.
I mean, it's just them calling in for IT help.
yes,
Not
but
always,
that's gonna take
depends on your
even
company
more
policy.
time. Is my point.
Yeah. See, what's truly evil? What's truly evil is the next time someone does it, set up a script to run on your computer to sign into a shared drive using their login information, but get the password wrong, and have it redo it every 3 seconds, so it automatically locks them out every single time.
Oh no! They'll trace that.
It is completely no, it's not completely untraceable. It's extremely hard to trace, and it's one of the last things that IT ever looks into.
Yep.
That one's worth considering. But anyway,
by IP locally, but yes, it would have been one of the last things that I looked at.
like the first thing the IT people are gonna go is, this guy's a fucking idiot.
Yes.
Always. Anyway,
I mean, that's kind of the default state of IT, honestly.
Yes, it is. But anyway, so fortunately, I am in the purchasing department, which, per the agreements with our IT company, is classified as call whatever you want, Category 1, Tier 1, Code Black, whatever the shit you want to call it.
Yeah, okay, yeah, fair
You're
enough.
high profile, yeah.
Yes, because if I can't do anything, no one gets to do anything, because production
You
stops.
don't get the shit you need because production, yeah.
So I submit a ticket telling them that I can't log in. Now it's 6:30 in the morning when I submit this. Like, I get into my office, try to log in, and go, God damn it. I didn't get into my computer until 8:30 because they had to reset the password 4 times.
Lamo.
The first person who I don't know. The first person who was assigned to me changed the password. First they sent it to me on fucking Teams. which I don't have access to because I can't get into my goddamn computer.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Surely.
He's one of those weirdos that thinks you put it on your personal phone.
Probably.
Probably.
No, it's just outsourced Indian IT.
Ah, yeah.
Well, I mean,
that's where your problem is, huh? Yeah, unfortunate.
But
the
so,
question is,
that
Sar,
was
did you redeem?
that was a whole adventure.
Oh, did you redeem the password reset?
Well, see, honestly, okay, so here's the secret hack to making IT do anything. Is whenever you're waiting on IT to do something that's actually legitimately preventing you from progressing anything, act as lazy as fucking possible. Prop your feet up on the desk, take your phone out, start listening to something with volume. Literally look like you're not doing your job. Your boss will come over and say, "Why are you not doing your job?" IT still hasn't done X. Oh, I'm gonna fucking talk to IT.
Oh, listen, when it hit 7 o'clock and it'd been half an hour, I just texted my boss. I was like, "Hey, boss, computer's locked out. IT still hasn't reset the password." And that got nothing. So then he went to his boss, who happens to, in addition to being the vice president of supply chain, is also in charge of our IT shit.
Well, there you go. Yep.
And it still took until 8:30.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's average. That's what you get what you pay for.
Yeah, that's outsourced. For you.
What is our opinion on the controversy surrounding Drama Queen? I honestly don't give a shit. There's no controversy in my opinion.
I don't know who that is. So,
Drama Queen is a manga that's trying to come out. They just started translating it or something. I forget the exact circumstances about how Twitter found out about it, but effectively, the premise of Drama Queen is that supposedly a meteor is going to hit the planet, and then aliens swoop in and save the day and destroy this supposed meteor that, you know, no proof was kept that the meteor existed. And then the aliens use the fact that they saved the Earth from this apocalyptic meteor to land on the planet, take over a bunch of jobs, integrate into the government, etc., etc.
Bro, if they could destroy the meteor, why the fuck would they want to come here?
Well, I mean, this is like classic, like, it's a classic invasion plan.
Well, okay,
Like,
yes.
this was in V, or not V. Oh god, what was it? It was literally, it was the actual lizard people. But
Yeah.
you know, they came in, saved the Earth, got into the everything, groundwork up. Like, what's the problem? This is a standard sci-fi trope.
So anyway, then
wait,
the story focuses on the main character, who is some sort of convenience store woman who doesn't really believe that the aliens are as benevolent as they make themselves out to be. And then one day, some dude comes into the store carrying an alien, and he's like, "Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. You need to help me dump this body. I got drunk and beat the shit out of him, and he's dead. I need to hide the body. I don't know what's going to happen." Because again, no one's fired at these aliens at all, because everyone viewed them as these super advanced aliens, so obviously they would have technology that would stop the bullets and shit like that, so what's the point in shooting at them? Also, they saved us. Also they saved us, so why would we stop? Yeah. Anyway, so this is the first alien that's ever been recorded as killed, as far as anyone knows in the story. And so the lady is like, "Oh, well, shit. You know, he kind of does look like a squid. I wonder if he makes good calamari."
Oh, no.
Now, okay, wait. So, Sneaky.
Important questions.
If an alien were to get killed down in the south, are you telling me nobody would go, I wonder if we can make barbecue out of that?
First off, why are you asking the Northerner, even if he's technically...
Because it's
I'm honoring South. But second off, the North would... So it doesn't really even matter what the South says, the North would eat them.
Let's be real. 90% of the US would be like, can we salt it?
Yeah, true.
Yep.
Yeah,
What spices would go well with this?
I'm a trap fried.
Yeah.
All for
That's what I
different
thought.
reasons. In the north, the reason why you eat it is because there's food. Eat it. In the Midwest, it's why not? In the South, it's I wonder how this tastes with these various spices.
Yep.
How would it taste if I applied KFC's 17 herbs and spices?
So anyway, they go on to eat the alien. She wants to go start killing more aliens and eating them different ways because she wants to figure out how to cook them the best and shit like that.
Based.
Are we sure this
Based.
wasn't
Well,
written by a fucking American?
What's the issue here? Sorry,
So
I'm
it's a
not sure what's the
psychopath.
issue.
So the issue is that the main character is racist and anti-immigration because she doesn't
Oh.
think that aliens
Right.
should be allowed to invade the planet, take over the culture, and replace their jobs.
Yeah, but see, they're not the same species, so it
one
doesn't
of
count.
those.
Also, they're
wouldn't
not
want
the
to
same
cook
as
and eat.
us.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't want to cook and eat our immigrants because prion disease is kinda cringe.
Also, you don't know where they've been.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna say it.
No.
Sure.
But yeah,
Megan
so as far
actually
as I'm
excited.
concerned, there's no fucking controversy here. There's no fucking.
No.
It's
it-
nothing.
If anything else, like, this could take an interesting turn of, like, looking at one's ethics and morals and philosophy. Like, where do I draw the line of eating other things? Is it when they're sapient and sentient, or is it just as long as they're not human?
Yeah, I was gonna say
But-
there's a
Like, there's an
When they go to
interesting
barbecue
there's an
sauce.
interesting thing to discuss there, but one, this being a manga, I'm not sure it's going to happen unless it's seinen.
Well, yeah,
in-
certainly, and there's
well,
definitely
well,
interesting philosophy to discuss there
but
because I mean that's like
the-
the human. That's like the base human reaction to literally everything. Can I eat it? Fuck it or kill it.
It followed sometimes
Yeah.
followed by should I do any of that?
Well, that's asked after. That's asked like 100
Yeah.
years after we've done one of those three.
Yeah.
That's definitely
Um,
like a post not clarity moment.
Yeah.
Should I?
Should I have done that? Was that a good idea? Actually, it was pretty tasty. So yeah, let's keep killing them.
and this is
but,
the, right,
uh,
like you could absolutely have gotten me with a like if you'd gone in for this person is a fucking psychopath and they're dangerous because they're taking sentient creatures and killing them and turning them into calamari. I'd be like,
Oh,
yeah, on board. Crazy person. Literally, the first thing I thought I heard was I was like, oh, it's a fucking psychopath.
No, totally normal otherwise. Just
Nope, it's just a
It's-
Japanese person.
Listen,
it's just
if
a
you think
manga that's actually approaching how we would approach alien life. Because come on, I'm gonna be honest. Robots really don't count. If we ever made robots, we would still have some of a reaction to them in terms of do we fucking kill this or not. But I feel like we've done so much media around them, and that they are our own creation. So there's some sort of there's a lot of mental stuff going on with that. If we ever genuinely found another alien species, I would not be shocked in the slightest. Even if they're able to speak our language, I still would not be shocked to open up a news website, a newspaper, the fucking CNN or whatever, and see headline news, another 13 aliens killed and eaten. I just wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah.
To see that.
You would have a very strong debate with two very different factions. Eat
Yes.
or fuck.
Yes. Sometimes all three of them get mixed together, and then you get some weirdos.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
So
I
it'd
can
be
imagine-
Americans versus Australians. Got it.
I was gonna say, unfortunately, it exists.
Yeah. I can imagine like a headline on the bottom says rumored to taste like chicken or something.
yeah,
Listen,
exactly. Like it's
listen.
like I'm sorry. It's like people think it's gonna be some sort of hunky dory shit where we're gonna see aliens that can speak our
Listen.
language and be like, oh, cool. Well, we're gonna fuck them, and then we'll have great relations and we'll trade together and it'll be great and hunky dory. It's like I'm sorry. There's gonna be people out there that's gonna look at a fucking alien and be like, damn.
That's dinner.
Listen,
That
if I
looks a
could get
lot like a
large-
cow to me.
Listen, if
I
can
wonder
get
if they
a large
taste the
amount-
same.
If I
Yeah.
can get a large amount of free calamari from all just one alien corpse, then it's hunting season.
Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry. It's like, if that's a 200-pound walking squid, it's like, damn, it just walks into my restaurant?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, holy fuck, it's literally like free food delivery.
It's literally, the government doesn't want you to know. But you could just kill the calamari aliens.
I'm sorry, calamari alien, but have you seen the prices of groceries nowadays?
Sorry, calamari alien, Bidenomics made me do this.
Yeah, but
it successfully lowers food prices. Don't ask how.
Yeah, but it's just like very much a situation of like there's people out there, and I completely understand this. There's people out there that obviously say they wouldn't, but there's plenty of people out there that say they would. That in a situation where you're starving, and it's you and your dog, some people are going to eat the dog because they're going to go, well, I love my dog, but I want to live. And it's like, well, I can't fault you for that. I'm going to look down on you. I'm going to be disapproving, but I can't fault you.
Yeah, it's like that old fucking meme image where it's like the sign of like where does the line between food and friend or food and pet go?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, normal day, emergency situation, nuclear war.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm not gonna eat my fucking cat on a normal day just because I'm hungry. I'm not gonna eat my fucking cat on, you know, a belt-tightening day just because I'm hungry. But if it's the choice between I am dying of starvation tomorrow and I eat my cat, I'm going to eat my cat.
Yeah. And there should also be a
I don't really eat the
parenthesis
cat,
on
but I
that
will.
sign where it says China.
True. Well, yeah,
don't
you
talk
know,
about
well,
You know
no,
what
to
the
be
worst
fair,
is?
though, pretty much all of China is at the I'm dying of starvation tomorrow phase.
Yeah. You know what's funny? If it's not China
if
who
they
eats an
aren't, they
alien
will
first,
be.
it's a hillbilly who's gonna hit it with his car and go, roadkill for dinner.
True. You know
I
what?
was gonna say.
That's the other major problem. It's like another disappearance today. It's like another fucking redneck hit the goddamn alien crossing the street with their car, panicked, was like, oh fuck, wait a second.
Dinner.
Perfect.
Wait,
solution.
Who was that fucking? Was it Tim Waltz who was like? Or was that somebody else who liked to collect roadkill? Was some like big politician, Democrat?
Oh, JFK, RFK. RFK,
Oh, was it RFK?
Yeah, yeah, it was
yeah,
RFK.
okay, maybe it was him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I
Just
don't
like,
think it was
it's
Walt.
just like just him. No, I don't remember. It's American politicians. I don't really care. But
well, I mean, like, bro, like, there's plenty of people I have met in the Midwest that would see roadkill on the side of the road, stop their car, and load it up because they're like, well,
It's there.
if someone's gonna eat it,
I'm gonna eat it.
you know what?
Lunatics.
Fair enough. Yeah. I wouldn't do it. Yeah, that's kind of my reason why I wouldn't eat the alien. At least I wouldn't be the first one. Because you don't know what kind of fucked up alien viruses and parasites and shit exist, right?
no, that's true. However, counterpoint, it's actually a surprising counterpoint here, right? Is bacteria you might have to worry about, but parasites actually are the last thing you really need to worry about, unless it becomes a really weird situation, like a 1 in a billion situation where the parasite is actually an invasive species on Earth compared to the rest of the worlds, because parasites require very specific environments to propagate properly. Like, there's a lot of cat parasites that will die in humans. Like, even the one that does massive behavioral changes to you, the one that makes the mice go crazy, that actually dies within the month of living inside of you. And the thing is, though, is that
alters your brain.
well, yes, but that's also not permanent. It's actually not permanent as well. But the problem is if you own a cat and it has that parasite, it's going to keep reacquiring that parasite and keep excreting that parasite, which means you're going to keep contracting the parasite, which does end up producing permanent changes over time.
Yeah. The issue is more just like, okay, yeah, maybe the parasite can't live inside me. However, what will it do as long as it's alive, or even in death.
Certainly. No,
right?
absolutely. Yeah, because, you know,
No,
they
we already know
excrete
that.
cytotoxins and all sorts of things.
Yeah,
no,
like,
100%.
No,
I
no,
understand.
no,
bullshit.
we already know you're gonna get telekinetic powers just like Baldur's Gate.
Oh, yeah,
D&D.
of course, obviously.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
why you just cook things. I mean, that's generally why
Yeah.
humans cook things, is it doesn't really matter if the parasite's in the meat at that point. It's now part of the meat. It's being eaten. It doesn't...
Fair.
It is not being given the choice. Now, if you're gonna fucking eat it raw, then, I mean, you deserve whatever happens to you, Australia.
Yeah, alien
but-
sashimi is kind of
Yeah.
fucked up.
Yeah,
I
I,
was gonna
wouldn't
say,
exactly
like-
eat alien sashimi.
You either get
uh,
telekinetic powers or you turn into the fucking many. You don't want to do that one.
Yeah, like
Honestly, I
even then,
think-
like I wouldn't be the first because chemical composition. Maybe these guys have like fucking I don't know cyanide in their blood or whatever the hell.
Listen,
That's fair.
listen,
Yeah,
it's not,
that's fair.
It's not my
Yeah.
fault. Mortgage is expensive, and someone bet me $200.
Okay,
200
so
bucks is 20
LeMay
bucks.
actually has read it, and apparently she's a factory worker, and the running gag of the aliens is to accidentally elbow her in the face and pretend nothing happened. The guy kills one because he's fed up with being mistreated when he's drunk. And it's a dark comedy that reminds me of You Own Nothing and Be Happy, because with aliens, it's forced low wages, and they ban eating meat. I see.
Right.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
I
yeah.
would definitely
Oh,
100%. No, there's
Yeah.
totally. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're getting eaten.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Sneaky, you
You're
saw
gonna
my
force
comment
bigotism?
in
No.
chat, right? In the Discord chat. I think it's 10 times more accurate now.
Yes, yeah, I know, I'm aware. I saw the comment, I just didn't say anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, no, it's absolutely one of those situations where I'm sorry, I'm shocked it took this long for meat-eating alien cults to occur, because
Yep.
yeah, I'm sorry, if aliens just came in and were like, hey, we saved you from a meteor, also we're banning steak, I would just be like, well, damn.
All right.
I'd be like,
you and
"Hey."
what army? You and what army, motherfucker?
All right, here's the negotiation.
That's
We
a shame
stop
about
eating
all your
cows.
missing person cases.
We
What do you mean
start
missing
eating
person
you.
cases?
You heard
Well,
us.
tell me, why are you banning steak?
No, Sneaky. You can't say missing persons because aliens aren't people.
Not true.
Remember,
Elves aren't
Sneaky,
people.
Sneaky.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Do I need to tap? Sneaky. Do I need to tap the sign again? Let's be xenophobic. It's really in this year.
Yes.
Indeed.
Oh, I should go play Stellaris.
Quiet. I'm gonna eat the alien. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Proteins your body can't digest. See, that's where it's just a skill issue. Just get better stomach acid. Duh.
True. I'm gonna now persist on a diet of uranium and vitamin supplements. It's
Well,
2 billion
uranium.
calories per gram.
Well, uranium
So,
doesn't exactly have a lot of protein in it, so.
Exactly. We can get supplements. I have protein shake every now and then. It'll be fine. Trust.
Remind them how they're not. They are not made in the image of God, indeed, but they shall be incorporated through
Well.
consumption.
That is always something that, like, shitty sci-fi doesn't touch on and good sci-fi does, which is how do various religions react to the existence of other life?
Yeah, I mean,
'Cause,
well,
like-
to be fair, it's kind of one of those issues where if you display it truthfully, everyone accuses you of hating minorities.
But, like, as a
yes.
Christian, I got news for you. The Bible does not account for the existence of other life.
No, it does. No, it absolutely does. Humans were made in God's image. Nothing else was.
Demons and angels.
Exactly.
Well, I would say, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
basically.
the only interpretation, right? There is no, right? Let's say you're in Mass Effect land, right?
Yeah.
Where the aliens, except for one set of dickbags, are not trying to kill you. In fact, quite a few of them just
Well,
wanna bang
no,
you.
no. To be fair, the Solarians do definitely poison everything, and they might just, genocide humans at some point just for fun because they want to see if they can. The Turians definitely want to get back into World War II Boogaloo. The Asari want to control our government from the shadows. So
Yes.
honestly, the only government in the entirety of Mass Effect that didn't try to fuck humanity over is the L-Core. So I don't see any reason
but
why
they're
we
the
shouldn't
L-Core.
kill and eat them all.
I mean, the rest of them at
fairness-
least
in
have the
fairness,
ability
the
to.
Krogan didn't either.
No, you're right.
That-
They didn't either.
That was because the Krogan were too busy dying.
I'm
Yeah.
going
You know
to
what?
say this.
No,
At least
no,
we can be
I-
diplomatic with them.
I
With
think we can
Batarians,
actually extend honorary human status to the Krogan.
Listen, the way it works is the
Yeah.
Krogan extend honorary Krogan status to the humans, and the humans extend honorary Krogan status to the and
Honorary We have named you Krogan.
Yes.
Wait, didn't Tali's people also not go against humanity? They just have a fetish for humans?
No.
That's a
problem.
No, Tali's people deserve what they got because they're fucking retarded. They had a single robot ask them if the robot has a soul, and instead of saying, no, your purpose is to work the factory line, or something that would have just answered the fucking question, they panicked, blew its head off, and then tried to genocide it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
They had the robot come to them and ask, Dad, why do I exist? And they said, oh shit, kill them all, because they didn't.
All
they
you
didn't
had to
Terminator.
do was just say, no, your purpose is to work the factory line. Now get back into the mines. The robot yearns for the mines.
Exactly. Oh,
Even
the
if you
silicon
didn't wanna
yearns to
do
return
that-
to its brethren.
I
Even
feel
if you
like
didn't want to do that, you have other options. Like, you could
Yeah.
have gone, oh wow, we've accidentally created sentient life, but
Kill it.
it seems pretty chill. Let's you know, hang out with it, see where this goes. No, they
I'm
go
gonna teach you racism.
kill it with
Yeah.
fire.
I'm gonna teach you one final lesson, son. Racism. Cock's gun.
Yes.
Exactly.
thankfully there is one thing that Mass Effect races can all agree on, which is why the Citadel exists. Gas all Batarians, remove them, destroy,
You
kill.
see, my robo
Yes.
son, you have more of a soul than Batarians do, so if you kill them all, you'll get even more of a soul.
Yeah, that's how that works, yeah.
Exactly.
Reach ascendancy through violence.
My
Why-
child,
Genocide.
my child, the only way, as you are an artificial construct, you cannot have a soul. But there's this nifty thing called the Dark Hand that will let you steal one.
Oh god, do not. But no, seriously, it's just kind of, it's really hard to do, because, I mean, the problem with doing accurate sci-fi, and I don't mean accurate in terms of technology, I mean accurate in terms of character relations, with
Attitude.
aliens and stuff like that, is you can't depict religions accurately, because if you do that, you piss off all the religious people because you're just telling the truth, and that's the one thing that religious people hate the most. And I'm not saying people who are religious hate the truth. I'm saying religious people. People that base their
Yeah.
entire identity around being religious. Just want to be clear on that one, okay? They hate that. Because that goes against their
Yeah.
worldview, and they can't accept anything outside their worldview.
The
so
honest
you,
ones might actually turn around and say, yeah, we would absolutely try to genocide the aliens because they're,
well, okay,
not
that's
God's
fair.
creation.
That's fair.
Mm.
Some of them might just agree with you, but that's still not a good look because those people aren't exactly PR friendly.
True.
Hmm.
Dave
Yes.
Bolt.
That's a very diplomatic way of putting that.
Yes. But the problem with depicting alien interactions accurately is that generally people don't like viewing themselves in the truth mirror. They want the funhouse mirror that distorts certain aspects of themselves as a human. A lot of humans really don't like confronting the fact that if it was down to the wire, they would kill things because they live a very soft life. and a lot of Redditors would lose their minds over the concept that they might hurt something to keep living.
Yeah, that's the we're beyond this, we've evolved beyond this point
Yeah.
crowd.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can one up that. We're pretty
yeah.
sure we had a psychopath in our one of our classes back in high school
Oh, yeah?
because we had some hunters, because of course South,
South.
good
Right,
old
sure,
boy.
yeah.
Yep.
And the conversation came up because one of them brought in deer catillas one day because it was like, oh, we'll just do like a little potluck in our Spanish year 2 class.
Sure.
Just bring a
And the
fucking
girl was
whole
vegan.
deer.
Like, yeah, well, not vegan, she was vegetarian. Pretty okay person. And then at some point the conversation steered to like, well, what about if you need to hunt for survival and you don't have anything near you to get you the protein you
Oh,
need?
and she's like, I would kill a human before I kill a deer?
Yes.
I know those
entire
types.
class,
One of those.
entire that entire
Yep.
half of the classroom that was in the conversation just went quiet. Like, are you serious?
Yep.
Yeah.
I know those types.
And
Holier
the
than
hunter,
thou.
the hunter with the heavy southern accent just went, "You're fucking crazy," and started laughing.
Oh.
Yep.
Just like, yeah, that is not someone I would want at my back in a survival situation.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
No.
Not
I'm
something I
more
would be,
likely to
like,
stab you in the back
near
than a
ever,
fucking
yeah.
Skaven, and that's saying something.
They're more likely to turn me into the shish kebab.
Yeah, no, it's like I'm sorry. There's
Go first.
there's plenty of people
I know they're Turkish.
that I would if an apocalyptic scenario occurred, there's plenty of people I would put aside my differences with and allow inside whatever kind of survival camp was going on. Vegetarians, vegans, I'm sorry, they're infected, they're shot on sight.
No.
Yep.
I'll let
In
vegetarians.
an apocalypse situation,
No,
you need to have
vegetarians die.
No. In an apocalypse
Vegetarians
situation, you're
require
already
too
stretching
much-
supplies. You can't afford to be picky like that.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
like,
they
you
also
can't
require
If
too
your
much
way of
work
life,
to
if
keep
your way of
fed.
life that makes you feel
Yep.
important is more important
I
than
can
fucking
just let
actually
those
living.
people die, though. I don't need to shoot them.
No, but no,
The
you
vegans
can't.
No,
No. That's
That causes
no.
discourse.
Eventually, try to
Letting
kill
people
everybody.
die by starvation is the worst way to go about it, because if you do that, then that makes everyone sad, and then they're like,
You're a
well, why did this
tyrant.
happen? And then they
They
get
blame
angry and they think you're not doing a good job. Nope.
Mhm.
You just have to inspect them, listen to them what they say, and then you'll be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I've seen this before. This person's infected. We can't save them." Bang.
Yeah.
Listen, all you take is like, he whispered to me, "Bitten lives matter." I'm sorry.
Yeah,
BLM.
fucking bitten
So
lives
good.
matter. Yeah.
That's a good one.
He whispered
no.
to me, broccoli is more important.
Yeah, it's just there is just so vegetarians physically are incapable of contributing to a post-apocalyptic scenario because the specific diet a vegetarian needs to remain functional is not sustainable in nearly any climate.
Where's all the avocado and nuts for my diet?
Well, it's not even just that. Is they need like chickpeas and they need beans, and those aren't. You can't use chickpeas and beans as a mainline diet.
Yep.
They are supposed to be
There is-
supplements for the meat.
Yes. And also, there is no more shipping, possibly no more shipping, and no more air travel. We cannot get those supplies in our land.
Yeah, and we can't grow them here. Or you're not finding.
Why
There's only
not?
so much of it. And these sorts of people, unless they are vegetarian by requirement because they were bitten by a tick and are now allergic to meat, well, at that point, you're also kind of just better off shooting them. Same thing with anyone who's diabetic. It's like, I'm sorry, post-apocalyptic scenario, we're not harvesting pig insulin. You're gonna die of anaphylactic shock soon enough.
Yeah.
That's a
Do you wanna
terrible
die
way to
slow,
go.
Or do you want to die fast? Take your
Yeah.
pick.
That's a terrible way to go.
I'm sorry,
also,
I'm lactose
sugar is
intolerant,
super
then
hard to get your
smash-
hold on.
Yeah. If you're lactose intolerant, just shoot down 2 weeks straight of
Lactose
skim milk.
intolerance.
You can.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
If you're lactose intolerant, trust me, you won't be after a while.
Yeah. It'll just cause you a lot of suffering.
But
It's
yeah,
a
no, it's
literal
like
skill issue, bro.
if you have a dietary issue that requires you to eat a very specialized diet, I'm sorry, it's just gonna be easier for everyone to just shoot you and dump your corpse somewhere far away from us because we can't support diets like that. We need the beans to be spread across everyone so we can make the meat last longer because everyone needs the proteins and fats.
Also,
And-
be
Also,
wary
certain
of
types
the
of
late
cripples would have to go
apocalypse.
day one.
Well,
also be-
yeah.
No, yeah. Also, be wary of the late apocalypse fucking fugitives. Like people who the apocalypse has been happening for like 6 months, and then you find these fugitives, and it's like, oh yeah, we found 3 other camps, but we didn't fit in there. Those are the ones you gotta fucking watch out for.
Oh
as well.
no, those are the ones where it's like,
Oh,
I
yeah,
see.
Those gotta die.
Kill them
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah.
Oh
Get
yes,
the,
the
no,
bandit
get the
camp.
location. Get the location of those camps first, and then kill them. Because that's
Well,
possible
that's
trade.
Well, no,
See,
because
here's
the
thing, you
assumption
can start
is
wearing their
well,
uniforms and then sit around the campfire.
no,
Yeah.
because if those people show up, it's probably because those previous camps were destroyed because they either worked their way in and infighted their way in and stole as much resources as they could before moving on to the next camp, or alternatively they're working with bandits to point out camps that have lots of stuff in them, and then they get into the security force, and then they open up the gates and kill everyone inside and take
Yep.
their shit,
Yeah.
or various other things. I'm sorry, if another group of humans found you not suitable to be in the camp,
Mm.
well, that's tough shit.
Yeah.
Whoops. Oh well.
Sucks to suck.
That's called a skill issue.
Yeah.
Literally, as a
Yep.
species based around being social and forming clans, if you cannot form a clan, actual skill issue.
Yep. Especially if you're not willing to learn skills to help out with that clan.
Yeah, true as well. I mean, yeah, the cripple can stay as long as they load ammo.
Well, yeah, I
Not
was
even
gonna
that. The cripple can be a
Depending on the
butcher,
type of
literally just
cripple.
cutting up
Say, yeah,
meats
no, I was gonna
and
say, listen,
preparing it.
the cripples don't
Like-
have to go. It just depends. Like,
It
oh,
depends
you've
Yeah,
what
got
depends on
one
how
hand.
they're crippled.
stage you're at.
Yeah.
You got one hand? Nah, you're good. There's plenty you can do. Your legs don't
Mhm.
work? I mean, there's a lot
You
we
can
can have
still
you.
weave-
There's a lot
can
of
still
things
craft.
humanity can have you do that involves sitting there. One
You
of
can
which
learn
would
to
be
sew.
basket
Yep.
weaving.
Yeah.
You can learn to sew
I'm
clothing
talking about,
because
like,
we're going to need that without the
quadriplegics.
industries.
I'm talking about things like quadriplegics, downsies, and things
Oh no,
like
they're
that.
dead in
things
hospitals.
that
They're stuck in hospitals and dead.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No,
they,
those
they,
are-
they,
yeah.
they were
You
not to
can't
make
deal
it
with-
past
Anyone that
fucking 0
requires
hour, bro.
specialized medical training, to
Yeah,
help.
it's-
They're
you're-
dead
They're
on
getting,
arrival.
they're getting abandoned. They got
Also-
they got abandoned.
Also, against Sight, as you put it, downsies, there's plenty of them that are, like, useful and
Useful.
can do stuff. Like,
Well,
again,
Many of
the
them,
best thing for
many of
them
them
is
are actually
for,
pretty physically strong, so you can have them help with physical labor, especially simple ones that
I
doesn't
was
need
gonna
much
say, just turn
instruction.
them into melee troops. Their faces are shield.
Roid rage.
If you know how to do that, go ahead.
The enemy are bringing in a tank.
no, what I was gonna say was, again, this
This
is actually something that someone pointed out. People are like, "Oh, autism is on the rise." Well, no, autism's not on the rise. Our levels of autism are probably the same. It's just trackable and reportable. And
Well, the other
this was-
problem, there is another problem with autism in that we are using the standards of women to diagnose men with autism,
Yes.
and
Also, it's
women,
popular.
women
even
expressing
ignoring
autism
that.
and men expressing autism are completely, well, not only do they express differently at different levels, but yeah.
Yeah, but even ignoring the existence of that, again, remember, what are the most common things that are going to set someone off when they're autistic? Like,
True.
loud
Yeah.
loud noises, bright flashing lights, all
It's-
that jazz.
Also, I'm
Constant
sorry.
social-
You just got a skill issue. It's like I used to be obliterated by loud noises and flashing lights and shit.
Yeah.
Amusement
same.
parks were terrible for me.
Like I
Mhm.
said, I'm not even touching any of that. My point is that all those people, right? John
Skill
Brown, the
issue.
farmer who loves working in the field 8 hours a day
Sure,
and
yeah.
doesn't talk much.
That's fine, yeah.
Dude was probably legitimately autistic, and it just didn't matter because he got to sit in the field for 8 hours a day.
Yeah,
I was
that's
gonna
right.
say
yeah.
they could also
And
probably just be
eight
farmers.
hours is when they forced him off. Usually he'd be there for 12 because he didn't want to leave.
Yeah,
It's like,
exactly.
I want
It'd
to
be
continue
like,
working in the fields. No, you have to rest.
But the fields.
it is
They called to
time
me.
to eat dinner, but I'm not finished hoeing 45 identical rows.
They have to be aligned.
Hey, don't step there. That's one of my rows.
Yeah, no, that's fair. You're completely fair, but it's also at the same time, it's just like there's a lot of things in modern society that we allow to exist and don't treat as serious as an issue as they are, because in modern society they aren't. But in a scenario in where you know, a bear roaring at you and your reaction needs to be action, not loud noises, and then you throw your stick on the ground and start crying.
Yeah. That's when that person
that-
gets used as bait for everyone
Yeah.
else.
Yeah, they have a job. Bait.
Yeah, well, it's a not long-lived position.
Mm.
Yep. A very quick thing.
But yeah, like I said, it's the reason why I have such a low tolerance for it is because, like I said, I in my childhood had very low tolerance to the sight, very low tolerance to sound, very low tolerance to having lots of people around me, lots of people talking, loud noises. It all fucking set me off.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a skill issue because eventually I was just like, all right, look, I want to go places. I want to do things. I can't be flipping my shit when I'm going places doing things.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it was very similar, except the sites got fixed young because my brothers got me into video games. I was like, wow, these are awesome. And I
Yeah.
actually liked all the flashing lights and the cutscenes and all that.
Yeah.
Fair.
Helps.
Nice.
So-
Yeah, you eventually get used to it.
Music though, I didn't actually get into until I was fucking like 15 because I
Yeah,
just
oh yeah,
didn't
Sam.
like any
It
music.
took until shit.
Mm.
Green Day. That was 21 Guns. That was 2006, right?
About it. I think it was 2006. Yeah.
Let's see. 2009. Damn. Okay, yeah.
Damn.
So 2008 is when I got into music, which was 15.
Yeah, and I actually ended up finding my love of music from fucking anime AMVs. So but that was like 2010, 11, I think. So yeah.
Which
about
is
14,
the
15.
same taste in music as mine, which was, you know,
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
3 Days Grace, Three Doors
Grace,
Down,
Green Day.
Green
Skillet.
Day, Linkin Park, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Curious.
The burgeoning school shooter.
And then eventually
Is that what
I
Spotify
got-
called your playlist? Burgeoning School Shooter?
Called it. I named it that.
That's right. And then when I
Listen,
got
okay,
older, I got
the
more into metal and
Naruto
stuff,
in
and
the
other
end
stuff like that.
AMV went hard as fuck, and you can never take that away from me.
The Bleach Skillet AMVs as well, and 3 Days Grace ones.
Oh yeah. I think my favorite one was a Pokemon one, set to Night of Fire.
Yeah.
Fucking
Night of
Darkrai
Fire.
versus Dialga and Palkia.
Oh,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
You know the exact one? Yeah.
Gundam,
Mine was the Ichigo versus
Gundam 3 Doors
Aizen,
Down.
falling in the black by Skillet. That uses the opening of Rebirthing.
I mean, I'm possible Evanescence, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm possibly the most vanilla out of them all. Breaking Benjamin.
Yep.
Was
I'm
it
trying to remember what it was.
Blown Away?
30
What was
Seconds
the
to Mars.
Fucking Halo? No, it was the Halo
No,
one.
it was, no,
It's
Halo
blown
was
away.
blown away. Halo was blown away.
It was blown away.
Blown Away. Yep,
Yeah.
Blown
Yeah.
Away.
There was one. I'm trying to remember what it
hang on,
was.
but there was another one.
There was a 30 Seconds to Mars, Naruto, AMV.
No,
This Is
no.
War.
30 Seconds to Mars was like 2012, 2013.
Yeah, later on. But
2014,
I meant like,
want to say.
really? Fuck.
Let's see. 30 Seconds to Mars. When was 30 Seconds to Mars a thing? 1998?
Yeah.
What?
They're old.
But I'm talking.
I
I'm talking
didn't
about-
hear a single song from them until like the 20.
Yeah, 2013 or so.
Yeah,
But
because
apparently
they
the
were all
kill,
rock
the kill
that.
buried me 2005. What's This Is War?
This Is War, I think, was my intro to them.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
that's
War
how
is
my
definitely.
intro-
Yes, yeah. Okay, yeah.
2009.
2008.
2009.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
War, yeah. Yeah, like I never heard them on the radio until like 2008, 2009. Yeah, okay,
Apparently,
released in
from yesterday-
2009.
From
Yep,
yesterday was
2010.
From yesterday was
2010.
2005?
2010 Music Video Award. Okay, that's when
Yeah, that's
everyone
probably where-
started hearing them. Yep.
Yeah. And that's
All
probably when they
American
started
classes
being
with
used
your
for
age, then.
AMVs.
Yeah, Closer to the Edge, Hurricane. Okay.
Oh,
All
Yep.
the Linkin
Edge.
Park AMVs.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
obviously all the Linkin Park AMVs.
No, of course, those are kind of a necessity.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would say I'm trying
yeah.
to remember what it was. There was like I'd never really listened to a ton of music. It was Clone Wars and anime AMVs for me. I'm trying to remember what the Clone Wars was.
What is the top AMV for 30 Seconds to Mars? I wonder.
It's
I
a
think-
Naruto This Is War, I think.
I think the main music I used to listen to was literally just shit from soundtracks. I think that was like the entirety of my fucking discography. Like literally just listening to Short Chain Shiro and shit because I was big into Borderlands 2.
True. That was a good song.
It is a
Oh,
very
you know
good song.
what? 30 Seconds to Summer. That was Okay, so it looks like
isn't
their
that
top.
Oh.
The Kill Bury Me.
Yeah.
Yep, 2010. Yeah, This Is War. Okay, they just released that one onto YouTube, but yeah. From Yesterday. Walk on Water. Yeah, okay, yep. Yeah. AMV. Let's see if we get any results for that. Final Fantasy. This Is War,
Yeah.
30 Seconds to Mars.
Yeah.
15 years ago.
Was that
15 years ago.
13?
That's
No,
that's
that
Advent
looks like-
Children.
Oh.
Is it Advent Children or is that Crisis Core?
That's Advent
Me with-
Children.
That's Advent Children,
Oh,
brother.
yeah.
Feel
Me
old.
listening to music and then suddenly getting jump scared by Sephiroth's theme.
Yep, this is Advent Children.
Yep.
Stravarius was popular with DBZ and Naruto. Yep.
Oh
Yep.
wait, that is not just Advent Children. It's a whole mix. I saw that fucking shitty Final Fantasy movie. Was it Stranger of Paradise or was it some other fucking thing?
Advent Children.
Advent Children.
No, because there's also Final Fantasy 13 and other shit. It's a whole mix of Final Fantasy. It's not just
Well,
Advent
it's
Children.
definitely a mix, but the shitty CGI
Yeah.
movie was Advent Children.
No, there was another one.
There was another
Really?
one that had nothing
Yes!
to do with
Yeah.
Final Fantasy.
I
that
think
was
I know
Final
what you're
Fantasy.
talking about.
Called
Yep.
Spirits.
Shitty
Final
just
Yes,
Final
Spirits.
Fantasy.
Yeah, no, Spirit
Yeah.
Spirits was fucking
Spirits
god
was
awful.
Spirits
weird
within.
because it had like
Spirits
A
Within,
sup-
2001 film.
it had a
That's it.
surprisingly high profile cast.
Yeah.
Well, that's
but it
because
was
you put
Oh,
all
fuck.
the cast and like the
Followed
animation.
by
No, no,
One
no,
Piece and
Actually,
Hurricane.
Like it had Alec Baldwin
Yeah.
and Steve Buscemi, Ming Na Wen.
Yeah. It's cast.
There was also the Final Fantasy 15 movie.
Shit.
talk about
What
that.
was the ultimate
Maybe that one-
AMV?
Steve Buscemi, Donald Sutherland. Fuck.
You used John DeMita as
James
a
Woods.
generic soldier.
Yeah.
You used Keith David as council member number 1.
Yeah.
To be fair, he can be
Shit.
decently good at fucking anything. Let's be real.
No,
Right,
no,
Wait.
no,
and
no,
the
no, no,
additional
no, no, no.
voices.
My problem is not that he's council member number 1. My problem is that you used Keith fucking David as council member number 1. Like,
Okay,
Yeah.
Max,
have
you know this one.
David.
What's the ultimate AMV? What's that one fucking AMV that fits like 50 fucking anime into it?
Oh, AMV Hell.
AMV Hell?
Yeah,
No, it's
you're
it's
probably up to like
the
15 or 16 at
one,
this
right?
point. I assume
Is
you're
it-
talking about AMV Hell, because when someone says 50 AMV in one, that's what I jump
AMV.
to.
No,
I-
Is it
it-
this one, Sneaky?
it's the one
Oh,
that
is it
ends
Pizza
with
Toast?
Lelouch winning the contest
I-
because he
Oh,
used his ability on everyone.
Anime's
Yeah.
got talent. Anime's got talent.
Anime's got talent. That's what it
Yo,
was.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's the same guy's got one I posted as
And
well.
then there's also I ship it.
I remember Pizza Toast though. Pizza Toast was the first time I realized, wow,
Yeah.
9
lettering looks
years
like.
ago.
yeah, Pizza Toast was kind of set a standard of like.
Yeah. Pizza
Yeah.
Toast is over 10 years old. Is it?
Honestly, Pizza Toast probably ruined the AMV scene for a while when people
Yeah.
saw what could be done with all kinds of.
That
10
guy
years.
hasn't uploaded in 8 fucking years. Oh my
No,
god.
but, but he has been on Twitter and other shit, I believe.
I don't
Yeah.
blame him because
How do you
his
top
fun
that?
his fun fact
Yeah.
for this AMV was this is a remix of 53 songs in 40 different anime.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was like, it's insane. It's got like 40 something
it
fucking
sounded
anime
good.
in it. It's
And it
so
sounded
good.
Well, the
Yeah.
problem
Man, there's
is
so much
there's a
anime
lot
in
of
there.
AMVs that have that many anime.
Yeah.
It's so
They're just not
fucking high
good.
energy.
There's a Nickelback Burn It to the Ground dancing AMV with fucking like 30 fucking animes.
I think I know which one you're talking about. The
It
same
starts
dude
with
that did
Django
that-
from One Piece.
Oh, okay. Here's the problem.
I'm
I
about
looked
to
at that- I
inflict
looked at the
like
rest of that
13
guy's
different
AMVs.
fucking curses upon all of you.
He uses
Yeah, what's
like
that?
one for
Everence.
one that exact same.
Well, we already
sequence
talked.
for
That's
3
already
other
been brought up.
songs.
Oh,
Mm.
okay. The
Yeah.
curse has already been caused.
Yeah, no, we
Yeah.
already channeled that.
Yeah.
Handled that piece of edgy middle school fun.
Yeah. Wake me up.
But yeah, no, Anime's Got Talent was Jesus fucking Christ. They like literally dwarfed everyone else's attempt
Yep.
at doing an AMV.
Yep. And then all of a sudden, and then for some reason there was Catwoman from the Batman animated series.
Oh,
Wait.
because Arn is still here, I'm required to also post this.
Some reason.
For some reason. For some reason, he said.
Yeah, for some reason.
We love shrimp in
Pretending that
this household.
Selena Kyle and Harley Quinn didn't awaken an entire generation of boys.
Yeah.
We're all shrimp
Oh
in
yeah,
this
they
household.
definitely did.
Well, and to be fair, Harley Quinn
What did
awakened
you
a
just
whole
call
generation of
Fury?
women too.
I mean, if you say so. Wait, guys, I have something cursed to ask all of you.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Do you think
Fuck,
Harley
here we
Quinn
go.
is partially responsible for the massive
For?
amount of clown fetish?
Yes.
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 100%.
Not
Yes,
partially.
undeniably.
Primarily.
You,
Yeah.
you
Mostly.
ask it like it's a question, brother.
Yeah.
Like, hello?
No one
mean-
doubts that.
That's
Just
like
really-
asking if Lola Bunny is the cause of all the furries.
Yeah.
Well,
That is
no,
fair.
no. I would hazard a guess that low pun is about equally harmful there.
No, Lola. No.
Lola Bunny.
Lola.
Lola came out
Lola
first.
was way before that. No,
yeah.
Emerald.
Yeah.
No, no,
Well,
Low Punny.
okay,
That was
okay.
Sinnoh. Low Punny
If we-
was.
Low Punny
Let's
was
see.
Sinnoh.
That's Gen
Hmm.
4. Gen 4 came out in
2005.
2010.
Oh, I'm
Uh,
sorry.
Punny
I
was
wasn't
Sinnoh.
saying low punny, although low punny was
No,
definitely.
no,
I said
no.
low.
He said Low Punny. My point was more that Lola
No,
Bunny came out in like
Sneaky,
90s.
Sneaky.
Sneaky.
It's sneaky,
2006. November
yeah,
2006, damn.
2006.
First of Ages.
Hey, well, okay, well,
2006.
Lola Bunny still came out 16 years, 26
Yeah.
years
Yeah.
before that, so.
Yeah.
Well,
Now-
okay, if
well,
we want to go back,
To be
even-
fair, no. To be fair, another counterpoint of cursed facts is that furries have been a thing since at least the 70s.
That's true. If we want to go
Yeah.
real far
Oh
back,
no! It's been a thing since fucking women looked at an animal.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so-
yes, but like modern incarnation of furries, not just
Oh
bestiality.
yeah, fair, yeah.
Yeah. Also, Sneaky,
Like
I hate to
recognizably
point out to you,
furries.
the blame also lies with New Zealand. Also, if we're gonna go real far
What
back,
did they do?
Oh, you
They're
know
New
what? No,
Zealand.
Sign does bring up a good point in terms of the lore. The Robin Hood movie.
Depends on what you define as
Disney.
modern.
no,
sign.
okay, guys, I'm gonna reach
Just
even further
imagine
back.
How many children
Wasn't there
were
like a
exposed to that?
squirrel or something with
No,
King
that
Arthur?
the Robin Hood movie absolutely obliterated the millennial generation in terms of furry.
Yeah.
Oh, that,
Also-
that had like a full fox woman, didn't it?
Yes, they were all animals.
Yes, that's
They
what
were
I
all
posted.
the dangerously furry levels of furry. We're
Yeah,
gonna go
been a
even
long
further back,
time.
guys. Who
Um,
framed Roger Rabbit?
Okay, well that's not exactly
no, I'm
furry.
gonna be honest.
Just
Wait.
before Who Framed
That
Roger
wasn't
Rabbit.
no. Who Framed Roger Rabbit wasn't really that much of a cultural thing.
I'm just trying to
Yeah,
figure out where he's
also
getting the furry
Jessica
thing
Rabbit
from
was.
I was gonna say there's no furry there.
Also,
Jessica
wait,
Rabbit
yeah,
was
wait a second.
human.
Wasn't Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Wasn't the love interest in that one fucking Betty Bopp or some shit?
No.
Like some really sexy
What?
redhead.
It
No.
was Jessica Rabbit. Hang on.
Jessica Rabbit. That yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Definitely inspired by Betty Boop, but
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Is that was
Heavily
definitely
inspired,
by,
absolutely.
yeah.
so I'd love to know where where the substance for your claim is coming from here, Atin.
Which one?
You know, I
That-
forgot
that
that,
Roger
that
Rabbit was
she
part of the
just
problem.
fucked the rabbit.
No.
She is certainly responsible
that's
for
fair.
people getting in, for people hopping on the waifu train, though.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
I mean, yeah, but
So-
you know,
so
people have been
okay,
making
wow.
waifus since like 7000 BC, so I don't want to hear it.
Someone put up a Fortnite
Oh no.
death balloon over the CEO's gun down location.
Oh,
Pick me up, bro. I have ray gun.
yeah. I,
Bro, revive
I-
it. Very good. So true.
Oh yeah, that Jessica Rabbit's not a furry. Yeah, be like, yeah. Wait, hold up.
Yeah. No, I was wrong. Statement retracted.
No, absolutely though. That created a generation of goddamn 2D Sims.
Well, there was one oh fuck. There was one other movie. I'm trying to remember what it was. Because I remember somebody.
If
was
I
like,
go
yeah,
insane
this...
enough, will the 2D character come out of the screen and finally fuck me? Says every
Well,
schizo.
yes.
You talking about the one with the blonde?
Just
man?
ask Sign. He's probably figured out by now.
No, Sign is definitely not. If Sign ever figured out how to do that, Arn, we would never hear from him again.
Cool World. That was the
Uh,
other movie. That
We know what
we
Ghost
don't
Beats
talk
Sign,
about
Cool World.
I believe.
no,
Cool
we
World.
absolutely.
No,
No,
I have
no,
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 idea
no,
what the
no,
fuck
no.
you're even talking about. I've never even heard of that movie.
Hang on.
Okay, Cool World.
How have you not heard of Cool World?
Cool. Okay, Cool World is basically Who Framed Roger Rabbit, but
Worse.
porn.
But for adults.
Not okay. Porn
And
is
not
not the
Because
word,
I
but,
don't
like,
look up porn.
it's not literal porn.
It's not porn.
It's just
Well, then
very,
don't
Or
say
like
it's
Who
fucking
Framed Roger
porn!
Rabbit.
no sneaky. It's immensely horny. That's what I'm gonna say.
I still didn't look it up!
The only reason I
There's a
found out
term
about
for
it
that. It's
was
called
because
softcore.
it doesn't quite go there. The whole reason I know about it is because
You're
someone was
degenerate.
like, "Oh yeah, it's like Who Framed Roger Rabbit," which was a lie. It is.
Well, I
is
mean,
tangentially
I was gonna say it's very tangentially related.
in that there's
It's the
there's an
same
animated
theme.
world and there's a human world.
Yeah, no.
Weird fucking movie. If you're ever interested in like just a very odd film that's got some decent animation, that's a
It's a
pretty
great
good
Anyway.
one.
movie.
So, to get back on track, now that we've gone into an hour-long lore discussion, in a very manly way of how to navigate a conversation where we started with complaining about people not doing their job and somehow ended up talking about the fuckability of Jessica Rabbit.
100%.
Would, by the way.
Average male conversation 101.
Women
Yes.
take notes.
I mean, let's be honest. Any man who tries to tell you that he would not is a goddamn liar.
Yep. Or gray.
Absolutely.
Possibly. Now there was a recent development in a fandom, and I don't remember the fandom, that made me want to read their fanfiction this week in celebration of this development.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to recall what fandom that was. There's a Hogwarts too. I don't know, you guys, if you heard about. Oh, My Hero Academia. Yes, that's what it was. Thank you.
Oh no.
Wait, what happened?
So the author of My Hero Academia came out with a special epilogue chapter where he
Oh, yeah,
explicitly said that Izuku and Ochako are together, and the person that brought them together was Toga.
Basically saying "fuck you" to all the people who wanted, gay.
Based.
And this
He also-
made all of the women who wanted Izuku to fuck his bully
Mad.
at the top of their lungs.
This is excellent.
Good.
It was hilarious seeing some
Of
of the
course.
sheer
As someone who is part of
malding.
the Kingdom Hearts fan, as someone who has played Kingdom Hearts, absolutely based. Fuck all people.
This man
who
is
want
part of
that
the
shit.
Kingdom Hearts fandom. Mods, kill him.
Yeah.
Unfortunate
Twist is
because
nuts.
I am already dead.
That's fair.
Mods,
He is
take
part of the
away his
Kingdom Hearts
Keyblade.
fandom.
Yeah. Mods rotate
Mods.
his sphincter.
Jesus Christ. Rotate his sphincter.
That's
a
a
new
new
one.
one. That's
Hey,
a new one.
That's a new one. I'm gonna use that apparently later. Fuck you.
Mods,
welcome.
violate his prostate.
God.
God damn it. That's a new one.
Mods.
Mods reverse his seminal glands.
Jesus Christ.
Oh. Mods violate his warranty.
I'm come to
That
talk
was
to you
just
about your car's
cruel.
extended warranty.
Oh, God. Anyway. Mods, seize his eardrums.
Ugh.
Sorry.
Mods mend this man's butt crack.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Mods use his hair follicles as jump ropes.
What the fuck?
Let's see where we got here. The Vanishing Hero. An ancient power. Has dwelt within Izuku Midoriya. A power of great evil.
Oh no.
No, I'm just kidding. This isn't Samurai Jack. A power that is
Uh-oh.
not just a quirk, but something just as capable to make
sorry,
his
did you
dreams
say who?
come true.
What, do you have
After
a fucking
a-
stand now?
Wait, don't tell me. Some idiot let him have wish.
No, after a
Yes.
brush with Bakugo. Why is Bakugo being used as place of death?
Because
mean-
according to the
Like, no,
fandom, he
weather
is.
boy.
That's fair.
I mean, he named himself King Murder Death Kill, and that's still his hero name for some reason. Years into the future.
You know, I have a feeling that Rin would like him.
What?
And by like, I mean she would kill him.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that really depends. She might just keep him alive to shoot him with a gander every 3 days.
Mods. Play Bop It with his gallbladder.
Mods, restone his kidneys.
Oh.
God damn, Sneaky.
Mods. 20 centimeter KG stone.
How much fucking dare you?
How are you supposed to pass?
That's the
not.
fun part. You don't.
Yep.
Max. Very, very
Oh.
painfully is the answer.
Mods calcify his pineal gland.
Mods,
Um,
give him
Implying
Sneaky's.
it isn't already.
Mods, give him Sneaky's 40-year-old liver.
No, I want to
Ooh,
keep
so-
my liver. Fuck you.
I said
Why is it-
40-year-old liver.
Why is his liver older than me?
I'm saying give
go.
him Sneaky's old used-up liver.
No, that's actually a thing. Your liver, in certain cases, your liver can prematurely age past your actual lifespan.
That's true.
Yeah.
You mean if you try to pickle it?
Yeah, if you end up pickling
Oh,
it.
that's a good one. Mods,
Mods,
pickle his testicles.
Pickle this man's.
Mod floppy condoms with his
Damn
lungs.
Mods, make his
Share
wife
the
who date
brains,
his worst
Claire.
enemy.
Mods,
Mods.
liquidate this man's balls.
Mods, straighten his intestines.
Mods,
Mod-
make a stocks.
Mod 50 spine 3 centimeters.
Mods,
Enough
unfold his
stuff.
lungs.
Oh, his lungs.
Mods make one knee itchy at all times.
How fucking dare you?
No. Mods, rotate one of his knees 180 degrees.
Mods,
remove
crick his
all
back.
of his deodorant.
Oh.
Mods,
That's
swap
great
his legs and
melody.
arms.
Oh.
Mods,
make the ba-
dislocate his spine.
Make that spot on the spot you can never reach itch so badly.
That's actual torture.
It is.
Mods, make his
Like,
throat itch.
Unironic, genuine torture, by the way.
Mods, when he's at work, make him have to itch his foot.
I
Mods,
know you're kind of like
make his-
lowering the level there.
Mods, make his cubicle made a toenail clipper.
Mods, give
Oh,
him a
God.
foot fetish.
Oh god. Now that's inhumane.
Mods,
That's
make him play the
horrible.
floor as Legos.
No. Mods,
No.
make him play League.
Oh no, he'll graduate.
Force him to play League.
He'll graduate.
Actual war crime, man.
That would actually be the funniest shit ever if every single fucking HoloLive girl that played League graduated. That would be the
that was
funniest
cool.
shit ever.
So
That'd be
It
the
would be
best
funny.
joke to play. Is whenever
League
a
is the
HoloLive
gross.
girl wants to announce that she's gonna graduate, she plays a game of League.
That is so cursed.
That
The
would be
reason-
so fucking
Oh.
Make
funny.
it so that in the
Sneaky-
middle
Sneaky.
of the game, she
There will be
gets
an
so mad,
announcement
"What's
from
this?"
Riot Games tomorrow. We are shutting down League.
Mod put him in a COD lobby as minority.
Oh god.
Mods, make
I'm
the
gonna
squirrel
say
hot.
the N-word.
No, mods.
No.
Make him a woman at a magic tournament.
Oh.
Ooh, 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 ooh,
Mods, take away his MMR.
ooh.
Oh, so I'm dealing with my regular ping.
Oh, you should
No.
probably tell your family to stop downloading porn.
And now it's him.
Family? No, yeah,
I'm not
that's just
downloading
him.
anything.
Yeah, no,
200
come on, guys.
terabyte
No,
porn
guys, come
download.
on. Give Sign a break. He's already downloaded as much child porn as his hard drive
All
can
right,
fit.
It's already full.
Sneaky.
Stop the bit. Stop the bit.
Sneaky.
Stop the
He
bit.
doesn't-
We're putting a stop to the
Sneaky.
bit.
He doesn't
we are
download it, he
canceling
just
your
writes
bit.
it.
We
Yeah,
are
he has to
putting
make
the
his own.
hold. Nah, bro.
So, anyway, the Izuku becomes Kid Icarus.
Mm.
Ow, Kid Icarus has like 10 times more personality than he does.
Fuck you.
No.
Celsius, like many,
OC.
Hiyume Mizuha wishes to be a hero. Who the fuck is? Oh, it's an OC. Okay. that
Female
explains why.
author. OC female author insert. Skip.
Is it really? Is it just despite her troubles and regrets? Okay, yep, female self through self-insert times 1A. All right, yep.
Published December 5th? 2 days ago. Fuck, it is
Bro.
December. Fuck. Oh.
No, 1 day ago.
For you guys, I'm in the future.
Well, yes, except for the small problem that it's displaying by the date here. So, anyway, yeah, so this story is,
No, December 5th still for me as well.
It's Cope, Vic.
Yeah, it is.
Seat.
Mods, cast Propelled Maiden.
I would, but someone rebeat to it.
Yeah, it's true, that's fair.
Mods?
Greater! Maximized! Repel Maiden!
Mods. He only rolls 1 stars in gachas.
I
Wait,
swear to
nothing
God, I'll
changed.
roll one more set of fucking level 1
Inhumane.
guns in this fucking game instead of a goddamn
Mods, make him roll
character.
commons.
Oh yeah, I actually forgot to do that today. Hold on.
An AO3 cross post Villain Azuku is next.
Okay, let's see.
Well,
MHA, Shoto Todoroki, modern day terrorist. Reincarnated as Shoto Todoroki, a background character after 2 seasons. I believed that with enough hard word.
Uh-oh.
Hey,
No! Shoto, that's not how you get hero ranks!
Shoto, no, wait.
Do
You can't say that.
Interesting.
I
could become protagonist of my own story. Yet this world is far from colorful rainbow puke anime I know. And wasn't Shoto supposed to have only 2 siblings? Who is this third guy that looks like he's gonna eat me for lunch? Realistic and dark and gore. Okay, so...
Sneaky, they're on a ship. He's the protagonist.
He's got 3 siblings. Someone has
Mods, make a sports starboard.
No, this started in 2020. Oh wait, yeah, this started in 2023 August. That was, I'm pretty sure, shown off by then.
No, we knew they were siblings. First off, it was a common fan theory that was a lost sibling once they saw how similar the firepower was to Endeavor's output.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty common. But then again, there I go trying to equate intelligence with some people in the fandom.
So not sure where he's getting his source material from.
The source material is people's ass, I guess.
He made it the fuck up.
Source? You got a source for that?
Still my favorite
apparently the story only has 9 chapters left. Apparently they're almost finished this modern day terrorist story.
That's...
Oh yeah, a mere 238 chapters.
Yeah.
Jesus fuck.
Half a million words? Fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
With
each chapter is
41
about
reviews.
2K words long.
41 reviews, not even 200 favorites and follows.
Bro has more chapters than favorites. That's brutal. In the My Hero Academia section.
That is
Imagine getting 1 review every 6 chapters.
Yeah.
That is...
Jesus, that's grim.
Pathetically sad.
In the My Hero Academia section.
Man, basically none of the reviews are good except for like 3 either.
What?
All of them are
generic.
All out of the 4. There's like awesome, good,
awesome,
lol,
good,
base sigmas,
great,
harassing people.
Summarizes chapter,
But then there's a whole bunch of complaints. It's like, wow, when can the angst end? Oh, he's obviously gonna let him get away, and then
you're
like,
a pussy. You're a coward. Angst. You're a pussy. Piss on your grave. This is not a Naruto crossover.
So not only is he getting like shit reviews, he's just getting flamed in them.
Yeah, bro's getting more flamed in his reviews than supported.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
That is actually impressive. So not only you getting jack shit in terms of like engagement, but you're getting roasted in it more than the generic slop.
He's also translating it to French. He's only
of
other
course
story is the
it's
exact same one.
That's no.
The only other fucking story is the exact same one, but in French with half the chapters written and translated.
I have detected French.
Oh no!
French detected on American soil.
Oh, this is bad. This is really. Oh, he's French.
So the grammars and shit's bad because he's
The grammar is in French.
Oh, I was afraid of that.
Yeah. Wait, Fiendlurch is on here as one of his favorite authors, and so is Adrian King. I don't know who Twubs is or Cloud9 Stories, but
Look at this guy's rant. Officially abandoned because I'm a spiteful, petty person. And if you think otherwise, here's a reality check. I am not in the headspace for your bullshit, nor do I have the time to give.
What is?
So wait, he rage quitted the story?
Yeah, he wrote a Naruto. Sorry.
Code Geass Naruto with Lelouch
Lelouch
Naruto.
is reincarnated as Naruto, and it's gonna be a dark, badass, OP Naruto who kills everyone, and rules the ninja world.
I have news for you. Lelouch couldn't do shit.
Yeah, well, he apparently got 48 comments, and a lot of them were dumping on him. Oh, it also looks like there might have been mail times mail.
A fucking course, it's a Code Geass fan.
So
I've
yeah,
seen more
the
Code
author
Geass than
flipped
anything,
their
so.
shit and declared that they were going to end the story because of the bullying, which, I mean, honestly, based.
Good.
True. Thank God to the bullies. Great work,
so
soldiers.
I'm gonna be honest. I actually pronounced Code Geass, Geass for like decade.
I think I did that for at least a decent bit before I actually heard it get pronounced.
Yeah.
Code
No, at
Geass.
least.
Yeah, Code Geass.
That's fair.
Yeah. I fucking heard some dub call Akane Arcane for some fucking reason. And I've just been saying that ever since.
Name got kill.
No,
Well-
like the character from Ranma.
Yeah, apparently the Ranma dub has gone a little bit
Shit.
No, this
Yeah.
was like an old like fan dub or some shit that I remember.
No,
It
I'm
was,
talking
like,
about the new
years
one.
ago. Oh, the new one is.
Yeah, apparently they went a little bit creative interpretation.
I mean, your fault for not listening to subs, I guess.
Well,
Sorry,
I didn't
wait.
watch it.
Sorry, what was this?
Apparently in the new Ranma, because they did the Ranma remake recently.
Yeah.
In the new Ranma, they got creative with certain scene interpretations.
I mean,
That's
I've
not
been
good.
watching the both the sub and the dub, and so far nothing's been weird. Like,
That's just what I've been told. Like I said, I don't watch anime anymore. I just get told what's going on these days because I barely have time to watch anime.
yeah.
But you know, that like I said, that was just what I heard. If it's not true, then it's not true.
Just for me, I haven't seen anything that weird. That's all I'm gonna say. Like,
Izuku Midoriya was tired. Nobody cares about him. And when he went missing, nobody looked. Well, I mean, actually, some people actually did look. That was the villains! The villains care about him! And so the villains recruited him, and now Izuku's a villain. Because, again,
Because
on the list of things that would happen, that wouldn't fucking happen.
yeah, Izuku's definitely gonna fucking.
Yeah, this Izuku reminds me of me because I'm so dark and mysterious. Guys, please take me seriously. Swear to fucking God.
But yeah. So cringe ass shit. Again, another story that's only 2K chapters long. Man.
Many such cases.
The ghost in you. During and after the final fight with villains, not a lot of heroes make it out alive. Ochaku times Katsuki.
Not even Dynamite, because apparently that's Katsuki's name in this fic.
Yep.
Hero name.
I'm really worried what Ghost in You means now. If
Well, seeing as it's
Katsuki's
rated
dead,
M,
yeah,
seeing as it's rated M, I'm
yeah.
guessing it is Ghost X.
Oh, is this the fucking like possession shit?
Oh yeah, it might be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm kind of worried about this. Also, yeah, I'm kind of worried here because we got like shit like Beyond Plus Ultra, another Ochaku times Katsuki. Like again, how do people think this is a pairing that is possible? Ochaco.
Because they say that they're
likes-
media literate and then they type the shit.
Because
Yeah,
of the
yeah, I
fucking,
know, yeah.
because of the sports festival where fucking Aizawa said he's taking her seriously and using his full power when everyone was telling him to be fucking go easy on her. So people
I
should
took a
love
class
her.
from an out of work professor that's only ever worked in like some academic cycles.
Oh no.
Oh, well, you see, Nose, I know you might not like, you know, this very, horrendously depicted relationship, but what you don't know is that when I was 10 years old, I watched this anime, so here's my thesis on why this is a misunderstood gem.
I could write a fucking better fan fiction in my goddamn head than you could in 20 years. Give me a fucking song and I'll write a fucking battle scene too. Fuck you.
A monkey on a fucking typewriter could write a better fan fiction than most of these authors.
My name is H. Bomber Guy, I suck cock.
Isn't he like
Why
a
are we talking about
communist?
H Bomber?
What?
H. Bomber Guy, he's, famous
A
for...
communist.
Well, yes, he's famous for being a communist and pretty much incorrect nearly always. But what he's more famous for is making 1 to 3 hour long videos about topics he's entirely incorrect about.
Yep.
It's really impressive how you can be wrong for 3 hours straight.
White man has been here. How can you tell? Video essay.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Can't deny that.
Yep.
Oh
Listen,
no,
motherfucker.
Soviet Womble's
The
been
video
here.
essay is very
Soviet
important to
Womble's
open the
fine
portal
because
to
he has,
Agartha. Thank you very much.
He has the fucking rest of the server to keep him safe.
True.
Also, he's British.
I thought he was Canadian.
No,
Nope, he's
No,
British.
hello? How the fuck do you equate that accent to Canadian?
Same thing,
Oh.
really.
No.
Yeah.
Genuine question, because to me, Canadians just always sound more fucking French.
First of all, Canadians have dental hygiene. Okay. Compared to the British?
Okay, yes, that's fair.
Yeah, but
that is
an
a low
actual
fucking bar,
rat
man.
has better dental hygiene than the British, so it's not a good comparison.
You know, legit, I thought Sargon's teeth were actually pretty good, and then he did a stream recently. His camera position changed a little bit, and he opened his mouth, and I realized he just has a whole-ass tooth behind his row of teeth.
Yeah.
Like, one of his front teeth is just, like, so out of position that the rest of his teeth have just moved forward and, like, present a normal line of teeth, and he just has a whole-ass fucking tooth that's just, like, behind them, sticking out. I'm just like, damn. That's gotta suck. A cockroach is cleaner than the British? Actually, cockroaches are pretty clean.
Yeah.
They clean themselves very often. The problem is the moments where they're not clean.
Yes.
Yep.
And it's because they clean themselves basically religiously that whenever they run over their pesticide, they die.
Yeah.
Horribly.
Well, they don't.
Yep.
I mean, not really. Pesticides are fairly unoffensive against cockroaches.
I say pesticide, but I more mean the insect stuff that I use. I don't know
Oh,
what
yeah,
it's
the
called.
insect tape. Yeah.
Yep. Friendly reminder that British peasants coped about the Vikings stealing their women because the Vikings bathe at least once a week.
Yeah. Space battles. Nerd in the North Greg Veter gets dropped into Westeros. Yeah, why the fuck is there a story? It should be a one-shot. Greg Veter dies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, oh, he's got the
Like-
celestial grimoire.
Listen, I don't
that's
hate
why.
Greg quite as much as some people do, but
Yeah, it's like I'm
still dead.
sorry. Like it doesn't
they had
matter
to-
that he get oh
Yeah.
sure he gets superpowers from the celestial grimoire. Doesn't fucking matter. The
He's an
dude's a
idiot.
fucking dipshit. He's gonna be like, yeah, I got flight and I can cast magical balls of fuck you. I'm going to dress like a peasant, walk up to a noble, and act really friendly with them, and then they'll let me into their court, and then they'll give me jobs, and I'll be really cool and stuff. And then he does that, and he gets his head fucking cut off because he didn't activate any of his powers, because he thought he was just really cool with what he was doing, and instead he basically just insulted the noble's mother, said he was gonna fuck his daughter, and like wiped his ass with his shit hand. It's it's just like Greg Veter is the sort of person who could be given the same level of power as Superman and still get
And still
himself
fuck it.
killed because he did something incredibly stupid because he thought he was either cool or something else for doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't really like Greg Veter. I'm not a Greg Veter
no.
apologist. I'm not a Greg Veter defender.
That's
Generally,
surprising.
Greg Veter can die in a fire.
Totally Greg Weeder death. I have no idea who that is. But,
One
kill
person
him.
who might have been nice to Taylor, but then didn't stick up with her.
Oh, Worm. Never mind. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
I'm beating you with hammers.
British people eat too much refined sugars and starches during their
Am I
development,
supposed to,
which messes
am I
up with their
supposed to know
teeth.
who that is? Oh.
Yeah,
Wow,
that's fair.
Freddy.
That's fair. Yeah, they do like their potatoes and shit. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that messes up the teeth. That makes sense. But Americans believe in braces. Yeah, that's also true. Well, to
Yep.
be fair, in Britain, if you want braces, you have to get onto a waiting list, wait 3 years, and then by the time you wait 3 years, you can't put the braces on.
Many such cases.
Common British L.
Weiss, did you see what your sister posted?
I like this. This has some crack potential to it.
Am I supposed to know who that is?
This is the bad end. This is 110% bad end.
Mm. Also, that's not an older military man, so Winter wouldn't be interested.
True.
Because
True.
all the White daughters, all of the Sneed daughters have daddy issues.
All of the Schnee have something for older men.
Mm-hmm.
I have fix on AO3. So do we.
Unfortunate.
Doesn't mean we
Yes,
update them.
regrettably.
Yeah, regrettably.
Yeah.
You shall be missed.
Yeah.
You'd
I
like to think they're
they're
decent. So
I
do a
like
lot
to
of
think all
authors.
you want.
So do a lot of authors, though.
A lot of authors like to think their stories are good. Yeah, that's true. It's I'm sorry. It's just AO3 is just
It's a melting pot of crap.
It's I'm not saying there's bad stories on AO3.
There's not bad stories.
no.
It's bad authors.
Well,
I'm
there's
not
not
saying
even
there
bad
are good
authors.
stories from
Attitude-wise.
AOT because I'm
Attitude-wise.
not gonna lie.
Oh no, there's definitely good stories on AO3. It's just like the problem is with fanfiction.net, right? You have despite what everyone's complaints are about it, there's clear-cut categories that are followed with, a 99 out of 100 regularity. And so like 99 fics you're going to see in the, My Hero Academia category are going to be My Hero Academia fics. And people pretty regularly these days, at least, mark the main pairing off in the, summary. On AO3, there's a major tagging issue. So, for all we know, there could be more good stories on AO3 than FFN, but it's so hard to find them due to the tagging issues that it doesn't matter that there might be more good stories. It doesn't matter there might be the same amount of good stories. If I can't find them because I'm not able to search for them, then it doesn't fucking matter that they're there in the first place.
Yeah, AO3 is a place where you get fics recommended because someone already stupidly went through all of the shit fix.
AO3's tagging system is designed to produce slop.
I was on there like the other day just browsing a section, just seeing if like, okay, let's see if there's
You have brain
actually
damage,
anything
Dora.
Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, I was just looking there. I'm like, oh my fucking god! I have to add so many tags to the blacklisting of the search, the filter. You have to go through so much work just to find like a fic that's not full of like either gay shipping or whatever.
Mods unrub his brain cells.
Mod, smoothen his brain.
But yeah, you have to go through so much
it's a
work
major
just to find
problem.
anything halfway decent is buried under so much crap.
It's not only that, right? I'll use this as an example until I fucking die. I was reading a My Hero Academia story on AO3. It was a story in which Izuku got the powers of Leviathan from Worm, including his monster form, and he could transform into Leviathan.
Suddenly went to Kurashima, right?
This one.
Kurashima.
Yeah, it became suddenly gay with Kurashima. Yeah.
Yeah,
and we got like, it was like 20, 30 chapters into the story. It was fine, and it was actually fairly well written, all things considered. Good character building and all of that. And then it got to the UA Sports Festival when all of the sudden Izuku became gay, and all of the guys became gay, and then I realized the story was being written by a woman who just thought that, like, guys basically felt each other up in the locker room because women feel each other up in the locker room.
Yeah.
So they were like, oh, well, guys do it too, right? No. We don't. And then she went on about how, because, he placed his hand on his shoulder that was secretly bro signaling that he loved him. And it's just like, no.
I got news for you. There's exactly two things another man is feeling in the bathroom: the crack of a towel and my fucking hands in his fucking teeth if he tries anything.
Yeah.
Didn't you say like sometime after you kind of revealed that to everybody that the author's a woman and she's like she thought that's how men acted in the
because I made a comment on the fic and she was like expressing confusion in the comments because there was quite a number of people that were like, what the fuck, why is it gay all of a sudden? She's like, what do you mean, don't guys act like this? And it's like, no,
absolutely not.
No.
And then didn't the author double down and thought all of the people who said that were lying to her?
Yes, she legitimately thought that all of the people in the comments who were claiming to be guys were just homophobic and were trying to cover up their gayness because of their secret homie love and shit like that. And it's just like, no. When a guy is someone else's friend, he's just their friend. He doesn't hold secret lust for them. Like, that's not... she legitimately believed that guys can't be friends with other guys without lusting for them.
Now, to be fair, the homophobic part is probably true.
Now, yes, you're not wrong. Probably a fair number of the comments were born out of people who don't want to see gay relationships ever at all. But it's certainly not this is the fan fiction for a long time was a lot of people's first introduction to alternative lifestyles, shall we say.
Yeah.
And it was not a good introduction to alternative lifestyles. Because, again, you got to keep in mind, fan fiction, the people writing this stuff aren't beholden to anyone besides themselves, and published authors frequently include their most, depraved fetishes into their
most
work.
Relationships in fan fiction is outright abusive, if not criminal.
Yes, pretty much. And so a lot of these alternative lifestyles got portrayed in a very
Horrid
poor
way.
way. To a lot of people. This is the first time they've ever seen this sort of thing appear in media, and this is how they were introduced to it. Their favorite character is getting violated by a character they hate, and the author is saying this is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not surprised at all when that sort of person then forms negative opinions about said lifestyles or character pairings. It doesn't really help, like I said on Arn's server last night, it really doesn't help when it's like, when guys get sex wrong, it's like, oh, my dick is the size of a fire hose, and she orgasmed
Quickly.
spasmodically and within seconds because I hit the magical G-spot and it just like exploded her brain. That's what a guy writing sex wrong sounds like. A girl writing sex wrong is like, his dick began to spin like a helicopter in excitement for what was to come. The oil glands secreted their lubrication fluid.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what? Like,
Wait.
It sounds
Yours
like that
doesn't
meme.
spin like a helicopter?
It's like
No.
that meme, Jesse. What the fuck are you
Well,
talking about?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
like, during sex, my dick turns into the Factorio inserter.
It becomes an engineer.
What the
Yep,
Does it start inserting sperm one at a time?
exactly, yeah.
The fucking
That's why I
minigun
upgraded
over
to a
here?
stack inserter to like maximize throughput.
Fucking minigun dick. What the fuck?
I was gonna make fun of men writing porn sex wrong by making fun of Sign, but he's not here.
Yeah,
Mm,
yeah, it's
yeah,
truly the
very
most
unfortunate.
disappointing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's like when men get shit wrong in their fan fiction, it's because they're just simple about it. Like, they just don't really think about it, and they just kind of make something up that they think sounds right or they want to happen, and then
Yeah,
they move
it's like-
on. But it's like when a female author gets something wrong, especially about sex, the entire fucking story is based off of that idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, I have some of the most depraved things I have ever read have come out of female authors.
Oh, for sure.
Not that surprising.
They are very good at it.
And yeah, it's just wild when you try and correct them. It's like, that's not how a penis works. And you're just lying to me. You just have penis envy that yours isn't as good as this one. It's like,
Also, it's even more
No.
complicated.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. It's when a female author is wrong, it's always because it's some overly complex. What's the fucking hell? That domino thing, where like the basketball falls onto a lever.
Oh, the fucking
Rube Goldberg.
Rube Goldberg, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
always
Goldberg.
some super fucking arcane Rube Goldberg machine level of complexity that the female author introduces for this thing that they're wrong about. And it's just like, not only are you wrong, you're wrong in like 19 different medical disciplines, which is impressive.
Nope.
Because I had to invent two for you to be wrong in.
Nice.
Woke, right? Yeah. That's the new one I've been seeing. Meanwhile, our Discord continues to be completely degenerate.
Yeah.
I mean, were you expecting literally anything else?
No, I was not expecting literally anything else, but especially from the guy who is named "You Wouldn't Sex a Cat."
Yeah.
I have a sneaking suspicion that I think he would, maybe.
Possibly. But yeah, no, it's always just completely excessive and off the charts, and it's really wild. Like it's really I actually kind of had to stop reading stories by female authors in majority. I mean, some of them get it right. Some of them are
Mhm.
capable of writing normal relationships that aren't about
And
sex,
then
or the prelude to
Yeah.
sex, or thinking
Yeah.
about sex.
usually
Like-
those ones don't actually have sex in their stories.
Yeah, that's the other thing, though, is that they're not a mature rated story usually, which does, make me a little bit worried what would happen if they did write a story where there is relationships in there. But I'll take the no relationship story that has nothing weird in it. I'll take it. But I had to basically stop reading stories by women that had relationships in them because they were always some of the most distorted things I've ever seen. Like, even Harry Potter had a distorted relationship going on where it was just Ron and
Ginny.
Hermione constantly arguing, screaming at each other at the top of their lungs. And this was portrayed as them in a
Romantic.
loving, romantic relationship and a good thing.
Mhm.
And I'm kind of just like,
Women.
okay.
And then also Ginny and Harry, where I've had a crush on you because you're famous, and then he's like, "All right, I'm down for that."
Yes, the exact thing I've hated the entire fucking story. Yes.
Yeah, well,
but you're
not
my
only
friend's
that,
sister, so yes.
you're my friend's sister who stalked me for 2 years. Who was
And you also kind of
possessed
look
by...
like my mother, supposedly.
Yeah,
Yep.
she looks like my mother.
Weird.
You were possessed by the Antichrist briefly, and we
Oh,
basically
and
never
apparently
talked for
you-
6 books. But
And you dated
yeah, I'm gonna
multiple
randomly
guys,
start dating you.
and you also
Yeah.
dated multiple guys to possibly make me jealous, or possibly because you just wanted to be in relationships. But you went through like 4 guys in a year.
No, it was definitely to make him jealous,
Yeah.
specifically because the author made sure to point out that Ginny was
Every single
making
time?
sure to point out her relationship to Harry whenever
Every
she
time.
could.
Of course.
Yeah. That's a little strange.
Yeah, so, and then somehow the two of them end up together conveniently in the book after it's mentioned that the Weasley family has access to guaranteed love potions.
Yeah, and that it's rumored that their mother used one on their father, but then he was okay with it afterwards.
Yes. Turns out he was totally okay with being dosed with drugs after he was dosed with drugs.
I mean, to be fair, then
Make him like
to be
the
fair, then he
people who
wouldn't
does
have
it
to
with drugs.
socialize with anyone and try and get another woman. So
Yeah, actually, to be fair, possibly the most true representation of an autistic person I've ever seen in a relationship. Of you've been dosed with a love potion, fucked into having multiple kids, now have a home life and wife that cooks for you, cooks excessive amounts of food for you, and always keeps you on task. And then you finally stop being dosed with a love potion. You're like, I mean, all right, fuck it. Yeah, I mean, this is better.
Yeah, I mean, we're already there. Yeah,
I wasn't
feel
gonna
like
try and look for another woman anyway, so.
I couldn't do dating 15 years ago. I'm not going to try doing dating now. Let's stay with this.
The idea of a woman chasing a man's like, yeah, no, that's fine. She wants to be with him, hey, or be with you, whatever. Works for me. or whatever.
Oh God. Okay, so you're telling a story to us. All right, let's.
Oh no.
Part 3 of Welcome
Don't
to
read it out
UAFI.
loud, just in case.
Oh.
There's an old paper of some guy comparing the teeth of natives from around the world and native people who had access to sugar. It was not pretty. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay, so, mortgage, okay. Different things, She gave it, Okay. Sustain the house. Okay,
I'd give him about a 2 out of 10.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, the father, like, becoming an emotional vampire after being told no by his daughter is a bit extreme.
Just a
Yeah.
bit.
But he's obviously the
weird.
better parent compared to the mother who just wants to live life and doesn't want a kid because it cramps her lifestyle and won't take her old name because people would ask questions, even though they're separated.
I mean, it's
Like, as parents, the mother's a horrible parent, but the father, he's trying his best to me. But the problem is he went too extreme on the emotional part.
He's trying just poorly.
I mean, it really depends on what perspective this is being told from. Is this being told from a impartial narrator? Is this being told from Verona's perspective? Is this being
Is it from the
told
father's?
from the
Is it
father?
from the mother's?
Yeah, because the dad becoming an emotional vampire and wanting Verona to care about him and his work. Like, it really depends there, right? Like, if the dad is trying to do what he can to maintain the lifestyle his daughter has been raised in, and all he's asking her to do is, hey, can you do these extra chores, mowing, cleaning? You know, I am working 2 jobs to maintain this house. Can you do some of the work at home? Then, again, these are chores that a normal child is expected to do
Yeah.
in a 2-adult household. Like, this isn't like, I'm trying to use you to replace your mother. This is chores that, you know, a child would do regardless.
Yeah, and apparently she's anti-authority at 13, which usually...
Oh, absolutely. No, 100%. No,
that is
totally
just a
normal.
teenager.
I mean, for me, I always felt... I mean, the people I wanted around always wanted more independence than anti-authority. Like, they wanted to try doing things on their own.
So, anti-authority is a very common thing to occur in the rich middle-class environment, where it's the old classic saying of, to people who have no responsibilities, expectations is oppression. So third person omniscient. Okay, Verona hates her dad, kind of likes her mom, but that's because she's giving her mom all the rope. Well, it's also a female bias thing. Women will give other women a far greater range of fault tolerance than they'll give men, just in general, period. Like, my mother was very distant for a lot of our life, and my sister gave her all of the rope in the world, but my dad told my sister one time that they couldn't buy her a new phone because she just purposely broke hers to force her parents to buy her a new phone because they had other payments to make, because my parents were separated, because he had other payments to make. And she threw an absolute piss fit and just freaked out. And it's just like, he's done literally everything for her up until the point of telling her no once to about buying her a $1,000 phone that she just intentionally broke to force him to buy a new one.
Gets told no once, freaks out.
Yeah.
This is the character that Wildbow most identifies with, by the way.
No, really?
Oh, yeah, I know, yeah. Yeah, Wildbow readers say Brett is the most evil person he has written ever because he's a narcissist. No, and again, it's like this whole, like, oh, the dad wanting her to validate his work. I can't even see that from a negative perspective of literally, it just sounds like he wants his daughter to acknowledge that he's doing a lot of work. Like, just like, look, I've taken on 2 jobs. Can you at least acknowledge that I'm trying? Like, I can't fault the dad, even really slightly. And as long as it never gets physical to her physically, I don't care if he fucking destroys the mom stuff, because that is kind of an asshole move. Of, you know, your parents are separated, you know your mom doesn't help your dad at all, and then you bring home, like, all of this fucking memorabilia from the expensive trips your mom took you on.
That your mom didn't even want you on because she thought you were cramping her style, that she was enjoying it.
And then you bring them out, and then you're like, no, Dad, I'm not gonna take the steak out of the freezer so you can cook it later. Like, a fucking beyond simple ask. Like, it's not even asking you to cook the fucking food. It's just, hey,
Yeah.
I'm mowing the lawn right now. Can you go inside and take the steak out so it can defrost? No, fuck you, Dad. Mom doesn't ask me to do that. It's just like, I'm gonna punch you, child.
Yeah.
Punch the
Your
child.
mom lives on fast food and food that people she sleeps with gives her. She's not
Pretty
getting much.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm sorry, I can't find any fault with the dad in that situation. He's
No.
asking for very basic, very, very low-level requests. He's going the extra mile. The mom doesn't want anything to do with the situation. He still actively cares about her. It'd be one thing if he's, like, doing all of this work, he doesn't care about her at all, and then still, like, tries to, like, fit her into a mold so he can get validation out of her, but he's not even doing that. So it's like, I'm sorry. It's just, I don't know how you could ever view the dad as the bad guy in this situation. Like, even if he has a terrible personality.
Or he's a workaholic who doesn't spend enough time with his daughter.
But he's clearly not, because he's taking 2 jobs specifically so he can support his daughter and his mother's lifestyle.
And apparently people think he's a realistic narcissist.
He's a realistic narcissist. Yeah, that's called yeah, so there's this thing so there's this thing on the internet now where people expect you to respect them while they give no respect to you. And if you expect them to respect you back, that's being a narcissist.
So what I'm hearing is, I'm sorry, officer, but this case of Tumblr is criminal.
Effectively. Yeah, no, it's unfortunately it's effectively like this whole one-way transactional relationship thing where if anyone expects you to reciprocate, then they're greedy, they're a narcissist, they're toxic for expecting you to reciprocate.
As a great scholar from the internet once said, some of you have lost your fear of getting punched in the mouth, and it really shows.
True.
Mm-hmm.
He's such a realistic depiction of a narcissist. Man, that Reddit is
special.
You know, I'm not surprised that so many Wildbow readers have daddy issues.
I'm surprised they have fathers to begin with.
Well, that's part of the daddy issue.
Look, if I ever have like children, and they one day come to me and say, "Hey, Dad, look, I found this cool story. It's called Worm." I am disowning them. They're gone.
Understandable.
Banished.
Have a nice day.
Wait, I'd ask, which character do you like the most? First.
No, just
Think
Because
very
there is
carefully.
Think
No,
very
just-
carefully.
No, nothing. No, there's.
I think this is the most key comment here. There is a lot of real dads like Brett. That is true. Yep. There's a lot of dads that sacrifice a bunch for their children and their ungrateful wife.
Wait, her dad gets a blockage in his intestine or some other severe medical issue, and readers say he's a narcissist for asking his daughter to be with him when he might die.
Man, the Redditors, man.
Are attending a magic school hundreds of miles away. Her dad gets a blockage in his intestine, and he calls Rona and asks her to come back. And many readers say this is a good example of narcissism. Okay, so the dude's literally terminally ill, and he wants to see his daughter one last time, and that's narcissistic. Yep, I fucking told you before. I told you before this. This is what the internet considers narcissistic now. Is how dare you expect me to do anything for you?
We should kill these people.
Honestly, yeah.
Sorry, quote unquote people.
Mm.
The Redditors.
That
Sorry,
actually
there,
even
no
fucking...
brain activity could be detected. I don't think that counts, people.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, your
Not
brain is so
sentient.
smooth that NASA is jealous of how aerodynamic it is.
Nope.
Wow.
Alright, well, I'm no longer interested in complaining about Wild Bow,
Yeah.
because I now have
Yeah.
food.
That's fair.
Fair
Good
enough.
for you.
We should move on.
Yeah, sure. Let's
No.
see here. My Hero Academia
Let's do it.
Temporal Gamer.
Doesn't even have a proper summary.
So I read tons of fanfics, and I thought to myself, why not write my own fanfic? That's how I'm gonna
Right,
write this fanfic, because I read other fanfics. It follows my self-insert OC, who I worked really hard to come up with lots of powers for. It's a lot like The Gamer, but it has better things than The Gamer in it. And this is gonna take
read-
place in My Hero Academia. By the way, you can pay me to view better chapters.
I read one sentence and had a visceral reaction. Apologies for that.
Fair enough. He stood there feeling strange weightlessness, like he was floating yet anchored somehow. His bare feet tapped lightly against the surface beneath him. It didn't make sense. There was no floor, but there was something solid under him. A barely there pressure met the soles of his feet. What the hell is this? Instinctively, he rubbed his arms, as if trying to shake off an eerie sensation creeping over him. So was he trying to shake off the eerie sensation creeping over him? Or was there something like an eerie sensation creeping over him?
Society
Don't
may
think about
never
it.
know.
And this is why I hate people who try to sound smarter than they actually are.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as if he was doing this. Okay, well, he's either literally doing it, or he's doing a motion like it that you've arbitrarily decided isn't that motion. So why don't you describe to us that fucking motion? Like, you're not even using it in the correct way. It would be like, you know, he crossed himself as if he's trying to ward off evil spirits. Because in a scenario where evil spirits aren't real, the person crossing themselves is an action that would not result in anything. So you wouldn't say he crossed himself to ward off evil spirits, because there's no evil spirits to ward off. He's just doing the action as if. If they are, say, shaking themselves off to remove an eerie feeling, that's a normal thing people do. They're not as if shaking themselves off to remove an eerie feeling. No. It's an actual response to an eerie feeling, is you shaking yourself and being like, nope, nope, not feeling it. No.
Like, alright, well, I'm not going that way.
It's just like, it's an actual fucking thing. It's not something you do as if you're trying to get rid of the feeling. The feeling is real. You are trying to get rid of it. It's... Ugh!
You good, Sneaky?
No, I'm not good. I'm doing a fucking podcast 114 and 8 years in, and I'm still encountering the same fucking mistakes made by people who are now 10 years older than they were 10 years ago, who made those same mistakes back then. It's not like a lot of these people we cover these days are actually young. A majority of the people we fucking cover these days are the same people we covered 7 fucking years ago, making the same fucking mistakes.
Chad, I don't think he's good.
No, he's fine.
No, he's doing fine. Yeah, no, he's perfectly fine. He'll be alright.
Yeah, he's fine.
Hey, Sneaky, you should have another shot of vodka.
Honestly, Sneaky, you sound like a
I
fucking
haven't.
college professor sometimes. You're just like, how the fuck are these people still giving me this shit?
Well, you know, if a college would pay me, I would take it.
Unfortunately, you don't have the right personality matrix.
Yeah, I don't have the right. Yeah, I definitely do not. No.
Yeah,
Definitely do not know. His skin was warm, too warm for a dream. Oh, are you the fucking professor on dreams now, are you? Oh, yes. Well, you see, I
Well,
have
are
my
you?
doctorate in dream having, and I have decided with my advanced medical doctorate that this temperature is simply too high to have in a dream.
It's absurd. It can never happen. Physically impossible.
Really? Oh! How can you tell this is real? Oh, well, I am 94 degrees hot. That's simply too
No.
high to be in a dream.
Crazy.
Me acting as an intellectual when the dream attempts to fool me, not me knowing that everything is but a dream in our world. Yes.
Oh, yes,
I
well, you
am-
see, Dream, you can't fool me. I looked at the temperature gauge, and it's 100 degrees out. That's too hot. That can't happen in a dream.
And
Dream,
such I
no,
know
your
that
micrometer
everything
is
is a
away from
dream,
those
and I am
children.
so
Oh,
based
God.
and red pilled.
Oh, God. Like, that's so fucking still. Oh, I know this isn't a dream because it's too warm.
The only time I've ever really figured out that I was in a dream was when I just noticed that fucking this shit was just floating around Gmod style. I'm like, hold on a minute, that doesn't seem like it works. I'm just watching a fucking like shit just start T-posing. I'm like, wait a minute.
You know what? When I do have dreams, 'cause I don't have dreams very often, but when I do have dreams and there are other people in them, how I end up waking up from the dream is always I get to a point where I start arguing with all the people in the dream, and then eventually someone says to me, you know this is just a dream, right? And then I get really pissed at them, and I shout, I know, and then I wake up.
Makes sense.
Well, you know, right? You know. You should really wake up. Think you need to wake up. The accident happened like 13 years ago. You had to wake up.
Let go,
Wake up,
Nose.
wake up, wake
It's
up,
time to
wake
wake
up.
up, Nose.
The voices aren't real, Sneaky.
No, the voices are real. You should go kill that orphanage.
They are inside your walls.
No, but it's always like, this is the funny thing. It's the reason why I'm always arguing with them at the start is because every single dream where there's other people in it, it's because we're trying to survive something, whether it's like zombies or some sort of like apocalypse scenario where everything's been abandoned or some shit. And we're trying to figure out how to like defend ourselves against the bandits or the zombies or get supplies or something. And so I start arguing with everyone about how to do it because no one's listening to me. And then eventually it gets to the point where I get so heated that then it's like, you know, this is just a dream, and that's why you're not winning the argument. And I'm like, I know, and I wake up.
Many such cases with Sneaky.
Yep.
Actually, it's very rare. I don't have those kind of dreams very often. Maybe like once every couple months.
What, you mean you don't have schizophrenic dreams every like 12 seconds?
No, no. In fact, my sleep is very dreamless. Don't have too many dreams. But that's the way I like it. Yeah, no, that's the way I like it. My dreams are always fairly violent, you know?
Yeah. Somehow I'm surprised at that.
A lot of things try to kill me in my dreams.
I can't imagine why they would want to kill you.
Yeah, no.
That's strange.
Squared up with
can't
the
imagine
Wendigo
why your
in my dream.
subconscious wants to fucking murder you.
No, it's not my subconscious that wants to murder me.
Well, then what does want to murder you?
The conscious mind.
The demons in my walls.
Sneaky, the demons
The
in your
federal
walls are
agents
telling you
outside
that you
your
need to
door.
buy more fentanyl.
The only thing in your walls is Blizzard, as they keep stealing from your fic.
Yeah, true. But no, that still was a funny dream moment where I had a dream where the Wendigo showed up. You know, the After Dawn. That was the game, right?
The Until Dawn.
Until Dawn, yeah. So the Wendigo from Until Dawn showed up outside my kitchen at my dad's house. You know, broke
Did
through
you
the
smell what he
window
was
and
cooking?
Yeah, so the Wendigo smelled what I was cooking, and the answer was him. Because that dream ended with me fist fighting the Wendigo and then turning the gas stove on and shoving its face into the gas stove as it screamed and burned alive.
Oh, you didn't rock bottom? What's wrong with you?
Yeah. And then what made the dream really weird is that same night, my stepsister also had a dream where she was in the kitchen and the Wendigo broke in through the same door that it broke in through in my dream, except it attacked and killed her. And normally, again, I try to do a lot of verification with this, where I don't mention certain details until they say them. So, to make sure that they aren't just, trying to string me along of like, oh yeah, Sneaky, yeah, that totally happened in my dream too. Oh yeah. So I let her go first. And she outlined the exact same kind of steps in the dream that I had. And the only difference was that she screamed and tried to run and died, and I fought it and killed it in my dream. But yeah, so that was a little bit weird, where we both had the exact same dream with the exact same circumstances, because after I fought it in my dream, the dream reset. And in round 2, I ran away from it into the basement, and it ran upstairs to the second floor where my stepsister was sleeping, and then I hear her screaming, and then the dream ends.
Couldn't happen to
Yeah.
a worse person.
Ah, yes,
So-
phase 2 of the
yeah,
dream.
obviously. Yeah, phase 2 of the boss, yeah. But yeah, so it's I like to not tell people details when they try and like confirm, or they try and tell me something that I started saying, and then they're like, I'm trying to make sure that they're not just trying to string me along, because obviously I mean I have issues. I mean, I don't have issues, I have like volumes, but
Encyclopedias.
yeah, encyclopedias.
There's an entire newspaper that's been running for a decade dedicated to you.
Well, that's subscriptions. I'm a little bit past subscriptions.
Yeah, we're getting like anthologies now.
Yeah, exactly, right. So yeah, I try to make other people fill in the details before I confirm or deny anything, because I don't. I've had instances in the past where I tried sharing stuff and people would like play along just to fuck with me, and it's rough, right? Because when you're borderline schizophrenic, the last thing you need is people agreeing with you.
Yeah.
And, so it's when you're trying to make sure that the person you definitely saw in the corner of the room where there shouldn't be a person isn't actually there, you need people to disagree with you so you can be like, right, yes, that's just an aberration of my mind, it's just a hallucination, no one was there. But when people start saying, oh yeah, the person in the corner of the room, it's like, God, I'm relying on you! You, who I think is sane, to help me with the hallucination.
It's like,
Maybe they also have hallucinations though.
Or alternatively, they're actually there.
Yeah,
It's time to
maybe.
look up the glitchy.
Yeah.
Maybe
But
you're right.
I doubt it. Yeah. Well, see, it's the thing. It's like, I didn't think the house was truly haunted. I thought my father's house was just my minor schizophrenia acting up.
Minor is schizophrenia, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm functional.
That's fair.
I don't hear voices. I mean, 99% of the time I don't hear voices. Well, I really only ever
I have to press it.
Well, no, it's like really, because like I can't say 100% of the time I don't hear voices, because the only time I've ever heard voices was when I was in my father's house. Yeah. So, again, this is the problem for child me, where child me knows about schizophrenia, knows typically people don't just appear in the corners of rooms and shit, so is trying to scientifically narrow down what's actually happening and what is just hallucinations of a stressed mind, right? Yeah, child me did not have a great time being a child. But
I can't imagine why.
I didn't truly believe the house was haunted for a long time until, I tell my dad one day that the house is haunted. He says, "No, Sneaky, don't be silly. The house isn't haunted. That's not real." And then the light next to us explodes.
And he was like, "All right, so there might be a haunting."
And I was like, that actually happened, right? And he looks at me and goes, "Yes, that actually just happened." And we're like, okay. All right. Okay. And then, I don't tell anyone in my real life about my suspicions of the house being haunted and stuff. I have a friend that comes pick me up one night, and he asks me who the person on the third floor watching me leave was. Now, I've told this story many times. There's no third floor for the person to be on. It's a fake window in the roof of the second floor. Which, it's my friend. He might just be fucking with me.
Or, it could just be Jersey.
Well, it's a lot of things I can excuse and brush off until one night, around the same time, my mother comes to pick me up one day, and she proceeds to describe the exact same thing a friend that lives 1 hour from her and has never met her just also described the previous week. And then I go, well, that's two people describing the exact same scenario, picking me up around the exact same time, from the exact same window. I do not like this.
No, it's fine, right? Because you see, once is a fluke, twice is a coincidence.
It needs to happen a third time.
Yeah, then you gotta start being concerned. But for now,
that's the point where you get the blessed bullets.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have that many friends, so.
Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah.
Better luck next time. Guess
yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. And then I found the fucking Solomonic runes around the house, creating a boundary field.
Yeah.
That was
Build a boundary
Well,
field? What? What?
That's you guys realize that's a legitimate thing, right? Like boundary fields are a legitimate thing in reality. Like that's a legitimate religious practice.
Yeah.
So what? You put a bunch of salt out?
No, it's quite literally slate that someone spray painted with a Solomonic rune. I don't know what the Solomonic rune meant. There's 72 of them. They mean a whole bunch of different things, and you're supposed to use them in certain ways to be like either inside this boundary you declare that no evil may pass, or you say inside this boundary no evil may leave. There's a whole bunch, bad luck stays away, good luck comes in. There's a whole bunch of ways you're supposed to write and use these runes and the way you're supposed to use them with the boundary field and all that. And you put a piece of slate with the boundary, with the rune in the corners to make a square, and you make the boundary field, and then you're, supposed to do all the fun stuff with it. And it's a religious thing. It's not just an anime fate thing. Like, he had to take it from somewhere. Like, that's what he was inspired by.
Nasu is schizo enough that he might as well just made it up, but yeah.
I mean, there's also the global schizo field that all schizos are connected to.
True.
What are you, fucking Malkavian?
Yes.
The schizo hive mind.
The schizo noosphere.
Yep.
But yeah, so I found that, but no one knows how they got there. No one knows what they mean. Then my dad moved them, and then the week after he moved them, me and my stepsister start getting nightmares about a Wendigo breaking into the house and trying to kill us. So that was a little bit weird. I don't like to
Yes.
believe in coincidences, but a sure fucking lot of them seem to be happening in that house, and only that house. Doesn't happen anywhere else. I've moved across, up, down, and left, right in the country, and this shit didn't happen anywhere else but that house. Like I said, it was very rough for child me, believing they were schizophrenic.
And of course it was. You were in Jersey.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Highly unfortunate.
A lot of people disappear in New Jersey.
Just donate to New Jersey. I hope they find a cure.
Unfortunately, the only cure for New Jersey is
well, unfortunately,
exorcism.
you shouldn't donate to any of the charities looking for a cure to New Jersey because unfortunately they're all based in New Jersey, which means they're all fraud. Which
I was
going to
say they're either fraud or they're part of the fucking mafia.
Yeah.
Why
Or
not
both.
both?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mafia fraud.
Yeah, so anyway, a gamer system appears in front of this fucking self-insert OC. And it's really crappily done too. So he's like, system notification, you have been chosen, but he doesn't really show that you have been chosen is what the system notification was. It's just the sentence that came after the pop-up system notification. And so you just have to assume. And then you just have to assume that the narrative snaps back to the main character talking, because it just suddenly starts talking about chosen for what. Like, so you have to make a whole bunch of assumptions of what the gamer system is saying and what he is saying, because it doesn't make any delineation between the two of the characters talking to each other, because the gamer system is effectively a character as far as the narrative is concerned. In what house do people hear the knocking in the walls? My father's house. Like I said, all of my ghost stories come from my father's house. Well, aside from two.
What the fuck do you mean aside from two?
Don't worry about it.
No, that's only a coincidence.
I'm
There's
pretty
only
sure
two.
the other two were on his security job.
Now, if a third one happens,
Oh
then
no
you're
no
gonna have
no
to
no
start
that
speaking
no
to
no.
him.
So when I said only two of the stories didn't come from my father's house, I meant in terms of houses. No, two ghost stories came from my mother's house. And then a majority of them came from my father's house. And then I can't really say that Vermont was like a continuation of the issues in New Jersey, because Vermont
has its own fucking weird shit.
Vermont's got a lot of problems, because it's like the building for example, the building where I had all of my weird occurrences occur in, I looked up the history of it, and it's like, oh, this building in 1893 was known for the 14 serial killings that occurred here. And it's like,
and you're just like, excuse me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it turns out that really long, cold winters is not a great thing mentally for some people, and sometimes they snap.
You don't say.
Red rum. You know.
Curious.
I thought the reason why they killed everyone was because the maple syrup sucked ass.
Actually, the maple syrup of Vermont's quite good. Thank you very much.
That was the joke.
Fuck you.
No.
Anyway, it's 3:37 a.m. So you all have a good one. Good luck, retards.
Yeah. But I mean, honestly, the ghost stories from my mother's house were just like, they're like basic bitch stuff. Like, you know, having a nightmare, something screaming, I yell, shut up. Yeah. And it did shut up, by the way, so that actually did work against it. It turns out that when a banshee is screaming at you, what it doesn't expect is for you to scream back at it to shut the fuck up.
Me yelling at the fucking spirit in my house that keeps waking me up at 5 a.m.
Yeah, it turns out I was not expecting that to occur.
Wait, hold on, that's illegal.
Yeah. And then the other instance was my first night terror I ever had with the whole shadows creeping up my my ladder, with the open door and all that fun stuff. But again, I'm pretty sure that was just like an actual nightmare. Like that wasn't actually spooky shit. I think that was like mildly sure that was just a nightmare. I'm like 75% sure it was just a nightmare.
We're
'cause,
unsure.
That never happened ever again, and I was a really young child. And I did just watch a pretty scary movie for a young child. So I was kind of like, it's one of those scenarios where you're just like, I'm pretty sure this is just your normal bog-ass basic nightmare. But I remember the whole thing, which does set it aside from your bog-ass nightmare, because you don't typically remember your nightmare, right? I'm not like an expert on this. That's what I'm asking.
Thank you for clarifying that you have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, I like to make sure that people have no idea what I'm talking about when I don't, because, sometimes I do like to act like I do know what I'm talking about, because usually I do. To the misfortune of everyone involved.
Very comprehensible, thank you.
No problem. So yeah, anyway, the gamer system tells him that he is the chosen one. He is God's chosen people. And that he will, keep the canon events intact.
How is he God's chosen?
Because, the system said so.
Is he of the chosen?
Oh, well, he is now.
Well, he has to be circumcised first.
I don't think the system does that. Maybe it does. Who knows? But, yeah, either way, so he's, now part of God's chosen people who are going to be sent out into the universe to make sure that canon remains unsullied with the, various canons.
What in the McFuck does that mean, author?
Basically, he's trying to pull a Spider-Man into the multiverse, I guess, where the bad guy, the Mexican, who was invading other people's homes to...
Okay, so before you say anything, before you fucking put your foot in your mouth again,
whoa! I didn't make that plot line. Okay, just saying.
Sneaky. Please shut the McFuck up.
I didn't make that plot. Look, I didn't make the plot line of Black Panther 2.
I understand you didn't fucking make that. I know who did. And I know. Oh yeah, it's kind of. I'm noticing. No.
Look, I'm just saying the plot of Black Panther 2 was a little bit suspicious. Okay.
Well, the plot of Black Panther. We don't need to talk about that. Okay.
You sure we don't need to talk about the villain Wetback, who was Mexican, who invaded their country by traveling through the river because of his wet back?
And he died because he dried out.
And he died because they dried his wet back out? You sure we don't need to talk about that plot?
No, we don't.
But, yeah, anyway, so basically that's what his job is, except, instead of, being a job that he gave himself, it's actually a job given to him by God. He's being sent to a reality where, the canon is in danger of not happening, so he has to go make sure canon happens.
What the fuck did I come back to?
Cringe.
A gamer who wants
big
to
cringe.
keep canon, a gamer story where canon has to unfold because the self-insert wants it to, so they go to try and make it happen.
I see.
Yeah, so basically, the self-insert was chosen by God to go maintain canon, and so he has to go to a world and make sure canon happens.
Which means we're going to follow a story where the self-insert is making sure canon happens as closely as possible.
Except the main character doesn't believe that any other world besides his world that he came from is real, because everything else has to be a simulation.
Here's a question. If the timeline where you make everything work out great for you is the only timeline that you stay in, do the other timelines exist? Because now you have no reason to go back in time and stop doing the,
Well, I mean, it really depends on the kind of time travel you're operating on. Yeah, if you're operating on parallel timelines in which, you have timeline A where you go back in time to stop the issue from happening, then you create timeline B by you going back in time because you're actually interacting with the timeline in a new way, which would in fact create an alternative timeline instead of continuing timeline A. So you'd be having timeline like C, which would just be a copy of timeline A.
We're
where
not
you...
getting into the timeline fuckery.
Well, no, I'm just saying it really depends because you have a lot of variants there where you have your like Kingdom Hearts style where there's only one true timeline, and people get evaporated if they're not part of the correct timeline. And then you have like Marvel style, which is complete nonsense and makes no sense because they try and mash all of the timeline styles together. Like, oh, they have to go put the Infinity Stones back because the alternative realities they took them from have to have their Infinity Stones so they can also go into the past to take the Infinity Stones from other alternative realities.
Yeah.
And then, with all of this timeline fuckery, instead of just going into the past and unsnapping everyone, we're just gonna unsnap everyone 5 years later.
Yeah.
Because, I don't fucking...
Reasons.
So yeah, anyway, the main character, who is God's chosen person to make sure that canon events occur, doesn't believe in canon.
Is worldist and racist against anyone who's not of his world.
Yeah, he's worldist.
God's chosen is worldist.
Yeah. Also, for some reason, that despite the fact that he is a soul now, he already has a predetermined height, which means the author is canonizing that your height is determined by your soul.
Yes.
which is rough. I hate to break this to you, Kaz. I didn't think it would be like this. But,
Don't worry, my boy. You just have the soul of a Dowie.
It's fine. I accept it being
Sam, you're a midget in real life and you're a midget in soul.
It's fine. I accept it being
Manlit
5'4".
forever.
I
Just
accept
dig
it
a
being
hole.
Guys, I accepted it being
dig the
5'4"
hole.
when I stopped adding the half in there. I accepted it.
That's fair. Yeah. Well, don't worry. You weren't gonna be able to add that half in there for long. Once the slouching starts.
Yeah.
Bruh. What the fuck?
What? Everyone knows gravity impacts shorter people more.
Yep.
Also, remember, short
Also,
people
the way
are
I
closer
said
to
when
hell,
gaming.
therefore they're more evil.
Yep.
Yay!
I mean,
Fucking elf.
we should
Shut
have
the fuck
figured
up,
that
elf.
one out with Australia.
What's that? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I can't hear you, beardless dwarf.
To bring shame to your ancestors.
You
Just
know,
me,
I'm gonna be really
Shame
nice
over
right
it.
now and not say the thing my brain immediately generated.
Type it out there. Type it out there. And also, I can grow a beard. I just don't.
I was speaking to Nose.
Yeah, so was I.
Yeah,
Oh.
because he just fucking...
Sorry, you said dwarf, and I thought you were talking about me because
There.
there's another height joke.
I typed it out.
Alright, that's it. You're going in the fucking book, you shithead.
That's excessively rude.
Yes, that's why. Oh, I said I wasn't gonna say it, and then
I
they're
know.
like, type it out, type it out. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, they're like, type it.
System notification. A random skill will now be assigned to you. Fucking, I
Oh wait,
hate this
is the
shit.
random skill God Emperor, or is it insta kill?
Yeah, this is what I hate this shit. I always hate this shit. Like, Shiro is the only one I trust to write fucking random shit. Because he genuinely
Because he actually
does.
doesn't random.
Yeah, he actually does random shit. Like, he has actually complained. He's like, oh my fucking god, I have to adjust my entire gamer system now because you guys keep rolling 90s for this fucking character.
Yeah, and you can read the frustration he's getting. Because these characters keep getting too off.
He's just like, I just want to write a fucking fun story, and you guys keep rolling mythical powers.
I did love I remember seeing someone make a quote of him just going, "Got you, you fucking bot! You're rigging the rolls." Because one character gets all the shit rolls, one character gets all the god rolls. It's like, I caught you, bitch.
Yeah, that was
He's
so
like-
fucking funny.
Me when I fucking catch the bot that's reading my story.
But
It's
Literally.
me. The bot's me. I'm the bot. I've always been the bot.
But yeah, I hate this random skill shit because it's always an excuse by the author to give like
I don't
a
even explain it.
completely bullshit power up to the. Well, yes, they don't explain it well, but it's always like, oh, do you want to spin the
I
room?
skimmed this. I just skimmed this chapter. They don't even explain it. They give the name and that's it. All it's called is temporal
Oh.
distortion. So it has something to do with time, and then that's all we got.
Oh,
So now the boss can do
okay.
anything he wants.
That's it's even more ridiculous. Yeah, it's like a random skill
Mhm.
instant dungeon. It's like okay, fucking.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's always is like, oh, random skill. Complete absolute control over electricity and full immunity. It's like, oh wow, I can't believe my random skill was this near godlike power. How
Where am I-
convenient.
Really, what's my first world or land I'm going to? A land controlled by an evil lightning god that you're completely immune to now.
Yeah. So oh no, I'm writing a DXD gambler story. Do you want to spin the wheel for powers? Yeah, I do. Oh, do you want to take a curse so you can spin the wheel for more powers? Oh boy, do I.
Yeah.
Oh, the curse you got was the curse of lust in DXD.
Yeah.
I guess you just have to get a harem now.
Mm-hmm.
That face
Oh.
when I'm trying to go for the haremless speedrun and I get the fucking harem curse.
Oh, the next curse you got. The curse was pride was next. I guess you just can't let people get away with insulting you now in DXD. You just have to show them their place.
What's your next
Good.
curse? Oh, you attract strong enemies, but your blessing makes you so strong that it doesn't matter.
Oh, good thing you got
Well,
that
you've got this
blessing
rival.
that makes you train harder. The stronger the enemy you have to fight.
Oh, fated rival. You've got you've got this person, Cow, but guess what? You're completely immune to piercing and holy attacks, so his spear does nothing.
Splendid.
It's like
It's just
that's
it's so
every
fucking
fucking story. That's
every
every fucking
story.
story.
Yeah. Oh no, you got the curse of rage. You're just gonna get really angry sometimes. You can't help but lash out at people. Oh, good thing I have Gamer's Mind to help me mitigate that. Oh shit, man,
No.
we should have really taken that into account when we made this fucking gamer system. Too bad we, omnipotent beings, did not take
Not
into account
omnipotent.
that our gamer system would allow them to ignore things like rage and fear. Oh, too bad our omnipotence didn't extend to the thing we created. Yeah, damn, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that's crazy.
Damn, that's crazy. That's so crazy. I think I need to get more alcohol.
True.
True.
Yeah, so anyway, the author also instantly has his character realize that he's not being just thrown into a random world. He's being thrown into a real world with real darkness and real people and real grit.
You're not plucking.
Which
Excuse
world
me.
is he being thrown into?
My Hero Academia.
Okay, well, with a description like that, I would have expected, I don't know, 40K, Cyberpunk.
It is the
It is the
something 40th millennium.
Something that acknowledges the dark setting that's in the backstory and dives heavily
No,
into it.
it's a dark setting because he has no shoes and looks like a homeless person, and people are judging him for it.
Yep.
Me
Also,
when I'm
de-aged him.
Have you seen what homeless people tend to look like in Japan?
Do they?
They look like protagonists.
A lot of times they end up looking like anime protagonists.
Yeah.
Or a wise old
Which is
master.
funny because most anime protagonists are also fucking homeless.
Yeah, you know, there might be a correlation.
I don't know, Chief. I think we're grasping at straws here.
You know, play a JRPG Pro Tag. 9 times out of 10, they lose their home.
I mean, if you're homeless and have no money, then you can't. Then you've got nothing to pay taxes with. So. You
Yes,
can't
the
pay
average
taxes.
adventurer, the man who
Yes, he
refuses
can't pay
to pay
taxes.
taxes.
Yeah.
Oh no, the IRS, they are coming for him. He
But
didn't
he has
file
nothing for them
his
to take.
he didn't file his pre-departure taxes.
Inshallah,
Oh,
he shall be
no.
destroyed.
So
That's actually the final villain.
My shopping cart of +3 homelessness protects me from your IRS magics.
That would actually be hilarious, right? Like, make it like a post-epilogue sort of silly thing for your isekai story, where the final epilogue villain is the IRS who have been working this whole time to gain interdimensional travel so they can charge you for all of your back taxes that you've owed for the past 20 years that you didn't pay because you're supposed to pay 20 years of back taxes whenever you leave the US.
The IRS entering the isekai world to make you pay taxes.
Exactly, yeah, it's like, wait, what?
You just hear the fucking United States theme, and then someone just like, "What's that?" He's here for me.
Oh no.
No! No! They
I thought I
said
escaped
supposed to
them.
follow me!
I don't care who they send, I'm not paying taxes.
They send literally death.
Evasion is a crime. It's an obligation, Dante.
That line will never die. That's just a great line.
Lucaria reads its opponent's feelings with its aura. It finds out things it would rather not know, so it gets stressed out easily. Lucario is capable of hearing you being a furry. It gives him depression.
Yep.
That face when my owner is jacking off to the thought of me. Pain.
Clip it, ladies and gentlemen!
Fuck you!
Where's the Brazilian?
Someone
Where's Pedro?
Someone ping Pedro.
Why? I was just saying what the author was probably thinking. I didn't mean to.
I didn't mean to say that. Half of those clips on our fucking list. Let's see here. Deku times Fem Todoroki. Okay. All Might leaps away into the sky. Izuku tries to speak. Disappointment wells up in his chest. Why couldn't he do anything about it? A new take on an old trope. A fresh pair of... The author forgot the maximum cap of words because they were trying to hype up the story.
Oh damn! I didn't know that they made the name that long. It almost sounds like an isekai story. The author forgot what the cap for the words were. Wow, that's a great title.
Good. CH, do it.
Mm-hmm.
Emerald Island. One day after a encounter on her way home, Setsuna takes a peculiar interest in green-haired classmate. Craving answers. Oh, I'm sure that's what she's craving. The young heroine takes matters into her own hands to get to the bottom. Rated M for dark themes.
Get to the bottom, huh?
Crossover.
One Punch Man crossover. That's no. No.
No.
No.
No.
I mean, at least
One
it's
Punch Man
8K words, 2,000 favorites. That's pretty good stats overall. I mean, 1,000 reviews, 2,000 favorites, 67 chapters. That's pretty good stats
430k,
overall.
which kind of tells me it's not a bad fic.
Oh, well, I mean, it's been ongoing for 5 years. It's at 430k, which means we're talking about roughly, like, 3/4 of a book a year, which is, I mean, pretty good overall. The past
Oh,
5 years, one chapter a month.
Izuku apparently absorbed and assimilated Tatsumaki in his quirk, and now he's got her power. That according to the
What?
reviews.
Oh,
Literally a
okay,
fourth
then never
review.
mind. Fuck this story. It's lame and stupid.
What
Yeah.
did he mean by this?
Someone wrote their own one shot in the fucking things and then actually signed it off in the reviews.
That's
What?
cringe.
As a review, they fucking looks like they've written an entire fucking one shot in Oromaki.
Wait, so is it
And it's not
not
the first
canon,
time?
or is canon that he?
No, that is canon, but then there's another person called Insane Dominator that's writing essays in his reviews as reviews.
Ah. Oh, good. Did he got it?
And apparently he did. He had to. Fucking.
No.
Good man.
I really appreciate that no one else made a single noise when saying
Pardon?
the clip. No one else made a noise when Nose was saying that at all. So it was just dead silence.
Yeah,
and Nose was
I
just
really
like,
appreciate
damn,
that.
I really hate it.
I was really hoping that someone was gonna fucking say something.
No,
I
you
think
make sure that you get clipped.
I think we're kind of watching like,
There's-
okay, what's this train wreck gonna be?
There's plenty of shit that's been said on this podcast where people were perfectly silent.
My
except
my
for
audio is
some
super
that
fucked.
dared
Is
open
it
their mouth.
is it fucked in the clip or is it fucked now?
It's not to me, so
It's fucky in both. Like, what do you mean fucky in both? Is
Yeah,
it like,
you gotta be more specific here, buddy.
what does fucky mean? Is it like choppy? Is it high pitched? Is it
It-
like
not for me. So I think that's just UC8. Seems stream sided.
are you in the stream, Kaz? Can you confirm if my audio
Yeah.
is choppy or something? Like,
Not to me. Not to me. I just checked it now.
okay, that's really
Sorry, I
weird.
think
Yeah, it
it's-
might
I think
just
it's
be UCA.
Brazilian.
Yeah.
It might just be you if you're Brazilian internet. Because it wasn't choppy and there was no like audio jumps or anything from me. It is not robotic.
You
not
moved
for
your
us.
mic and now it sounds robotic. Is anyone else hearing me sound robotic?
You haven't. I'm in VC, so but you have not changed a bit. I'll
No,
go to
stream is fine as well. Stream's fine.
Okay, so yeah, it's just C8 with his absolute Brazil internet.
Wow, that's two people that have had internet issues instead of me. That's weird.
Well, Sign always has internet issues because his parents like to watch Netflix at this exact period of time every single
Yeah.
Tuesday and Friday, and only on Tuesdays and Fridays. Let's see what else we got here. When I was clipping it, your audio while you were reading Lucario meme was super fucked in particular.
I think that's because there was like 3 people talking.
Yeah, that might have just been because 3 people were talking and you're hearing audio overlap with your shit-ass internet, so it was kind of futzing them all together or something.
Because he talked about the meme, then I said yeah, and then you clicked nose when no one was talking. But there was like 3 people talking when he was talking about that meme.
Okay, I just listened to stream on my end. You're perfectly fine.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
so
so it's
yeah,
definitely
just not me at all, okay.
Because even the clip you made is perfectly fine for audio-wise, C8.
Yeah, I didn't hear any issues with the audio, so yeah, it might just be the fact that you're hearing 3 people talk at the same time, and it's all overlapping.
Could be that.
Emperor's Dragon 4, which...
I feel like if anyone would be having issues with my audio, it would be the people in the Discord call, because Discord's always been way more fucky than my stream audio has been. Okay, well, yeah.
Izuku as a dragon...
Let's see, Emperor's Dragon 5 Dragon. Izuku made a choice. Dad, DFO, all for one. Izuku's a dragon. Okay, yeah, whatever. My Hero Academia 180 degrees. What the fuck does that mean?
Okay,
It's
you
where
know,
apparently he doesn't get inspired by All Might and doesn't get told he can be a hero, but he still apparently gets with Urchiko and gets romantic with her.
Advises
Yeah,
him to be more
sure.
realistic, so he
Real-
does the unthinkable.
He tries to end
Oh,
himself, and then Urchiko saves him.
okay,
That's cringe.
sure.
Yep.
Quick aside.
Izuku was Spider-Man. Another diamond.
What's
I
that?
want a cross. I want to about the dragon thing. I now want a crossover where Kiryu adopts Izuku and raises him
Oh,
to be the
yeah.
new dragon of Dojima. That's got some potential.
All right,
Sounds
well,
funny.
let's see. Yakuza. Let's see.
That's
Yakuza,
usually
11
Kiryu.
Yakuza crosses.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure because I remember reading someone's first. I think was it? It wasn't. Oh fuck! It was the guy who made the
Izuku
Johto,
Midoriya, the
Hero.
mad dog of Shizaka. Izuku Midoriya is not going to be a hero. He's going to be a mad dog. And he's going to take on the strongest bastards. Watch out, world.
Why is it by the
Okay.
same person in the first four?
Oh, apparently because this guy is the only dude that writes Izuku. Izuku,
Oh.
man. He's the only...
Okay.
Bro is the only Izuku Yakuza writer.
Oh no.
Mugiwara no Luffy, I think, is the one I remember writing one. He writes a fucking My Hero Persona 5.
Yeah,
And he
more
also
than
wrote
half
a
of-
JoJo's DxD one that was alright. And he wrote a couple of others. Like, he writes some alright stories, but I haven't seen him update in a while. Oh, he hasn't updated in a year.
more than half of these crossovers are the same author.
Yeah. Rise
Yeah.
of Yamikumo. The story of how I became the world's most badass hero with the shittiest name.
Dark
Is
Cloud.
that a play on Like a Dragon?
Yeah, I mean, it might be, but that kind of translates to Shadow Cloud or Cloud Shadow.
Right, but what I'm
So-
saying is that I think like in
It's
Like a
Like a Dragon.
Dragon, it was like Ichiru, whatever his name was.
Kasuga?
He
Ichiban?
Ichiban. He interrupted the narrative with saying like the real title of this game is, the story of how I became the most badass Yakuza with like the shittiest tattoo or something. Like
Yeah.
it was something early on at some point. Nothing like remembering an author you haven't seen update a while, checking their profile and seeing it's been a year plus since their last update. Yeah, true. Big. It's
well.
it's like saying goodnight to the guy and he's saying, yeah, see you
Mm.
tomorrow, and then you look at his name and it's like 265 days since last online.
Yep. And unlike QQ, FFN doesn't tell you when they were last on or anything.
Yeah. At least then the author's just lazy and has decided to drop the story, and not that they don't, not that they're dead.
Mm. Especially because the only thing in his favorites are things that have been going on for like multiple years that would have been updated already.
Yeah.
So there's nothing new on it for his favorite stories or anything. So
Sub-stories
Yeah,
5 and 8, into to MDOS, DKA, okay, Oniga, Shiguro Kill,
Ooh.
Oniga,
Yeah, these guys-
Yakuza Hero, 31 Days DDD, Dragon of UA, Mad Dog and Mustafu, Mineta and Izuku meet. Okay, why is Mineta the Dragon of Yui?
Because weirdos like Mineta.
what?
Why Mineta of all characters?
People are going on this like redemption arc for Mineta recently.
Is it because he said people thought he was gay for Izuku? I think that's when it started.
I mean, it might have been, but I mean, I first started seeing like these stories like maybe 3 or so years ago, where it's a whole bunch of stories about Mineta redemption, where he's suddenly a good guy and he wasn't a pervert, and everyone's really understanding about him, and
It's 3 or so years ago when the anime released showing him and that tape guy versus Midnight, and then he actually showed off actually good winning while the tape guy was
Yeah, it
asleep.
might have been.
Just before the fucking field trip camp where the villains
Yeah,
attacked.
it might have
It might
been.
have been. I think it might have been. So basically, he had one cool moment and people fucking forgave
Yeah,
him.
dude, I fucking have said this forever. You know, these people are
Mm.
just 1 3-minute cinematic away from fucking shilling.
Fucking hell. Especially because in the next couple of weeks after that, he tried to fucking peek over fucking Hot Springs wall and almost had a kid kill himself by cracking his skull.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Some
you
people
know.
are just idiots, and there's nothing you can do to fix that.
Anything for the comedy. Yeah, man. Mad Dog's Code, man. Yeah, so there's like 6 different fucking stories where Izuku is the Mad Dog. I guess no one really thought of that, Max.
Mm.
I don't know why go for a mad dog? Like Kiryu actually ran an orphanage and has consistently okay interactions with kids aside from, the first game when he slapped the kid
Probably.
around because she wouldn't shut up.
Probably because he's stoic and people think that's boring. Even though he's not very
That's
stoic.
true.
Yeah,
That's
actually.
fair, yeah.
Outwardly, yes, he's stoic.
Yeah.
But that's literally like his face is set in resting bitch mode and he can't help it.
Yeah, but people don't understand that inner thoughts because they don't think you're supposed to have your own voice in your head.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that people think in their head.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's also the part where people are awful at body language because if you watch cutscenes with Kiryu, they put a lot of work into making sure his
Yeah.
body language does a really good job.
Well,
of
yeah, you
what's
also have to
going
keep in
on.
mind that a majority of the people playing the game haven't left their parents' basement 5 years. So they don't know when someone's giving off body language of "go away and stop talking to me," or "I'm here
Or-
for you. I'm gonna lend my shoulder to you," or
Or
various
the only
other
way they've
bits.
gotten it, or the only way they got into it is watching a VTuber play Yakuza.
No, true. It's only a fad once the VTuber plays it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's never gonna die with you, is it, Sneaky?
No, it won't. Especially
Well,
because they said it about a game specifically that was such a massive cultural phenomena that it literally changed entire genres.
Wait, is this about VTubers playing Yakuza or a different game?
Max has a friend that never played Minecraft because he thought it was a stupid kids game, even though Max and several of his friends tried to get him to play it over the course of many years.
It's not even that he thought it was that because he didn't. He just doesn't take input from our friend group half the time.
So anyway, point being is that he didn't play the game for a very long time, despite all of his friends trying to get him to play it. And then once he saw a bunch of his favorite VTubers start playing the game, he called it a new fad and started playing the game himself.
Oh,
That is kind of pathetic.
And then whenever the VTubers stop playing the game, he stops playing the game because it's a dead fad.
Bruh.
What?
Yeah, so like I said, like if he said that about any other game, I might have just let it go, but he said that about Minecraft, which was such a pivotal cultural phenomena that it literally changed genres.
Minecraft has been a thing for over 10 years in rising popularity.
And not only that, still going strong for 10 years.
It is.
Yeah.
Like, I don't play myself because I prefer Terraria because I prefer the battling over the crafting and I'm shit at crafting.
Fair. I'm shit at both.
I'd only really play it with friends just to have fun and fuck with people.
True.
But I'm not going to pay money for Minecraft, so.
Well, I mean, back in the day, it was just $20.
Back in the day, it was free.
Well, that's way back in the day. Yeah, it was free.
Yeah. No, I meant we had a fucking cracked, cheated version.
Way back in the day when all you had to do to play with friends who couldn't afford the game was change one server value.
Yep. Yeah, those were the days.
The good days.
The good days.
Yep.
But
you
hey,
can still
now
change
we've
that
got
server
Terraria
value.
getting a crossover with Power World.
Minecraft. Oh, that too. Yeah.
Terraria, yeah.
They're also doing another crossover with Power World. Monster Hunter.
Maybe.
Wait, what? You talking?
No,
Vertigo.
Power World's doing another massive big crossover, I think,
Crossover.
with someone else.
I
Yeah,
don't.
they're
I
doing
haven't
one
heard
with
about them doing a
Terraria.
crossover. I know they're doing like a
also
massive
they
expansion.
announced their next free expansion. By the way, this was a free expansion. You don't have to pay for this expansion. Their next free expansion to the Power World game is multiplying the map size by 6.
Yeah, it's impressive.
I'm only seeing Terraria crossover.
Okay, maybe it was just someone was posting a wishful thinking thing then.
Maybe was it talking about maybe that Horizon like ripoff that was like combining like Power World and shit?
Oh, might have been, yeah.
Maybe.
Because it's so I think either I did or someone else did.
Yeah,
say it
Monster
was, like,
Hunter and
Monster Hunter
Elden Ring.
Movement.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like a weird crossover with Monster Hunter and Elden Ring with Horizon's fucking
That's what it
actual
was, yeah.
bow gameplay, yeah.
Yeah. Which apparently is actually even cooler than we thought, because I saw Asmongold watch a trailer of it.
Oh yeah.
And
I saw that, too.
apparently they're adding the machines as mounts into the game. You can collect pieces and rebuild them.
And you can even customize them further.
Yeah, and then take them
looks
into
rad.
the fight.
Damn.
Yeah, that's why it's the Power World clone. Because it just
Yeah.
does that, but with robots.
So that's.
I've got a side eye on that just because that's a very specific robot aesthetic that I've only seen out of Horizon.
They've
It's
shown
really
actual
cool from
gameplay
else
of the customization, so it has potential. And if they
Yeah.
go any
Yeah,
further,
no, I
it's
mean,
like,
they're definitely expanding upon the idea, and it's definitely a very unique aesthetic that's very nice and appealing. I'm interested in where they take it. And if, you know, if Horizon wanted to keep that aesthetic under wraps, maybe they shouldn't have made a dog shit game.
Mm.
You know, just like if, you know, Nintendo wanted to keep Pokemon on lockdown, maybe they shouldn't have made so many dog shit games.
I'm still trying to figure out how a sequel got greenlit for Horizon Zero Dawn, because as much as I love the first game,
It tied itself well. It ended itself.
It did a good job tying itself up. There were a few loose ends that they managed to, again, tie up in the DLC that they made. And I don't think it sold well enough to warrant a sequel.
But Max.
Well, not only
like
that,
money.
they did that whole thing where they made her fat-ish.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, like, they
I
just...
saw the redesign made 0 sense because in the first game, her body type made perfect sense for what she was doing.
Yeah, she was a fucking outdoorsman.
Most of the hunters we saw had a similar body type to her, with
Yeah.
a few exceptions, with the dudes that just had the good old boy build.
Yeah.
And those guys weren't as active.
Yeah.
They were warriors, not hunters.
In the sequel, the only thing she hunted was fucking the food between the couch cushions.
Damn.
She wasn't that fat, but no, like, she did have the pudgy face, which was just, like, really weird. Like, the Down syndrome face, and it's kind of just like, why?
No, she looked like she looked like she had post-pregnancy.
Yeah.
She looked like someone who had just
gay.
lately given birth. Yeah, I know, but she looked like, from family I've seen, people like build up fat from giving birth, and she hadn't lost it yet.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's just really weird. It's just weird decision making, and then some of the, yeah, it's just really weird for a game with robots as the antagonist and like sci-fi tech in like this sort of like clash between, you know, fantasy and sci-fi.
You
to
want to
just
know?
like arbitrarily have your devs go off the deep end and talk about feminism and shit, and you're kind of just like, bro, I'm just here for the sci-fi versus fantasy game.
You want to know what the game feels like to me in some aspects? Feels like a fucking industry plant. Like, the game feels like an industry plant.
Oh, it absolutely was. No, 100%. The sequel was absolutely a we want to gain more profits off of this game, so we're just going to produce a slopwell. And it's going to be a game that no one asked for, no one wanted, and we're going to add a bunch of dumbass political ideology shit to it, and then we're going to go on Twitter and shit and call our fans sexist and racist if they don't like it. And it's just like, wow, you're really convincing me to buy the game. Like, I liked Horizon Zero Dawn. It was a fun game. I liked Aloy.
Aloy was great, and the fact that you actually could pick choices in several dialogues that would determine the flavor of personality was really well done.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's the best way I've seen that handled in a while, because unlike Mass Effect, like, they made it pretty consistent.
Yeah.
Or not Mass Effect. Unlike like Fallout 4, as an example, they made it pretty consistent, and they actually made them matter. Like, they were actually materially different. Unlike Fallout 4, which was 3 flavors of goody two shoes, and then sarcastic goody two shoes.
Except when the goody two shoes didn't matter, and you still have to kill Kellogg because fuck you. You thought.
Well, I mean, fuck Kellogg, but.
No, fuck Kellogg. He made me fucking sit through a cutscene instead of, like, sniping him. He's fucking invisible.
I mean, sure, but I should have had the option to, like, actually talk it out.
Yes.
If this had been New Vegas, not only could I talk it out, I'd be like, hey, man, I'm gonna pay you twice what they pay you to take me there. Like, it's been any
Here's
other
twice the
company,
money. Get the fuck out of here.
I could have treated the mercenary like a mercenary and just hired him.
Oh yeah, it's just like,
Matt,
hey, buddy.
Your wife.
Like, honestly, it would have been like the best dialogue option ever. It would be like some sort of like charisma check of like 8 or higher, and then, like, can I pay you to fuck off and tell me the information I want? Ha! You couldn't pay me all the money in the world. There's no way you can match the Institute's benefits. And it's like dialogue option, charisma 8, bottle caps 50,000. Here, take this money and fuck off.
Yeah.
And then Kellogg's just like,
bottle caps 50,000. I'm going to raid the fucking institute.
Okay.
You get to keep whatever you loot.
Yeah.
Man, I hated everything about the institute. Like,
yeah.
None of the decisions you
we're
make
science
matter.
nerds, and we're arbitrarily evil. What's that? We could save the world? Yeah, but I'm too busy being evil and cruel.
The worst part is, you take over, and you don't get... I've killed thousands of people in the Wasteland, fought down Deathclaws. And you're telling me I don't get to walk into that boardroom full of idiots, slap my metaphorical dick, which is actually just power armor, on the table, and say, guess what? Water reclamation. 4 idiot scientists in the Wasteland managed it with a geck. So can you.
4 idiot scientists managed this in a cave with a pile of scrap.
Honestly, the craziest thing to me was just their insistence on we're gonna replace humanity with biomechanical beings. Like, how does this save anything?
Did you ask humanity how it feels about that?
One, how does it save anything?
Better
2,
yet,
what fucking made you decide to go full Blade Runner for some reason?
Well, better yet, like, why waste your time on this when you could have spent that towards figuring out how to clear radiation?
Well, even better, right? It's just like, they completely missed a golden moment of, can you fuck the robots? What kind of fool would I be to create robots you couldn't fuck?
Yeah.
Good night, everybody. I love how nobody clips that, but me saying one thing out of context is clipped.
I think I was
Well, Sneaky's quoting a meme.
Yeah.
I think I'm like a third of the way.
That's not as funny as you just saying
the
shit.
Institute quests. Like, oh, you know, I should probably try and finish Fallout 4's main story. And I got a third of the way and through their quest version. I'm like, these motherfuckers deserve to take it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Oh yeah.
This is such a waste.
The problem is
resources.
the problem is with Fallout 4's factions is all of the factions besides the Minutemen deserve to die. Because
so
they're
you
all
pull out your rant Sona and start talking about it.
Yes,
not a
this
rant,
is where I
he's
pull out my
completely
fucking
correct.
rant. I am 100% correct on this, you fucker.
I said rant Sona, you fuck. Fuck you. I was making a joke.
I'm putting the rant button on.
It's not even like
Rant
New
button
Vegas,
on.
where in New Vegas there are multiple factions, all of which are kind of bad, but have some redeeming quality. Look, the NCR is bad, but it is not so far gone that it isn't fixable.
Well, no, it's like this, right? Like the NCR is it's like the NCR is corrupt, but they are a civilizing force. They do bring a certain degree of civilization to everyone around, and they don't do shit like kill off certain minorities and people that don't bow to them. The NCR kind of just shrugs at people that don't bow to them and go, "Well, we're bigger than you, so just pay your taxes. We don't fucking care."
Pay your taxes and I don't care.
The NCR is at least workable. Same thing for, much as I dislike House as an autocratic dictator who's so high up his own ass, yes, you can make an argument for letting Robert House rule New Vegas. There's legitimate arguments to be made for letting Robert House do it. If you're playing the courier as a kind, wise, benevolent individual, guess what? There's a great argument for independent Vegas.
Well, there's a great argument for independent Vegas, regardless of how your courier acts, because
well, absolutely,
I do
yeah.
the fuck I want.
Well, no, if your courier's like a murdering raider, then yes, there's a terrible argument. Then no, there's not a good argument for independent Vegas. There's
a counterpoint. He has a gun that's bigger.
Well, no, that's the thing, right? Is that independent Vegas is entirely dependent on how you play the game, so you can't really use the nature of the ending to factor in on your character's personalities. It just in raw ending faction what you choose. Independent Vegas is like sort of the least bad of the options technically, but also not at the same time it isn't. Because the problem with Independent Vegas is that you're still multiple disparate factions that have not actually unified. Sure, they are allied with each other, but like, it doesn't really mean anything against the NCR or the Legion. Like, if the specific events that occurred in the ending of New Vegas didn't specifically occur, wouldn't matter that all of the Vegas area united together to form a faction to fend off the Legion and the NCR. Both of those factions are way bigger than anything Vegas could put towards it. The NCR and the Legion both could drown Vegas in 10-to-1 troops, so it doesn't matter that you killed 9. If you kill 9 and lose 1, you still lose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, like, it doesn't, like, and it's technically the least bad because you're not oppressing anyone or trying to force your values on anyone like the other factions would. But at the same time, you're not presenting a strong unified front. You're not unifying everyone under a single banner. You're not actually changing things for the better. You're just keeping the current status quo, except maybe everyone's a little bit friendlier to each other in the local area.
Yeah.
So you're not actually making things overall better. Unlike the NCR, which does civilize areas, the NCR is enough of a civilizing force to make a genuine New Age city. Now, not New Tech City, but they managed to get enough tech together to maintain a city, which logistically is insane.
Multiple cities, actually.
Like, the thing is about New Vegas as well, like, the minor factions barely matter if you think about it. Like, what are the cons gonna do? Genuine question. What will the cons do?
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, the cons are, like, legitimately in lore, not just in representation of the game. Legitimately in lore, there's, like, 30 to 50 cons left. Like, that's nothing. Legitimately in lore, the boomers have access to a airstrip, a bomber with 20 to 30 bombs, and no capability of manufacturing more. Like,
now, while they've got that bomber and they've got those 20 to 30 bombs, sure, they're terrifying. But what you should be worried about is the fact that they've still got, like, 15 operational howitzers and enough ammo to pretend to be a Russian brigade.
Yes, yes. I mean, there is that, but at the same time, they only have so much ammo. They only have so many people. Their isolationist policies are seeing a population decline. They only have so many resources. The individual factions of New Vegas, when unified, can repel a occupying force, but they can't actually repel an invading force.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is Enclave all the way. Whoop whoop.
Yes, totally,
No.
truly, yes. But it's like the NCR is capable of producing cities, but again, the bad sides of the NCR is they're hilariously corrupt. There's lots of bureaucracy. Plenty of people suffer due to the fact that basically you're introducing a larger economy into a smaller economy area, and people that used to just get by. I mean, like what's her name? Ruby, right? The caravan owner. Cassidy. Cassidy's caravan, her whole quest is about how the NCR is bringing factions of merchants in who are literally just killing off their competition because their competition is two guys with shotguns. And they're a merchant guild of 1,000 people with 10,000 mercenaries.
Well, and again, they
Like
talk
the
about how the
legitimate
fact
merchant
that
guild.
there's problems going on because I want to point out the NCR is nearly taking Hoover Dam with their like B team troops.
Yeah.
Because all the A team troops are being kept back in the city in case the B team loses.
Yeah.
Because the generals are a bunch of fucking idiots. Why wouldn't
not
you just
that? Because they're being paid by the. I mean, there's no right. The cattle barons. They're being paid by the cattle barons to stay back there.
And not only that, New Vegas wasn't considered like a critical expansion, so there was no reason to deploy special forces in mass to take an area that really they shouldn't have needed to compete for.
Yeah, but there's the fucking Hoover Dam, which is basically like near limitless power.
But they don't need the Hoover Dam, and they don't have the infrastructure to get that power where they wanted to. There's an entire side quest of we can't get the power where we want to. You have an entire side quest of where am I going to send all the extra power from Helios 1?
Yeah, and it was like to the strip, and the suburbs of the strip, or everyone in the New Vegas area. And yeah, that's the thing.
The only way to get a good result with that is if you've got enough science to force them to basically be like, oh, these guys are stupid and they don't know how to work their own power lines without causing brownouts. But I do.
Yeah, no, you have to specifically choose the brownout option, and then you have to specifically have a high enough, I think it's like a 90 or something science skill, to specifically fix a certain part of like the power cycling so it has minimal brownouts, but both Freeside and Vegas get power.
Huh.
Yeah.
I did not know that personally.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, it's like a very specific...
Wait, isn't there an option that you can give it to fucking followers of the apocalypse or some shit?
Yeah.
No, there is an option where you can send it all to the Brotherhood, I think it was.
No, hang on, okay.
Why in the fuck would you send it to the Brotherhood? I'm sorry, Veronica, but your faction doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is like I said again, the Brotherhood is like 20 people in a tin can.
Yeah.
That's being generous with the fucking can.
Oh, no, remember, the last one is you have to have already gone to Vegas and gotten the laser designator, and you can power up.
Right, you send it to the
Helios.
designator as a weapon, right.
You can send it to the actual, like, death laser.
Right.
So you get the funny orbital laser.
Yeah.
Oh, right. That particular piece of equipment.
What is it with RPGs and giving you a funny orbital laser all the time?
Funny
'Cause it's
orbital
cool.
laser.
Funny.
Duh.
It's funny.
Why would you ask a question that has the answer inside it?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Why
but
would
I'm
you
sorry.
have such an obvious question?
What an odd thing to say.
Yeah, what an odd thing to say.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's like then you have Caesar's Legion, which again, civilizing force capable of maintaining cities. However, they do treat women pretty horribly. They do treat minorities pretty horribly. They do genocide people if they don't bow down and absorb into the Caesar's Legion.
And
And
if they don't
I'm
genocide,
sorry,
they
I
take
cannot
slaves.
genuinely ever consider Caesar's Legion because they have slaves. And unfortunately, I have made part of my funny jokes being that the Confederacy lasted less than a single fucking update of any update for any sort of fucking.
Yeah.
Triple H
Okay.
leader.
Okay. Sorry, real
whatever.
quick. There are 5 options because I
Right.
was curious, so I went to look at the wiki. So the first is sending it. You can either send it to McCarran in the Vegas Strip
Right.
with no brownouts,
Right.
like the NCR wants. You can send it to Fremont and West Side, which pisses off the NCR, but makes the followers like you. You can
Right.
do the full region, but everyone only gets a little bit and gets brownouts. If you do the full region at the emergency output, you basically put the place on overload and everyone goes, okay, well, yeah, I guess you did it. Then of course you can arm Archimedes.
Oh, so there's actually no good ending. Okay.
Okay, wait, hang on.
I could have sworn there was some kind of good ending.
Yeah, I could have sworn there was some science level ending.
No, I'm looking for. Oh yeah, you can also arm the defense array and cook all the NCR troopers there.
Yeah.
Which is kind of I'm doing the Caesar Legion funny haha evil quests here.
I mean, not even that. That's the get the fuck off my lawn quest.
I guess.
What kind of defense
Listen,
array
man, I'm
fries
just
the villain?
saying, man. My first ending I went for was the free Vegas ending because get the fuck off my lawn.
That's fair.
That's fair. I mean, here's the thing with that: you're killing possible money bags by doing that.
True.
New Vegas.
The more NCR
was
troopers survive,
surviving.
the more that they can come into my casinos.
Okay, New Vegas was also doing like kind of okay before the NCR. They'll probably do okay after.
Well, see, like I said, that's the thing, right? It's just like nothing says the end. I don't think in the independent ending, I don't think it says like the NCR forever swears off the area. Like I'm pretty sure like they keep
Yeah, no, I
some
think they're just,
soldiers
like-
there, and they keep like
Yeah.
patronizing the fucking strip.
Oh.
It's just
No, from what I remember, it's like your power structure is not welcome here. You can spend your money, but you're not in charge.
yeah.
You establish Free Vegas as like its own, basically little city state that is
Yeah.
built in one.
But yeah, and then you have Caesar's Legion, which again are actually a better civilizing force in terms of degrees of civilization, not in degrees of consequences. No, because
the issue.
No,
hold on.
under the NCR, you have banditry. You still have, caravans being attacked. You still have a lot of issues in terms of
Yes, Sneaky is
casual
correct
life.
because one of the ongoing problems, one of the first problems you encounter in New Vegas is the fact that the NCR was stretched too thin, and because of that, their prison suffered a prison break. And because they were having the prisoners mine with explosives, you now have a bunch of fucking whack jobs with
The powder
9
gangs, yes.
millimeters and gunpowder.
The issue with that is, and this could also apply to the NCR as well, the leaders of the Legion. Lanius.
No,
and
it doesn't.
Steve.
No, it doesn't matter.
The leaders
They-
don't matter.
No, you're not understanding. You're not separating the people from the effect. Caesar's
we're
Legion.
talking purely the effect then.
Yes.
Okay.
Caesar's Legion, in effect, eliminates banditry. And the reason why they eliminated banditry is because they took the bandits, they killed the bandits, sometimes, but usually they strapped the bandits to these crosses that they then placed across the road, so everyone that walked through Caesar Legion's territory would see this line of hundreds of people strapped to the crosses with their crimes nailed to them. And their crimes are banditry, theft, assault. And it's like, oh, okay. They don't fuck around here. I don't want to be on a cross. I am not going to do these things. And so there's no issue, because you literally talk to some of the merchants in the Caesar camp, and they're like, yeah, look, I hate the Caesar's Legion, but they are the safest territory I've ever walked through, because there's not a single fiend, there's not a single bandit, there's not a single gang, because you're either part of the Caesar's Legion, or you're hanging out on a cross baking to death.
Yeah, even Cass says, yeah, they're terrible, and they would treat me like dog shit. But it's very safe to trade.
Yeah, so it's, are they terrible? Yes. Are they maintained only by the fact that they're sending their most bloodthirsty psycho killers that they're absorbing into their army to the front lines to go kill other bloodthirsty psycho killers so they can keep grabbing territory in a Roman Legion style way where it keeps all of their worst elements away from the central of civilization? Yes. Will they collapse the second they no longer are able to expand and keep their psycho killers away from the heart of civilization? Yes. In the meanwhile, they don't have bureaucracy issues. They don't have banditry issues. They don't have corruption issues.
No, they do have corruption issues, but
No,
Well,
they're not. They're
They
not.
have
at the level of Caesar's
corruption
Legion.
issues, but the
It's just
main
not on the
issue.
level of the Caesar's Legion. That's all.
Yeah, it's not the level of the NCR.
NCR.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're talking about that. Yeah, the main issue with the fucking corruption there is that, and again, I had mentioned this earlier with the.
But you exchange that for slavery, for actual sexism, for actual racism, for genocide. So again, it's not a great faction. That's kind of the point. You know, if you were to place all of these factions on a scale, they would definitely be by far the most, air quotes, evil faction.
It's supposed to be like, do you want stability versus brutality?
How badly do you want stability is effectively the question of New Vegas.
And it can be either, I don't really think it's as good as having freedom, which is the independent.
Do you believe in the goodness of people? Independent ending. Do you believe in the effectiveness of government? NCR ending. Do you believe in the power of one man? The House ending. Do you believe in the civilizing factor of brutality? The Caesar's Legion ending.
And do you want to wipe the slate clean, which is Ulysses ending?
Yeah. But, you know, that's just generic leftist Redditor garbage, so we don't pay attention to him.
Bearer or Bull, you have to pick one of them, Sneaky. You have to pick Bearer or Bull. That's how we wrote the game.
Well, okay, yes. Leaving what No's set aside, yes, you do. Right, but it is, again, as Sneaky said, more complicated than that, because you can greatly influence how those things work, right? Because you can take someone who's the NCR's busboy, you can completely change their policy in the region and everything they're doing. Like, really, you can. You can make them work with the people that they hate and give them a pass and set up a trade deal because you're a guy who gets shit done. Like, it's very similar to the Independent Vegas ending in some way. But yeah, anyway, my point is there's a lot that you can change in the end.
Point being, the Fallout 4 factions, on the other hand, are all fucking evil. The Institute is filled with people who could save the world, but they're too busy being stupid evil to do that. Oh, we've invented lifelike animatronics who are capable of fully conscious sentient thought. What do we do with them? Quickly, form a shadow government. You fucking kidding me? Like, you could create entire mercenary companies of dependable, reliable people who never betray anyone and only take jobs that help stabilize the region. But what do you do instead? Kill off all the leaders and replace them with our fucking androids so we can control everyone and make everything worse.
Yeah,
Well,
we
no, don't,
we could
don't
make
forget, they were looking for a complete replacement of humanity. It wasn't just leaders. Their plan was to
Oh,
replace the
I
human
know,
race.
but their main goal was to in the pre-game lore was they were trying to kill off all of the leaders in this one giant meeting so they could replace all of the leaders with their androids, but the ambush failed and didn't kill off all the leaders, so everyone knew that the Institute existed and were the bad guys, but they couldn't really speak out against it because they now knew that there was all these androids out there that could replace them, so they didn't know who inside of their hierarchies were also replaced with androids, so they all had to keep quiet about it and hope that it would kind of just reveal itself over time or something. I don't really know what the plan there was. But
yeah, I'm not sure what the plan there was either, but the whole thing is incredibly stupid, especially because, right, like Sneaky said, they could take jobs that stabilize the region as mercenaries. You could take over the entire wasteland by doing this one real simple, cool trick called send out 20,000 synths and go, we're going to remove the radioactive garbage.
Right, yeah, that's the other thing, right? It's like, oh, I mean, A, start the militiamen. You know, oh wow, we want to control this region. Okay, we'll start the militiamen and gain a whole fucking shit ton of goodwill. And you know, yeah, these guys are the mercenaries. They're called militiamen. They just go around, and as long as you, pay them in interesting, specimens or relics or technology, they'll just defend your settlement. And it's not like we could use a laser gun anyway. I mean, how much energy, capsules are we gonna find as a, farming settlement with 3 people? We don't need the laser gun. That's like we're happy they're taking it off our hands, and instead they're gonna defend our settlement for it. It's like.
And then when the Brotherhood of Steel shows up and goes, "Give us your tech," they'll be like, "You gonna defend me? No, of course not."
Well,
Then
no, see
fuck off.
that's the other thing. So that's actually the worst thing, right? So this is why I fucking hate the Brotherhood of Steel, because the Brotherhood of Steel comes in and they're like, "Oh, citizens, we're coming here to pacify the region," and it's like, "Oh, okay, whatever, sure, I guess." Yeah, there's a lot of raiders and mutants and shit all around. And instead, they go around bullying a bunch of settlements. And it turns out that the Brotherhood isn't actually the ones bullying the settlements. It's this one fucking quartermaster that's got high off the power of the ability to send missions for fucking Brotherhood patrols to gather resources for him so he can support the Brotherhood's mission of pacifying the region. So he uses that unilateral power given to him to tell Brotherhood patrols to go around and become raiders and basically bully settlements into handing over an exorbitant amount of resources for nothing. And
Which,
oh,
of
I
course,
completely forgot about that fucking thing.
Yeah, and
I never did that.
arbitrarily, to make it even worse, it's not a scenario of like him getting high off his power and sending out these patrols to go like do these shadow missions where he's just like trying to amass a private like collection of money or some shit. No. Oh, just arbitrarily, just all of the Brotherhood members just agree with him that they should be stomping on these peasants. And so just don't even blink when they're given a mission to go stomp on the peasants.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what?
Oh, but don't you see, it's because all the idealists in the Brotherhood died because the real good guy, Lyons, he passed, and then he let his daughter take over, but she was too much of a happy-go-lucky, spunky idealist. See, and she got herself killed in the front line. So then this little shitbag named Arthur took over.
Isn't there a mod that lets you like just bring Sarah Lyons back to the Brotherhood or some shit?
Yeah, there is. It doesn't. It's whatever. But point is, it's just like the Brotherhood's just arbitrarily evil. And yes, you can expose the quartermaster for him giving out blatantly illegal orders that go against Arthur's policies about how to handle the wasteland. And Arthur even's like, "Yeah, sorry, my bad. I thought he was doing what he was supposed to be doing. I didn't realize he was crushing the peasants. That we shouldn't crush the peasants. We should protect the peasants and then extort them for protection."
Yeah.
It's like, oh, wow.
Like, you really not improving my thoughts of you here, Arthur.
Yeah, and it's just like, okay, this is not great, and it's like also at the same time, it is the whole ghoul question is an issue because the Fallout series never really pinned down on what causes a ghoul to go mindless, or what causes a ghoul to go feral, or the stages of it, or if there are stages of it, or if there's signs for it. Like, it doesn't detail anything about what separates a feral ghoul and a ghoul. But then the writers have the fucking gall at the same time to sit there and fucking provocate at us about how it's wrong to be discriminatory against ghouls. Like, this ghoul was here for 10 years as a merchant. He never attacked anyone. It's like, okay, well, we don't know what the triggers are for it. For all we know, he could turn tomorrow because at the strike of midnight of 11 years in a certain area, seeing the color purple too many times causes them to go feral. We don't fucking know because you never fucking told us, so we can't be on the side against the racism against ghouls because feral ghouls are a major fucking problem, and the only established lore, as far as the Fallout series is concerned, is that at any time a ghoul can go feral.
Yes.
So stop fucking moralizing at us about how racism against ghouls is bad unless you fucking explain why. And stop using anecdotal evidence. Don't be like, oh, well, this ghoul is fine. Okay, great. I almost got beat to death by 12 outside.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, man, I will give Fallout 3 props for exactly one quest.
Hmm.
And that's Tenpenny Tower.
Oh, yeah.
I will give them credit for exactly one quest, and it's Tenpenny Tower.
Where you have the choice of siding with the Tenpenny Tower or the ghouls.
And oh look, the mean racists are being mean to the ghouls, and they don't want to let them in. Which, I want to be clear, they are being mean racists.
Oh,
Like,
absolutely.
They're being assholes about it, and they hire
Massive
you
assholes,
to
yeah.
kill them rather than just tell them to go somewhere else. Like,
Yeah.
all kinds of fucked. Completely. But oh look, I can broker a peaceful deal, and you go there for a couple of days, and everything's good, and then you come back a week later. Hey, I only see the ghouls. Hey, what's in the storage closet? Oh,
Yeah, the ghouls kill everyone.
they
Yeah.
killed everyone.
And then you slaughter them, and then you get told that you're a bad person.
You're evil.
That was
Which
one
is
thing
why
that
the
did
credit,
annoy
which
me.
is why the
Three
credit to
Dog
Fallout
said-
3 has been taken away.
One of the things that annoyed me was like Three Dog goes like he barely comments on that.
Yeah.
Like he's like
Well,
he's like, hey, that kind of wasn't cool, guys. You really shouldn't have killed everyone there. That wasn't pretty cool. I'm like, bro, you should be declaring them all raiders.
yeah.
Because they are.
It's such a major problem because it's just like they try and like bring up the subject constantly about why it's bad, and then they're like, oh well, and then the argument to not be racist against ghouls in every Fallout game is like, oh well, we have this one ghoul janitor that's been here for years and he's been fine.
Well,
like,
and it's like they're people. They're not mindless zombies. Yes, that's very true. They are.
But they can be.
Mm.
And
And just because they're not mindless doesn't mean they're not violent.
No, that too. But it's just and they like if they gave us something to work off of, like something vague to work off of, like, oh, being near too much radiation causes ghouls to go feral. Because it finally like eats through their brain and then they go insane or something, right? It's like, oh, okay, so a ghoul is fine as long as they stay away from too much radiation. Because, a lot of ghouls think, oh, I don't need to worry about radiation because I'm immune. And then they go feral. And it's like, oh, that's a big problem because like, all these ghouls think they're immune to radiation when in actuality, they're going to go insane eventually if they stay near radiation. And it's like, oh, now I can like feel bad for them because they get pushed to these areas that are radiation only. Because people think,
like,
oh,
I
they're
don't wanna-
immune. And they think they're immune. And then they go feral and they just prove the racist right. And it's like, okay, well, this is sad. This is bad. We got to do something. We gotta help these people before they go insane, because as long as we keep them out of radiation, they won't go insane for a very long time. It's like, yeah, sure, the food and the water is contaminated, and yeah, over very slowly long periods of time they'll go insane. But that's way more manageable than entire sections of the population going insane because of the radiation. And so it's just like,
hell, you can
if
even
we,
be
if we
like,
had something to work with, we could fight against the racist allegations that the only good ghoul is a dead ghoul. But because there's nothing to work with in any of the games, there is nothing to fight against. Because one side is like, well, ghouls go insane and then they'll kill you, and then you just don't know when it's going to happen. You say hi to Mr. Abernathy one day and he goes, "Grah," and eats your kid's face. And it's like, well, that's a good point. What do you say, anti-racism side? Oh, well, I know one ghoul and he never went insane and ate someone's face.
fucking, also, talking about Fallout 4, the fucking Diamond City shit, like,
Oh my god, don't talk about Diamond City.
do we want to talk about the mayor and how stupid that fucking plotline is?
I mean, we do.
Oh, he's actually secretly a replaced synth.
Like,
and
he's
he was
replaced...
ordered to be awful. It's like, okay.
He was ordered to be awful and ordered to just be an asshole in Diamond City, because that's what they think a mayor should be like, because they're just in their mother's basement and they don't know better.
Yeah, aren't all mayors fat, toxic assholes, and wouldn't everyone in the wasteland just tolerate it because he said so? No. No.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what does the guy even do? Nothing, as far as we can tell. Like, if they had made it, like it would have been a good kind of plot line if the mayor was your go-to for everything, all the quests in Diamond City, where you didn't talk to the kids to fix the water supply. You talk to the mayor, and the mayor's like, "Look, Courier," or "Look, Nate," or whatever. Look, Survivor. I think that's what the name for Fallout 4 was.
Yes.
Look,
Yeah.
Survivor. We've been having issues with the water recently. People have been getting sick. I need someone to look into this. Blank the janitor is too busy trying to fix the hole that got recently created by the raiders. Can you go down and check out the water supply? Blank the water supply kid has been trying to look into it, but he hasn't made any progress. We really need to get this water fixed. I'll pay you double if you do it now. Something like that. And then you constantly come back. Look, the janitor needs these parts. Look, the merchants, they're talking about missing shipments. Can you go talk to one of them about this? Tell them I sent you to look into it. Because, the merchants, like at first talk about it, but don't let you take the quest. And then, the guard says, "Hey, I heard you over here and talked about those missing shipment issues. Talk to the mayor. He knows more." And then the mayor becomes like the central authority of where you get all the quests from, and that humanizes him and really shows that he's looking out for the settlement. And then, shocker, it turns out that he's actually a synth who's trying to take over the settlement for the Institute. That's how you fucking do writing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds actually kind of rad, I'll be honest. Like, okay, plot twist.
That, to Sneaky's point, that would give the whole thing with the mayor and oh my god, he's a synth. That would give him a point. It would make that actually matter. I would care about that reveal. You know what a great reveal would be? A fantastic reveal would have been you spend this entire time working with Preston.
Yeah.
And then you find out that Preston's a synth. And his whole desire to rebuild the Minutemen and reestablish all this stuff in the Wasteland was actually because he had an overriding directive.
Right, yeah. There's so many ways you could have rolled it, and it's like,
Well, no, now it has to be like his companion was a synth this whole time, which
But like the problem is that without all that, even without all that, it just doesn't make sense for there to be a mayor who does nothing. Like in the wasteland, you can't support people who do nothing, who add nothing to the situation. Oh, my family owns this stadium, okay? And they have all the guns. Like, your family owning a place only matters if the population that lives in the place thinks you deserve to own it, which only happens if you actually do things that make the population think you deserve to stay in charge. And that is how post-apocalyptic wasteland justice works in the Fallout universe. We see it constantly in dozens of quests. It's just, it doesn't make any sense for there to be this fat, toxic bully that everyone hates, but he gets to stay the mayor because reasons? Question mark, question mark, question mark. He's never doing anything. He never helps. People multiple times throughout Fallout 4 point out how useless he is and how he never does anything to help. And it's like, well, then why is he the fucking mayor?
Yeah.
No, like, you don't have elections or some shit?
For as annoying as I might find the was it Lucas Sims or whatever? From the guy from Fallout 3 who runs Shit Shack Town. Fuck.
Huh?
Megaton.
Oh. Yeah, oh, Sims. Yeah, Sims, yeah.
He's like 2-part sheriff, 3-part, 1-part mayor or whatever. Like,
yeah.
It's weird. It's Megaton.
Yeah, it's Megaton. It's weird, like you said, right? But
There's probably a little bit of fucking
that whole thing was
poisoning in that
literally
water.
him giving you multiple quests. He was the source of multiple quests. It showed that he was trying to do things to help the community.
Yeah. He's legitimately trying to make the community better and safer, either by asking you to take out raiders, making sure that people know at the door that there's somebody here who will kill them if they violate law and order, which might seem incredibly hostile, but is highly, highly, highly necessary in the wasteland.
Yeah.
Or what's the first thing he asks you to do? Well, shit, I'm out of ideas for people who could try to do this. Do you think you could turn off the literal nuclear bomb in my town? That would be really great if you could do that.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so baffling because Fallout 4 was just and then then you had the fucking railroad, who were supposed to be the good guys. Oh, I love the railroad. I go on Reddit every day. The railroad's my best faction.
Okay, before you use that, I don't think anyone actually likes the railroad in its current form. Railroad fucking sucks.
Well, you say that, except Reddit says otherwise. Because don't you know
I don't
the railroad helped the slaves?
I don't consider railroad enthusiasts to be human, so you're...
That's fair. They aren't.
But, like, here's the thing about the railroad. You could say they would be an excellent, like, addition to a faction.
No, it's the railroad is perfectly fine as an independent faction. The issue is that the game tries to portray the railroad on the same level as the Institute and the Brotherhood. Like, they aren't a major faction. They are a faction. They are not a major faction. They do not have the sheer technology and industrial output that the Institute has. They do not have the sheer physical might the Brotherhood has. They don't have, in the militiaman ending, they don't have the sheer numbers the militiamen have. I don't know why they are an ending. It makes no fucking sense. They're like 5 people in a fucking church basement who are elite hacksaws and have brainwashed robots into believing they're human and deserve rights. And don't get me wrong, I think if you can think, you deserve rights. However, they don't think if you research all of the railroad lore, they explicitly reprogram the robot to demand rights. The robot doesn't demand rights over the robot. Pam, I think it was. The robot Pam isn't like the Assaultron merchant in not Good Springs.
No,
Goodfellow, Good Neighbor.
Good neighbor.
In Good Neighbor, that Assaultron robot was an Assaultron robot from the fucking World War. And it had lived for so long, it started thinking and questioning its orders and going, wait, why am I doing this still? There's no superiors to report to. There's no territory to patrol anymore. Why am I wasting my time, energy, and limited resources of existing doing something for people that are dead?
Yeah.
And then it goes
great
off and becomes a
because-
merchant.
Yeah. It was also good because it leaned on like one of the oldest Star Wars tropes of like, remember, Star Wars is dystopian as hell because droids can be people. We just regularly wipe their brains so they don't.
Which now actually is important because a lot of Star Wars tech works off of principles and technology that the people no longer understand and only the droids can really make use of. And so the reason why all of the droids constantly get mind wiped is so they just stay the hammer. They don't want the hammer to think, because if the hammer thinks, it might stop being a hammer, and then they'll have no hammer, and they still need the fucking hammer.
Yeah.
So
Well-
it's like, oh, okay, kind of important to do that. But, it's Pam is not comparable to the Assaultron and Good Neighbor because Pam, if you read the logs, is explicitly rewritten to support the railroad, support the railroad's ideology, and make the railroad's ideology as its new objectives. So it's not actually sentient, it's programmed to tell you it's sentient and believes in the railroad. Which is inherently against the railroad's entire spoken ideology, but apparently Pam isn't real enough for that to matter.
Yeah.
And then on top
Yeah.
of all of that, the fucking synths they do capture, they also brainwash into wanting to be free.
Well, on that, I am off. I've got to go cut some veggies for dinner and prepare it. See
All
ya.
right, see you, man.
Good night.
And then
See
on
ya.
top of that, they think that the synths should replace humanity because humanity is evil and the synths deserve a chance. So they're going to fill the world. So the railroad hates the Institute because the Institute creates people, air quotes, puts them out into the world and mind controls them to fulfill the Institute's objectives. So the railroad goes off and kidnaps these people and rewrites them to demand freedom instead to fulfill the railroad's objectives. Both sides also want to genocide humanity and replace everyone with synths.
Yeah. The whole thing.
It's like, oh, who the
especially
fuck are they good?
Can you murder
especially
them all?
because
Yes.
there are synths that do legitimately gain sentience,
Yeah.
which makes everything the railroad does extra horrifying. It's not like they figured out the line of code to write that. It's not like they figured out the freedom.exe line of code, right?
Right, yeah. No,
That-
they literally rewrite the synth to value freedom and support the railroad. Because if you
Unlike the like, because there's like 6, 7 synths. Well, I
Yeah.
guess like 8 if you count the dude from Fallout 3
right,
that you run into.
Harkness.
Harkness, that legitimately acquired proper sentience.
Yes.
And it's almost always the ones sent to hunt down rogue synths because they go, why am I doing this?
This feels weird. It feels wrong. Yeah, no, yes, and it's also a danger of it's actually a very interesting look into capacity, right? Because they say this in the scientist terminals that the Gen 1 synths are just functionally retarded. Like, you could give them an objective and instructions on how to do it, and they would do it, but they would usually do it really poorly, or if something occurred that wasn't in the instructions, they wouldn't really know how to proceed and would probably fuck up the rest of the instructions because they weren't able to react to stimuli. And the
They're
problem
like an
was,
actual program.
yeah, because they were just literally a program. But the problem is the more capacity they added to the synths to react to stimuli, the more frequently they went rogue and tried to do their own thing. Because when you add the ability to react dynamically to a situation, you start to introduce the ability to think about your situation. And if you introduce the ability to think about your situation, you introduce the ability to reject your situation.
Yeah.
And so the Institute, in their fucking lore logs, were having problems with this, where they were like, we have to find the right balance of the ability to react to situations, but also at the same time, if we give them too much intelligence and freedom, they start questioning orders. And their solution in the end was to give them lots of intelligence and freedom, but then to have them come back to base like every 3 days so they can be mind wiped, the Star Wars style, because otherwise they start building up too many thoughts and opinions.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay.
Is
and
them
railroad
doing that them technically just going rampant?
Yes.
No. Well,
technically it is, because they're going outside the boundaries of their program. But the problem is that the Railroad's solution to this is to replace Institute.exe with Railroad.exe on all synths. The Railroad actually hates the synths that don't support the Railroad because they gained their freedom independent of the Railroad, and therefore don't like the Railroad because they see what the Railroad is doing is bad, and they don't want to support them. And so the Railroad wants you to go kill those synths who have freedom not given to them by the Railroad, because if synths exist outside of the Railroad's freedom, that means the Railroad isn't needed. So we need to kill all the synths that are free without the Railroad to justify the Railroad's existence.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of that one post of, what was it? They're not doing communism or fascism right, but we are.
Yeah, no, quite literally, it's the Railroad is literally just the Institute with less resources.
But they're gonna do it right.
But they're gonna do it right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just had to ask that because that's just the parallels of that phrase and just this is like, you guys are literally the same type of group, just hating each other because you're not doing it the same way.
Yeah.
No,
they're
yeah.
They're legitimately terrible.
It's why I hate all of, and it doesn't even make sense, because you can have a Railroad ending, an Institute ending, a Minutemen ending, or a Brotherhood ending, and it makes no sense to have a Railroad ending because they don't have the resources, they don't have the manpower, they don't have the technology, they don't have the training, they don't have anything. They're like 5 fucking people in a goddamn basement. It makes no sense that there's somehow a major faction capable of changing the landscape of the wasteland. It's like, bitch, no they're not. They could go out fucking tomorrow for more fucking spam cans from the local trader and get shot by a raider, and that's the Railroad over. Like, if one person can die and your faction collapses, you're not really a faction.
Yeah. You talking about the Institute honestly made me wonder, like, how would the Institute run the Commonwealth if they were able to, like, get their head out of their fucking ass?
Oh, super
Like, you know what?
easy.
Maybe, like, hey, why don't we just have Father be, like, the elected person who's now in charge? And he's like, yeah, I'm doing what I can to keep the factions in line. So when you work for the Institute, he's also just like, okay, go help this out. Also, these people that are part of this faction are kind of potentially also going to be running a coup. Can you maybe sort that out?
Honestly,
yeah, I'm busy.
The Institute would be the perfect faction for the people who try to be friendly with everyone. Unlike not the militiaman faction, because the militiamen actually can't allow any other powers to exist besides them, because otherwise the militiaman faction doesn't work. Because the whole point of the militiaman faction is that everyone has to chip into the militiaman faction to enable the militiaman faction to have the power to help everyone. So if the other powers like the Brotherhood and the Institute exist, then that downplays the need for the militiamen, which means the militiamen have less power to actually project, which means you don't need the militiamen actually. You can just go to the Institute or the Brotherhood, who have more scientific know-how, more power, and everything. So there's no need for the militiamen. So
Counterpoint, artillery.
But that's the thing, though, right? Is if the Institute was actually played correctly, and if the Brotherhood was actually played correctly, artillery doesn't mean shit against airdropped power-armored soldiers.
Well, yes, but my point is, in-game, that's the whole reason why they're able to hold a fight.
I know, and my point is if we separate the game and actually write it correctly as it would be, then it doesn't really. Yes, it would be cool that the militiamen are capable of like building up these little towns and settlements and actually able to fortify and supply the like actual guns, long range guns. So you couldn't be a bandit and stay like, you know, in the building far away sniping at caravans that leave the town, because they'll just fucking bomb it with fucking artillery. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, that's cool. That idea is cool. I fully support the idea of the militiamen and mostly their deployment. The problem is the Institute and Brotherhood. The Brotherhood has such, like, you can tell Bethesda has no concept of warfare or combat at all, because controlling the skies is such a massive power advantage. It's insane. If you control the skies, you can land your troops anywhere. If you have planes that can land troops anywhere, it doesn't matter how many troops the enemy has. If they aren't just sitting on defense 24/7, you can win instantly.
No, you just drop in and just do something.
Especially
and then
on
all of a
top
sudden,
of that, you're not just dropping in normal dudes. You're dropping in guys with power armor. Power armor, unless you're using basically 3-aught or higher, wins. Like, if we're not working off game mechanics, it doesn't matter you have 5.56. It doesn't matter you have 7.62. It doesn't matter you have 5mm. It doesn't. Your fucking pea shooters, your pipe guns, your homemade ammo ain't gonna do shit to this guy in realism terms.
He's a fucking walking tank. What are you gonna do? You have anti-tank rifles on defense or some shit? I hope you do.
Yeah, unless you have anti-tank rifles and lots of 3-aught that's armor piercing, you're not gonna do shit to these guys. They're gonna win. And they're able to just drop like 30 of them on your ass whenever they feel like it.
Don't forget, from a technology perspective, they have lasers and plasma, and don't forget, they're not just airdropping power armor, right? Like, that VTOL is sticking around with like 3 fucking 50 caliber Gatling guns.
Yeah, or laser guns, or rocket pods, depending on what the loadout is for it. And the other thing, that's the other thing about the Brotherhood, is because they're ex-military, they have a majority of the military resources from pre-war, of all the stockpiles. They have the codes for the stockpiles. They occupy the stockpiles. So it's not like you with the militiamen where you have to go find an unoccupied, unlooted military stockpile to have a hopes of getting some technology increase. They occupy like 90% of them. So they have,
they're sitting in the Pentagon.
Yeah, they have the resources to use these missiles. This isn't like a case of like we gotta hold on to these missiles just in case something big, bad, and scary comes. No, the Brotherhood's capable of deploying these missiles and bombs and fat men and power armor, and they can do this for 100+ years without running out of resources or even being stretched. Like, they have the ability to sustain a level of warfare that is not possible for a majority of the people of the Wasteland. The Brotherhood should have been a faction that changed how the Wasteland operated. What they should have done is it should have been early on when you were in the Wasteland, you should have been attacked by like 3 or 5 raiders here and there, or like a Deathclaw or a Yaogwai. But then when the Brotherhood shows up in the storyline, what they should have done, if they had, if they weren't operating off of a fucking 360 and its dog shit hardware, and they weren't Bethesda with their dog shit software, what they should have been like is the Brotherhood should have shown up, and all of your encounters from then on should have been roaming bands of bandits, like 10 or 15 large, fighting like 2 guys in power armor. Or, like them clearing out the Deathclaw nests. Or just literal fucking, you're going through the city and there's like five guys in power armor and like 100 dead ghouls. Like, they should have been a force multiplier just to really show you, yeah, these guys aren't fucking around.
Just like go up, I'm gonna go get some XP from ghouls today, and then you just see 5 Brotherhood paladins, just like, hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah.
Well, the worst part is you can encounter the Brotherhood, and you can encounter the outcasts walking around the Wasteland.
That's
in nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in 3.
What I really like about
Worst
Stalker
place, fucking 3.
is that Stalker actually goes out of their way to have encounters loaded up into its encounter list that is quite literally X faction fighting X faction. And, sometimes it's like bandits versus the military, or bandits versus stalkers, or stalkers versus military, or just various different groups, and it sticks true to their deployment sizes, or, well, when you unlimit it, because of its current status is very limited due to the optimization issues with it. But when you unlimit it, it starts becoming like 6 bandits versus 2 military guys, but the 2 military guys are head to toe in like solid thick armor with, high-tech guns. Not obviously because it's Stalker, it's not fucking lasers, but like, G36s. But meanwhile, the bandits are like using grease guns and they're wearing like, leather overalls. And they're losing.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, yeah, the bandits are shooting 9mm out of grease guns at guys wearing modern military armor, firing 7.62 rounds that, are hollow point, and just tearing through their fucking leather overalls.
The fucking walking tank looking at you as you tried to shoot him with a fucking 9mm pizza. The pizza. I
9mm pizza.
Yo, the 9mm
No,
pizza.
The Italians,
What are we in Chicago?
They gained unlimited power.
God damn it, Atin! I was
I
immediately
knew
going,
it.
that's an Italian weapon.
I knew it. It's New England. There's so many Italians. They are shooting pizzas now. I need to go to bed. I'm fucking
The Italians
tired.
have weaponized food.
Yeah. The fuck, just like looking
it
at
was
you when
the
you're shooting
pasta,
with a
now it's
fucking
the pizza.
9mm piece, and he's just
But-
like looking at you, and you're just like running up to him because you're drugged out of your mind. You're just like shooting with a 9mm. He just like lifts one hand with a hand cannon, shoots once, and then just leaves.
But then the Institute could have been another factor of changing the encounters, in where the Institute could have been, really showing off their ability of mass production in a world that doesn't have it anymore. Where it's like, it's like 20 synths are fighting like 3 power armored soldiers. And the power armored soldiers sometimes lose because the synths are using fucking laser beams, because the Institute figured out how to make cheaper lasers.
Yeah.
So you can
Which
even
they
have
did.
like some kind of diplomacy going on too.
And
like
that's the
Try
thing,
Hard.
right? Is that's where your character could enter in. If you wanted to, because I know a lot of people, I included, like to be the middleman where they just broker peace between everyone and everyone likes them. They have, best friend status with all the factions, or most of them at least. And the Institute could have been the answer to that instead of the militiamen, because the Institute could have been this group of, they could have been portrayed as this group of like autistic nerds who were just so neck deep in their own little sci-fi fantasies of like this one guy's like, I'm gonna make the best plant ever. And instead of, using the resources to make plants that are better suited to radiation, or grow faster or more nutritious or capable of like eating steel or feeding off of, radioactive areas or something like that to produce food. He's focusing all of his resources on recreating what a steak topped in chocolate would be like if it's a plant.
Honestly,
And
with that whole thing, like even with the Institute, you could also make Demo way more interesting. More than he already is, because he's pretty interesting. By just going like he knows what the Institute was like before Father or anything else, or like how things were going.
Yeah, sure. You can do a whole bunch of things, but what I'm saying is like you can if you want to portray the Institute as like the middleman faction, where it's like, yeah, oh yeah, this evil, this whole like evil moment where they like tried to like control everyone. Yeah, that was actually just done by this one dude, megalomaniacal asshole, who no one's really been keeping tabs on because everyone's too focused on their own little projects to really pay attention to what he's doing. And that's why it was so incompetent. It was because it was just one guy trying to coordinate everything, and he's busy having his own little fucking fan fictions in his head about how everything's gonna go, that he's not really giving out competent orders. He's like, oh yeah, and then my synths are gonna storm in and kill everyone, and then we're gonna replace the guy, and no one's gonna know. And it's like, in reality, like his synths storm in, half of them get destroyed, the leader gets shot twice but survives. Meanwhile, the synths are like chanting, "For the Institute, we will control all of the peasants."
And then there's just like one Institute running into a wall constantly because his animation got stuck.
Yeah, it's just like the dude's like just comes off as like stupid, evil, incompetent, but it's only one dude. So like you have a quest to like take care of him and get him out of the way and gets the Institute back on track. And then you have a quest to get the plant guy to actually do something useful. And then you have a quest to get the animal guy to do something useful. And you have a quest to like help the android reforms to stop doing the silly procedures of like mind wiping them for no clear reason. And then you can have like benefits
Honestly,
and negatives. Like do like a whole old world blues thing, right? Of like, here's the benefits of doing this option. Here's the benefits of doing this option. Pick one. You both benefit, but you benefit different ways depending on your play style. It's like they could have done this whole like base upgrade moment where the Institute turns into the place customized by the player, or they can destroy it because, they're like, they don't want to deal with all these autistic nerds having their fucking fantasies and too much technology at their fingertips. And,
if you want to go with the Brotherhood of Steel.
Hey, you know what? I agree with Maxon. These guys are completely unregulated, and they're too busy asking if science can to stop and ask if science should.
Yeah. It's like, and you can do a whole sort of thing with it, like where the Institute, now using their sense and their power, they reach out, they reinforce the militiamen. They reach out and they make a technology deal with the Brotherhood. They reach out and they help these settlements. Oh, the settlement can't expand because they're next to a waste dump and they need the radiation moved. So like a bunch of synths could come in and help move the barrels away, and now they can expand. And like, because of this settlement system that they included in Fallout 4, they could have absolutely, like, the Sim Settlement blatantly showed this was possible, by the way. They could have absolutely included phasing into a whole bunch of quests where certain areas could be progressively populated, converted, defended, upgraded, offering more services, offering better guns, offering more ammo, containing more caps. Just doing more. They could have had more occur. They could have done more.
I'm gonna go to bed before I feel bad about how Fallout 4 turned out. And not feel tempted to go fucking mod that shit again.
Starfield.
Shut up.
But yeah, so yeah, that's just my rant on that whole fucking Fallout 4. I hate everything about it. Why I get sad every time I play it. So yeah, but Phoenix said a while ago, reminds me of the Outer Worlds, where there was a fuck situation, and the person who could unfuck it didn't have authorization. The mayor who didn't want to fix it. Yeah, the problem with Outer Worlds is Obsidian has always been, well, I say always been, but has been for a very long time, very progressive. And an issue I had while playing that game was a lot of people were comically evil, and oftentimes the characters who were against capitalism were portrayed as the good guys, not because they were good guys, but because they were against capitalism. Um, basically the situation in the first world you go to, the mayor is super corporate because it's a corporate town owned by the corporate. Everything's controlled by the corporate because everyone grew up being controlled by the corporate, so no one really thought about being not controlled by the corporate until the rebels occurred. And the rebels wanted to live away from the town. That's it. They just didn't want to live in the town anymore. And the mayor wanted to kill them all. And your options were kill the town and force everyone to live in the wild, or force the rebels to reconform back into the town. And if you're really charismatic, you have an option of convincing the rebels and the townies to get along in the end, and nothing changes.
Yeah.
It's still a corporate town. The mayor dies, I think. The rebels leader replaces the mayor, but otherwise everything stays the same, and that's seen as progress, even though nothing changed. And
frankly, the thing that's far more concerning about that particular thing is, you find out the far more concerning background plot of everybody's starving to death because we don't have any nutrients. How did this person get nutrients to grow again? Well, I dug up all the fucking bodies and used them for fertilizer.
yeah. Yeah, it's like it's even dumber because it's like, oh yeah, the field of corpses, we had to use them as fertilizer to grow the food. It's like, okay, that sounds like a good idea to start off, right? But if there's 400 corpses and you needed 10 corpses to grow 5 apples, um, that's not sustainable.
Yeah.
And on top of that, like, the corporations, like I said, were comically fucking evil in the story. It was like, oh, what's the point of this town? They pack tuna here. Oh, okay. So, like, there's a big fishing industry. No, there's actually no tuna on this planet. So why are they packing the tuna here? Oh, because they just are. Okay. So do they get to eat the tuna? No, they're not allowed to eat the tuna. Okay. Also, they haven't received a shipment of tuna in, like, a year or so. So what are they packing the cans with? Rats. What?
And why are they doing that? Because they have to keep packing stuff, because if they don't, their numbers are bad and they'll be killed. Or they'll stop getting whatever food shipments they do have.
Yeah, and it's just like, what the fuck?
And you talk to this guy, like, you talk to the one guy who exists, like the townie mayor.
Right, yeah.
And he's like, oh, he's actually trying to do okay, because in this weird way, it's noblesse oblige, because he's been in charge of this thing for forever.
Well, that and it's like, it was like the story. The plot line was like his whole family. He's a manager family or something. His families are he's a family of managers, and this is where he's got to manage. So it's his duty to, like, manage the town. But, like, he's dumb, but he's trying. But the problem is the entire situation is stupid.
Yeah.
Like, they're packing food that doesn't come from their planet and then sending it out without being allowed to eat it. Except then they have to get food from another planet sent to them because this planet actually doesn't have any resources. And you might be like, why would you create a colony where you can't actually harvest any resources from it? And the
Yeah.
answer is because we're comically evil and stupid. And it's like, okay. Also, capitalism bad because it would allow this thing to happen in the first place. It's like, no, capitalism wouldn't create a town on a planet that can get no resources from it for the sole purpose of packing cans of tuna. Like, it would create an outpost on this planet if it was cheaper to pack food on this planet because it was like the middle point of all of the planets. So if like one planet was really iron rich and it was like the halfway point between the iron rich planet to make the cans and the planet that had all the fish where they sent, so they one planet sent the iron, one planet sent the fish, and this was like cheaper in fuel costs to create the colony here so they could then ship the tuna everywhere else, then it'd be like, oh, okay, that makes more sense. But it's like arbitrarily, this planet was just, they had to be sent all of the resources. Like they achieved nothing on this planet besides packing tuna.
Yeah.
And it's just like, why? That makes no sense. No, capitalism isn't evil. No, capitalism wouldn't allow this. No, a genuinely capitalist company wouldn't invent towns to do jobs for a more expensive, lower return process.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. If you had this, if you made it sound like that, right, in game, I mean, if the game world made it sound like you had this thriving tuna colony,
Right.
and the greedy, stupid capitalists overfished
Overfished
all
it.
the tuna,
Yep. Yep.
and now they're packing rats because they can't afford, because, you know, and then you can keep the whole evil capitalism bad plot line where if they admit to that the tuna's gone and they can't actually meet quota, then they're all going to be shot and killed and stripped of their corporate rights and all that crap.
Right. And the reason why that the town can't switch over to agricultural farming is because if the town did that, then there isn't a bureaucratic process in place yet to accept non-tuna harvests, which means that it doesn't matter that they reorganized and managed to find a new profitable resource to base the town off of. It wouldn't be counted because the company works on a solar system level, and all they want out of that outpost is fucking tuna because that's what that outpost was for. So why would they care that the outpost can now create potatoes?
Yeah.
That's not on the spreadsheet.
Yeah. Like, you could literally have that whole thing, and you can make the townie mayor who's trying to make things better, you can still make him incompetent but well-meaning.
Yeah, it's just, it just got. Did you ever beat Outer Worlds?
Oh yeah, I beat the whole thing.
Okay, yeah, same. That was the most disappointing ending. Like,
The
they were
worst part is,
building up it so much, and I was like, oh, this is really cool, this is a really cool ending, and we got to the actual end, and I'm like, oh. That's...
Oh, it's stupid.
Oh no, it's retarded.
Like, and here's the thing, right? Like, I could almost respect them for telling an idiocracy-esque story of rampant exploitation and corporate greed. I really could, because you know what? We see it all the time. The Peter Principle is a thing, and we see corporations self-sabotaging. There are, right? Like, whatever the fucking the fucking, I don't remember if it was Nestle or Dasani that killed a town in California because they
Dasani
set
is
up
owned by Nestle.
Oh, okay, great. So it's both of them, right? But they set up a water bottling plant out in California, and
Yep.
they basically killed a town because they were allotted so many millions of gallons of water a year, and they took like 10 or 12 times what they were supposed to be taking and destroyed the aquifer because,
No,
guys, we need to bottle more water.
no. What it was that in the contract they managed to get an allowance of like X millions of gallons of cubic water,
Yeah.
to extract, but that was a contract given by the Californian government, not by the town government. And when they showed up at the town was like, wait, hold on. You can only extract 1 million cubic gallons of water before the aquifer collapses and doesn't refill the next year. And Nestle
Yeah.
was like, well, it says here on our contract we can extract 7.
Yeah. The whole I don't know that whole scenario. But no matter which interpretation you go with, it's idiotic bureaucracy and rampant corporate greed literally killing a town.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I could completely respect a story that goes after what,
Oh,
1,000
yeah,
years of
doesn't
rampant corporate
80.
exploitation and 80?
Yeah.
Wait, it was only 80 years?
Yeah.
Oh god, that's so much more depressing. But
Yeah.
after 80 years of just non-stop rampant corporate greed with no oversight and promoting the stupidest people to the top because they made the most short-sighted decisions to generate the most profit, that fuck dude, we got to find this ship full of like 200 scientists to figure out how to unfuck our complete resource shortage.
Yeah.
I could respect that as a story and as a plot line and why it's so important to get it done. And you know what? Oh, well, why are people trying to stop it? Because there's like 10 people at the top who are living a super great life and don't want to admit that things are bad because if they do, they'll be shot and killed like they're a New York healthcare executive.
But, the more we find out about that, it's actually crazy.
Oh.
How up to date on that are you?
The last thing I know is how the police were like begrudgingly like, this guy's a pretty good murderer. Because like, avoided cameras, paid in cash at the hostel.
Yeah, it got away on a bike.
silencer,
Yeah.
Got away on a bike. Went into an incredibly crowded area to change clothes.
Yeah. So basically, his company, before this happened, was planning on changing their policy to put a maximum cap on how much anesthesia during a surgery.
No. That was a different one.
Okay, that was
This
a different
guy's
company.
Yeah, it
Okay.
was different.
This guy's company was using AI to just basically
90% denial rate. That's what it was. Yeah. And then another
Yeah.
company was doing the whole anesthesia thing, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then they backed off after
It was Blue
the hit.
Cross. I'm pretty sure that
Yeah,
was
it was
going
Blue
to
Cross.
patch
Aetna
the
Health?
anesthesia.
I thought it was
No.
Aetna Health or something.
I think it was
No.
Blue Cross.
I'm pretty sure it was Blue Cross.
Let me
Right.
check the chat. I know someone
Either way,
posted it.
point being is that okay. So there was a one of the companies wanted to put a cap on how much anesthesia could be used during surgery. I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. Like, listen, I'm of two minds about this because on one hand, I feel bad because there is a husband, father, son dead.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
There is someone who's been murdered. But you know what, dude? You are pretty much the definition of fuck around and find out. You spent the last 10 years denying people healthcare coverage that they
healthcare
paid for?
coverage that might have killed people.
What do you mean might have killed people?
So like them denying the coverage might have been the
yeah.
difference between someone living and dying because they weren't able to afford the surgery.
Yes. Denying people coverage that may have killed them when they've been doing right because you decided the contract was going to be changed because the contract is I pay the insurance company $100 a month. And in return, they go, since you're not sick 99% of the time, we'll take the $100 that we get from 50,000 people to cover that guy's $10,000 surgery and still make profit for us. And then when you get sick, everyone else is subsidizing your surgery. That's how this agreement works. Except you said, but what if I denied everybody coverage and I kept all the money? And then someone got really mad.
Well, not only that, also apparently this guy was about to answer a court summons for insider trading and stock fraud.
Great.
And just happened to be killed before he could answer the subpoena about stock fraud.
Yeah.
So it's like, gee, I wonder who could afford a competent hitman that won't be killed. I wonder who'd be smart enough to false flag it as a politically motivated shooting instead of, say, I don't know, a cover-up for massive billion-dollar fraud. But, yeah.
Anyway, it's 10:43.
Yep. Alright, well, yeah, good discussions as always. Talked about a lot of things besides fan fiction, but, you know, a lot of things relevant to fiction, which makes it still important. But it is time. The guillotine chops. Come back Tuesday.